enable people to help them be resilient and be evacuated when required from the front and all this kind of stuff. So it's all about that. But I'm hoping people will be thrilled to see Yuri and Konstantin and Greg in one place at one time. You haven't spoken before, have you? I think you're all. Have you interacted before?
I've watched their stuff and appreciate all of it, but no, this is our first time meeting virtually, personally.
Right. Yeah. Same here, Konstantin. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you, and Greg, it's very nice to meet you as well. I think this is just Jonathan. Thank you for, I think an important part of this independent media is just to connect people. And kudos to you for doing the fundraiser and for connecting people as well.
There's lots of
honor is mine. Yeah. Thank you so much. I've seen your work. I appreciate it very much as well. Big fan since, I don't know, 2017, something like that.
One of your early fans there.
Yes. I saw you first at the Silicon Valley Voice, Mikhail Portnov. Yes, I remember that.
Yes, he has actually become a regular guest. We started to do a stream together now because it seems like we vibe well together. And these days, looking at things with a little bit of humor doesn't hurt. So thank you. And I really appreciate all your work. And Konstantin in particular, I love the fact that you found a way to connect with English-speaking audience. And your expertise and your knowledge of the subject, all of it works together so well that people follow you and listen to you, and you deliver great information. I think it's really wonderful. So thank you.
Trying to do my best. Thank you.
And that's an interesting thing, because I think what attracts people to all three of you is a kind of authenticity, and I think even if people don't agree necessarily with everything you have to say, because that's never going to be the case, I think if you can get them through a certain level of authenticity and show you're open to sort of changing your mind or taking other points of view on board, I think that's one of the critical things. And I think that's what's most powerful, constant about what you do, is that quite clearly over the years you're constantly examining and re-examining points of view, and whether it be historical mythology and so on. You're constantly looking and say, okay, well, this is the information I've got, but is it the best information? Is there something new that can challenge it? That's not an easy process to do, and it might appear you make it look quite easy, but actually it takes a lot of mental effort, a lot of hard work, a lot of research, and it's quite a brave thing to be able to challenge your own preconceptions. I mean, how do you see it?
First of all, it takes a lot of emotions. Hard work, we have all used to hard work. We have all worked hard all our lives, But what's the most important about my work is that obviously it takes all my time. I monitor constantly what's going on in Russia, with Russia. I do not concentrate on military stuff. I'm very far from military. I'm not a military guy. I don't know anything about it, but I'm an economist, and I'm Russian. I lived in Russia for a long time. I spent 20 years working for a large corporation building power plants in Russia, and what I'm seeing, the transformation of my country, that is very personal. That is taking toll on me, because I'm seeing the demise of everything that I lived in, I loved. It was my country, my home. Now I'm kicked out. I take everything that happens there personally. I understand that Russians need to take responsibility and repent for what they've done. I'm not seeing that happening, and I'm trying the best I can to just show how I see things at my angle. And Jonathan, to be honest with you, I don't really care much if some people don't like my point of view or disagree with my point of view, because I'm just speaking my mind and my heart. That's all.
I have kind of a similar approach, because I'm originally from Russia, but I've lived most of my life in the United States, and my identity really, I consider myself to be an American from Russia. And when I get accused of being inauthentic, as in somebody else's shill, it usually comes in form of, oh, you're a Democrat. Oh, you get money from, I don't know, Soros, State Department, somebody, whoever is supposed to give money to Democrats, supposedly gives money to me. And I explain to people that, I am doing this because I like doing this. Yes, I'm a local elected official. I've been elected to 2 different positions. I've been on city council, and I'm now in county government. But those are actually nonpartisan positions. And in the United States, it doesn't work quite the same way, where I'm not supporting party line because I'm a Democrat, all of that kind of a dynamic. There's a party that reflects my values, and then there's a party that doesn't reflect my values. I pick the party that reflects my values, and that's how it works. So I think dealing with those kinds of educational issues and explaining to people that really I just I'm doing this for likes. I'm doing this for, yes, nice to have viewership, but I also like to do it because in Russian, I really don't even have anyone around me who speaks Russian. So I like being able to speak Russian. That's almost like a lost art form. In spite of all the terrible things that are being done with it these days, Russian language is pretty cool. It's got a lot of variety, and it's got cool sounds in it, and I like to use it. And so it's all me.
And Greg is another. You've lived and worked in Russia, and as I say, we're all.
I'm 53. I started working in Russia first in 1994, so it's 31 years of experience. In 98, started working in Ukraine, and I learned the Russian language. It was a sabachami tropami, but I learned it, and it was extremely difficult. That one was for you, Yuri. Some of the beauty of the Russian language there, and but the reality is, it gives me perspective. So what I do after working in Russia for that many years, and then starting in Ukraine, and then really focusing on Ukraine. And now, since the full-scale invasion, I've been my next time over will be my 17th month running aid and helping on the front lines. And I just see my role as one that tries to massage the truth out of the Russian narrative, the Russian language, the precedents that have been laid down for decades that we are now seeing come to fruition, whether it be the propaganda. But at the same time, I'm also trying to unwind the Ukrainian narrative. I work directly with military. We have a nonprofit there. And you put all of that together, and I'm trying to interpret a language, whether it be Russian or Ukrainian, that most of the world does not know. So it's one thing to read somebody's tweet, and it's another thing to see something just verbatim, like translated, or you're reading the subtitles. But ladies and gentlemen, reading subtitles or seeing a tweet that's translated by Google, there are so many times you will miss the actual meaning of what is trying to be communicated, and then you will be off in left field because you've went verbatim with what was translated, but it has nothing to do with the statement. So that's what I'm trying to do. And then, of course, like Konstantin said, he's on the economic side, the Russia, he's inside Russia. For me, I'm now a majority of the time, or half the time, inside Ukraine, and a lot of work with the military trying to bring that picture into it as well. So but this is the beauty of it, Jonathan. You see all the different pieces of the puzzle come together here, and you put all of this together, and you can get a complete picture of what's happening.
This is it, and I think it's useful to be able to, in some sense, understand some of the propaganda. So I don't think it's healthy to actually watch the full output, but it is quite useful sometimes to be able to look at various commentary, to look at various, some of the stuff that comes out of Telegram. I mean, my sources, I don't tend to go to primary sources because I just don't have the time, but I'll go to people that I trust. I mean, I quote Michael Naki an awful lot, and Vladimir Milov, which Konstantin and I, talk about, and there's a few others like Portnikov and a few others who are Ukrainians who broadcast in Russian. And actually, it's very useful to get that concentrated information, because listening to Western sources, I'd have to listen to 10, 20 times more material to get that same level. And then you're constantly sifting between the bits that you think are correct and the bits that are, imposing a Western framework onto their analysis. And it's just not the same quality of material and insight. It's just not.
My partner Zhenya and I were under the ballistic missile attack in Odessa that took out the Hotel Bristol a few months ago, and we had just come around the corner when the first missile came in. And then what do? We go to help, of course, but the double tap came. So then we ran behind a building, and then the people were screaming, "Here comes another one!" It was a massive attack, if you guys remember that, a couple months ago in the Hotel Bristol, and we're tucked in, trying to stay alive. And my partner Zhenya, this is directed to your statement there, Jonathan, is on the phone, and he says, "We can't move from this spot. Stay right here." And people are running around like crazy. I said, well, he goes, "I will tell you when we can go." I said, "Well, who are you talking to?" He goes, "I'm talking with the air defense commander over Odessa." So you're connected. Like, I'm not waiting for a telegram feed or something. Zhenya's directly on the phone, communicating directly with the military, going, "There's one more coming. The recon drone is still overhead. We can't move." And so it's nice to be able to have sources, but that comes from a lot of investing and time. So Yuri and Konstantin, of course, we had a Russian American and a Russian, but Jonathan, I kudos to you, man, for all the time you're spending inside Ukraine building relationships, because that's ultimately how you get to truth.
Greg, may I add something? I am listening to you right now, and my heart starts bleeding because I've been to Odessa. I spent 1 year in Odessa. I worked for a Russian-Ukrainian company in the past, and I have tons of friends there. And I stayed at Bristol. I didn't know it was hit. I have a lot of personal memories there. It's well.
I'm sorry to bleed your heart right now. I stayed there also, and Konstantin, if you really want to know the truth that night, it's better for me to tell these stories when Jonathan Pierce isn't on here. But that night, Zhenya and I were we were going to stay at the Bristol because we stay there quite often. It's in the logistical area where we need to be, where we're working and helping. And we just had a feeling that night, let's say somewhere else. And you go bring a tear to my eye because, man, we could have been killed that night. And we decided to go out and take a walk, and we were staying about half a kilometer from the Bristol. And we were going over that way because we were going over for meetings in that area. And we turned the corner, and boom, it exploded right in front of our eyes. And it's a beautiful place, the stairway that goes up the middle of the Bristol, and yeah, it's happening nonstop though, man.
I don't know what to say.
There's nothing to say.
It's also strategic, right? It's not just like, okay, it's a nice building, let's take it out. They also would have known, for instance, that the Black Sea Security Conference, all the guests stayed at the Bristol the previous year, and that conference was pretty successful, and it was due to be scheduled for a second time, and everyone was booked to stay at the Bristol. So again, this is a strategic purpose, which is like, here's a conference of movers and shakers and influential people. Right, well, they wouldn't know whether there's deposit paid down on that by the organizers or not. I think in the end there was. But it's like, it's strategic because let's take out this place. We don't take it out when all these, lords and advisors are in there, because that's a diplomatic incident. But let's take it out ahead of time just to demonstrate that we know and disrupt kind of plans. So unfortunately, yeah, there's some logic behind it as well.
You're spot on. That night specifically, the only diplomat that was there was a Norwegian person that works there with Odessa. I think it was Norwegian. It was, but that was a night, just like you said. If it had been another night, you could have had complete delegations there.
They're rebuilding it, and they'll rebuild everything.
Oh yes,
but it is kind of horrific, obviously.
If I can say a couple of words about the news environment, and the news sources, which I think is a really important point, because for me, I mean, honestly, I speak like, let's say, perfect Russian, but I actually never been to Odessa. But I know Bristol. I've heard of Bristol because it's a known building, it's a known hotel, it's a known entity for anybody that's been paying attention. But for me, I'm like, I sit in the middle of nowhere, Wisconsin forests, basically. My town city is 35,000 people. I'm trying to piece together the world that's out there from the sources that I have available. And what I find is that certain sources become less and more trustworthy, and I have to constantly shift around and see if I can, because for instance, what's going on with Washington Post is one of the more obvious examples where they were more trustworthy, but now they're less trustworthy. But I'm fascinated by how I find Russian propaganda to be more relevant now than it used to be, in a way, for me as a consumer of news, because Russia has such an outsized influence in American politics now that I feel like it's important for me as a news consumer to take in Russian perspective and see what it is that those crazy old people are saying, because it never really, I felt, used to matter so much.
I completely concur. I when I see, and of course Constantine's inside Russia, but I
I'm not.
He's
Greg,
not. He's
I'm
not
not.
actually. It's, oh no.
I'm sorry.
I'd be locked up. I left Russia in
you left. My
2022.
apologies.
Oh, yeah.
My apologies.
Can you reveal what country you're in?
Yeah, absolutely. Uzbekistan. Everyone knows that I speak. I tell it online, and I'm being followed by the Russian secret police, so they know.
Ethnic
I have
Russian,
no problem
yeah.
speaking.
Okay.
Ethnic Russian GRU operating throughout, Central Asia, and
No, I think they're imported. They're from Moscow. They're members
from Moscow,
of the
yeah.
Russian embassy. I think that's
exactly,
or some organization that is based here in Uzbekistan. So,
by the way, I've been there, and I love the plov from Uzbekistan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But regardless, I find myself just like you, Yuri. When I'm looking for the story and or to bring confirmation, I've got my Ukrainian friends and my sources that I trust completely, 100%. But then I find myself just jumping over really quick. I want to see what TASS is saying. I want to see what RIA is saying. I want to see, and it's just interesting. And I use that to try to bring a complete picture to topics that I share.
You're on mute there, Yuri. I think you're
I ended up, one of the things I started doing lately is because I keep, like, it seems like my occupation now is to be in Ukraine info space, speaking in Russian and explaining to them what American media says about different things and what's happening in America, and kind of, view from here. So it makes sense for me to read a lot of news. So I started reading news and reading articles that I find relevant to me as I'm preparing to appear somewhere. And there's people, that like there's an audience growing for that because Voice of America is gone, because there's fewer sources. And so for me, being, an amateur near volunteer, is like there's so much opportunity out there. There's nothing being covered. You can do so many different things. It's amazing. What a world.
Now, I wanted to turn to a couple of topics around energy as well, because this is shaping up to very much be an energy war this winter, and of course there seems to be more capabilities on both sides. So we won't necessarily touch the military aspect because certainly Yuri, Konstantin, and myself are not sort of military experts on that, but this directly impinges on areas where certainly Konstantin is got his expertise, and that is energy. And coming up to winter, the economics of energy. This seems to me that this is going to be the centerpiece of the war of attrition that we're seeing. And of course, Ukraine has far more capabilities to strike. So we got the oil being taken out. We got fuel shortages. We've got thermal power plant in Belgorod now being hit twice. I think last time we spoke it was hit once, now it's twice. And just last night, I think in Ekaterinburg, a plant that produces energy industry components and nuclear components was hit. So this looks like this really is like hitting the facilities, hitting the logistics, and then hitting the ability to repair the damage of these facilities. This is where it seems to me this is going to shape up, and it's going to be really nasty, isn't it? And we already had Kiev, big districts with no electricity this morning. Hence, a few people couldn't come on the channel. This is the energy war at this point.
Well, it's not just the energy war, but energy is a huge part of the war. And it's becoming a big problem for Russia. And, I'm constantly getting news from Russia. I have like 100 news feeds. And I sit and monitor and look at them all the time and analyze and find what's significant. And then once you do that for a very long time, you start distinguishing trends. Okay, connecting dots, connecting some news together, perhaps some news from the past, some news happening now, current ones, and you kind of start seeing the trends. And I'm seeing a few trends, big ones. Well, and not the military trends. Okay, I'm not. I don't have any expertise on that, but I believe that Russia's fall will come from not from Ukraine's in the front lines. It'll come from inside Russia. It'll come from economy shrinking and the political groups fighting more and more with each other for shrinking resources, and it'll just destroy Russian economy or hit it so bad, then the country won't be able to function any longer, and then the political shift will happen. And the
That's
more
happening,
I'm
isn't
looking
it?
at the situation, the more I'm seeing it. So there are two big trends right now that among Russian people, not the propaganda, that's different. There are also trends in what propaganda says. But among Russian people, what they're saying, this late summer and fall, there are two big things discussed everywhere. First is skyrocketing prices. A lot of people, well, most are concerned, and a lot are very scared because it comes to the point where people have harder and harder time affording food. And the second trend is this is going to be a very long and cold winter, and it has already started. And the gasoline shortages that are happening all over Russia now, and they're systematic. And the strikes on the heat power plant, electrical power plant in Belgorod, and the Belgorod governor, he just came out a couple of days ago. I'm going to be covering it soon, and actually made an address to the Belgorod residents saying, well, get ready. We have hard times ahead. And that's what I think. I think everyone has very hard times ahead. It was bad enough without strikes. So you got to understand that 3.5 years, less maintenance has been done that's supposed to be done because of fewer men in the power plants, in energy infrastructure, really, not just the power plants. Fewer men, less financing, less money, and foreign equipment is gone. You don't have access to expertise of the manufacturers of the turbine, GE, Siemens. You don't have chief engineers come and look at their equipment, at their turbines. You don't have spare parts. You don't have special tools. Okay, of course, Russians have been able to source some, but not the whole thing that is required. Okay, and at this point, this is winter number 4, and it's getting pretty bad. Okay, and on top of that, you start having the strikes. That's going to put tremendous pressure on those power plants who are still operating. And I think it's going to be a very long and cold winter, and that could be a huge hit to regime. I'm not saying it's going to be a deal breaker, but that's gonna in Russia they say, never rock the boat. Okay, that's gonna rock the boat a lot. Будет раскачивать лодку.
And is there a cascade effect for your understanding of how energy grids and systems work? The odd power plant here and there might affect a region like Belgorod, but could there be a point where there is some kind of systematic or cascade effect where you take something out and it has, knock-on effects that are bigger than say, I mean, for instance, electricity shortages or knocking out thermal plants for heating systems, these kind of things.
If it is very hard winter and very cold winter, and I have a feeling it will be, because in Russia usually winters
May I interject,
rotate.
Constantine? May I interject one thing just so people
Sure.
understand? He's not talking about, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Constantine, he's not talking about the power systems going out and it's going to be cold. He's speaking about the weather. We're going to have a very difficult winter, which will then cascade into a number of issues that will follow. Is that how,
Well,
how I'm understanding?
Yeah,
it?
I mean,
yes.
both,
But
really,
I'll add on to that.
Okay,
It's
great.
going to be a long winter. You see, the very harsh winter, very cold winter puts extra pressure on Russian power infrastructure, on substations, on power lines, on the power plants. And last winter was warm, so it means that there are chances this winter is going to be extra cold. Okay, and that's already bad enough. But it's just not so much about not having electricity, Jonathan, as not having heat.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the killer, because I mean, you can live in the dark. Most Russians, I don't know the statistics, but I would say over 80% of all Russians, they live in large apartment blocks, and they have central heating, and that heat is generated in large power plants and is supplied via pipelines, heat pipelines. Okay, and if you don't have electricity, I mean, you can, granted your fridge is off and your food is spoiled, but you're not going to freeze to death. But if you don't have heat, then there's a problem. And yes, there will be cascades, but again, electricity, you can reroute. If one of your big facilities or small whatever power plants offline, Russian power grid is designed that way that certain parts of Russia can supply more energy in case a power plant is offline. Okay, so there is a agency called CDU, Центральное диспетчерское управление, that controls the electricity flow throughout Russian regions. Okay, so everything, it's not like the United States, different states are isolated. It's to a certain degree, it's all united. It's a united power grid. And electricity, yes, they can somehow find a solution. With heat, they can't. And that's where the biggest threat is. And then I think that's what's gonna hit hard Russia this coming winter.
Let me ask you a question, all of you. I guess I'd like to know your opinion, because I just had a conversation on my English language channel with Ben Hodges, who I know is a guest of Jonathan's, and I was kind of surprised, to be honest, because the consistent, so Ben Hodges takes a very strong stand that it's not about hitting Moscow. It's about hitting the oil refineries. And to me, I guess that represents a split in, is it more important to make Russian people in Russia really uncomfortable, or is it more important to bleed the regime dry of resources so that they couldn't finance the war? And which one is more relevant and important in order to bring war to an end, in your opinion?
Well, we argued this earlier with
Sorry, I
Jonathan
wasn't
Pierce.
watching. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, this is pertinent, because I think we're going to have a different take on it again. And Jonathan Pierce came from 2 points of view. One was that there are certain legal complications here, that technically it's a war crime to hit purely civilian energy infrastructure, technically, but that's putting a very Western framework on. Also, he said, well, hang on a second, won't that unite Russian people? If you hit them hard and freeze them out, they'll start to unite behind the regime. I'm like, you're imposing a very Western framework on that entire thing, which is not necessarily correct in any way, because they're not going to react in the way that a Western electorate would. I quickly say, because I know you guys have got sort of more interesting answers than me, I'd say it has to be both, because where you have people who are so completely divorced from politics, where whatever evil they might participate in that's led by the regime, they can also say, oh, well, we had nothing to do with it. You know, it's not our regime. We have no agency. We have no control. So it's very easy to participate and then divorce yourself and say, oh, no, that wasn't us. The Soviet Union, I mean, the conversations I had, you know, well, what about the USSR and the occupation of Eastern Europe? Oh, that wasn't us. That we didn't do that. That was the Soviet Union. That's gone. So, you know, we're
That's what
fine.
Constantine was
We're
speaking about
innocent.
in terms of that's what Constantine
But
was speaking about in terms of
yeah,
repentance.
but I say you have to degrade the military capability, but you also have to hit the people where it hurts. You have to deny their pleasures and privileges and indeed their essentials of life. Otherwise, they can carry on saying, look, it's not me, Gov. It's nothing to do with me, and I'm not going to take any kind of responsibility for it. But I'll pass over to Constantine because he knows this far better than I do, and you know,
Russian people keep surprising me, Jonathan, and it almost seems like they are different people from people that I lived around back in Russia. You know, I spent most of my life in Russia. They are so, very good word used, they are so divorced from the situation. They have built informational bubbles, emotional bubbles around them and their families. I've talked to so many Russians, and when I start asking them questions, and nothing radical, I just said, "What do you think? And have you heard of that? How do you think that is going to influence your life?" They shut me, off. "Oh, no, 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 no. We don't want to talk about. I don't know anything about it." I said, "Okay, let me tell you. I can explain. I know very well." "Oh no, please stop. Don't. I don't even want to know about that because it's gonna make me feel really bad. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna make me uncomfortable. I've even heard some people say, I'm gonna go crazy if I learn all these things." Okay, and they understand that something tragic going on in Ukraine and something tragic is going on in Russia. Because, they understand that future of their children is getting erased right now. They understand that they're taking they're taking away education. They're somebody's erasing education system, healthcare system, raising taxes, killing small businesses. Economically, Russia is demising. I use that word and I mean it. Things are really bad, and year into the fourth year, this is it. We're seeing the train arrived at the station. That's the dead end. Okay, and the more of that is happening, the more Russians become divorced because it's scary. It's scary to say, you know what, this is bad, and this is my responsibility, and I am also partially responsible for that. I'm paying taxes. This is my country. I vote for politicians. Unfortunately, not one person understands and realizes that. Okay, they absolutely refuse. Their position is, I have my eyes closed, I have my ears plugged, I don't want to know anything. It's not my fault. I don't make decisions. Decisions are made there. What can I do? And things like that. So if strikes continue, I don't know how to answer your question. I think that only complete breakdown on the Russian state, and we're seeing some parts of it already breaking down. For example, in multiple cities, there are problems with public transportation, and some Russians, I don't know what they're gonna do. They must walk to walk to work. They must walk, on their errands and so forth. many can't afford food. I just learned that there is 30% deficit in the pension fund of Russian Federation. It means that some old people in Russia won't be getting paid on time, and they're not getting paid now much, just barely enough to survive, not even. And then their pensions will be delayed in the future. Okay, and only when it gets to the point where this is it, not everything barely works. Okay, and Russians, that affects their lives directly. That that informational emotion bubbles, this chaos pokes through and affects them when they go to work, and they say, well, you know what, you're laid off because we can't sell any products that we produce. And he or she goes and can't find a job. Teachers, doctors, they get their payments delayed, their salaries delayed. When it gets to that point, then the boat will be rocking, and there's a possibility of changes.
And I think we'd be surprised. I think when people get to the absolute bottom rung of Maslow's kind of hierarchy, when they're at the point, I used to think of this in the 90s, right? And I used to despair that no one would stand up for anything. And the thought occurred to me that only when the last sausage or chunk of cheese has disappeared from the fridge, that's kind of when people, okay, now I actually have to say something. But it's that situation now. Unfortunately, you have to bring people to the point of the absolute necessities of life being fragile before I think anyone would take, albeit the substantial risk, for protesting.
Jonathan, I feel that in the battle between the TV and the refrigerator in Russia, TV crushed the refrigerator. There's will be nothing, no sausage in that fridge, hanging out of that fridge, and those people are still going to be listening to the TV and following the directions, and because that's safer.
It's some of you're saying, and you're only imagining there's no sausage. You really do have a sausage, but yeah.
Can I add my 5 cents to that? You're right on, Yuri. You understand Russia very well. Currently, propaganda, the TV is winning over the fridge, and most likely, well, I don't see anything happening when people will actually stand up and go protesting. That's so far away that it's not in foreseeable future. My theory is that when the situation gets so bad, that the win will come from the top, because there will be a take on the current regime by a certain group that suffers and that wants more power, that wants changes, that loses money. And I'm not talking about one oligarch or one general. That's going to be a group, because right now there are power group, elite groups in Russia. Okay, and once they do something, then people will see that happening, and they might rise just like what had happened in the USSR. Remember, the USSR didn't fall because Russian Soviet people stood up and said enough. No, GKChP, and they lost. Those generals who created the coup, they lost, basically. And once Yeltsin started winning, people flocked on the streets. And then even before, some didn't like that event. So only when a certain, perhaps black swan event happens, that can create political change in Russia. But I don't believe that fridge will actually... Well, fridge will rock the boat a great deal, and people will be angry, but not to the point where they will, rise.
Russians are incredibly resilient, if nothing else. But I'm wondering whether marrying these two ideas of strikes and the Sloviki or elites rising up, or even generals who have huge amounts of money as well, let's face it, is there any, okay, I'm sure sanctions are being exhausted in terms of options there, but is there any kind of kinetic strikes that could happen against Russia that would hurt particular people? Do you know, are there any refineries that are owned by oligarchs rather than the state? Is there any, do you see where I'm going? Is there any options militarily?
You're bringing your Western kind of view to it, maybe there, because everything reverts to the state to an extent. And I don't
Nothing
know.
is owned by
Trying to see if
oligarchs.
they can
Nothing.
expedite
No.
that. The
Nothing is
Ukrainians.
owned oligarchs. I mean, all the oligarchs who, well, the elite groups who own refineries, well, they basically oil is a very small business in Russia, so to speak. There are only like a handful of companies and a few people running it. Okay, Khodorkovsky was one of them, but he was ousted, and his company was stolen, and it became Rosneft, and then there's Lukoil, Bashneft, and Tatarstan, and that's pretty much it. So those oil companies, and they own all refineries. There are no independent refineries. One way or another, they're connected, okay? Because refinery cannot simply, if it's just independent, in Russia, it would not be able to get oil flow. Okay, it would be either bought or stolen. Well, annexed, in the previous years. So there are no independent oil refineries owned by the oligarchs, and not too many in Russia in the first place. I think there are around 40, less than 40, something like that.
Then what
don't think so.
What hurts them enough then to actually rise up?
Right, like maybe taking the winery from Medvedev in Italy, but that's sanctions,
No one cares about that. No one cares. You said that sanctions have been exhausted. I don't think so. I don't think that sanctions have actually worked well until recently. Look what Macron did with Russian oil tanker. Held it up in France, and this is it. This is a huge, big hit to Russian oil exporting industry. Okay, and a few tankers arrested and started investigated. Then other companies, those companies and those Greek owners, who transport Russian oil, they'll think twice. Okay, it's a big world, and Russia is not the only country. Yeah. Okay, they have been making big bucks for the past 3.5 years, but there are other customers. There's other oil to ship. I have the answer for you, and this is my opinion. The strikes will not help. Well, they're helping in a way, but they're not going to be the cause of uprising, the cause of shift, of political shift, something happening. Food prices, that's what's going to happen. Increasing food prices will affect people, because the biggest trend right now is rising food prices. It's on everyone's mind right now, okay? And the second is shortage of gas. What are we going to do? We can't pump the gas. We can't fill up our cars, and then it's our life is not the same anymore. It's not as convenient, And again, the shortages of the pumps, they influence prices. So, but the main thing that really causes disturbance inside Russians is food prices, because you can understand most Russians are so poor that they spend most of their money for food. Forget about the middle class; it's been destroyed.
What do they attribute the rise in? What do they attribute the rise in cost of food to, in their opinion?
It's a good question.
This is an especially bad harvest. This is an interesting one we're going to talk about in our discussion next week. This is one of the worst harvests of many, many years. So that's a contributing factor for sure.
And it's not just the harvest, actually. It's not just the crop yields, but also loads of other factors, according to some farmers that I was reading about. It's, the inflation of farm equipment and other, it's rather like in the US in many ways. There's this
and fuel, fuel prices also feed into agricultural prices.
The biggest hit Russian agriculture has taken has been the ban of buying foreign seeds.
Right.
And that's what minus 35% in most of the crops. because all seeds from the Netherlands, world's leader of genetic modification, they give a lot more yield than regular seeds that you use. And they stopped buying in 2023, and it usually takes 3 years for this genetic engineering to lose potency. And this is year number 3. So this is exactly what we're seeing. And of course, there's a huge, 2 other major factors. Less farmers. Look for those farmers in the front lines, probably in Ukrainian land. And factor number 3, expensive money. Russian farmers cannot take out loans any longer. Not at 29%.
Yeah, that was the other one. Yeah.
And there's an interesting one as well, because Jonathan's question actually is fascinating because it also reflects how I think many European policymakers thinking, as if there's some magic lever that we can pull and we can somehow prompt a Western-style political response in Russia. They're transposing something that doesn't exist and won't work. Having said that, we're seeing this thing, and you've used this phrase for the last 3 years, which is just wait for the moment when resources get scarce and the regime needs to scrape together what it needs to continue the war and keep it, pay the Siloviki. You're going to see bulldogs fighting under a rug. Well, that moment has come because we're seeing businesses being taken away forcibly from minigarchs and from these guys who nominally you would have thought had power in the system or who you're relying on to have a political response. This is now showing that they really have no power because their businesses are being stolen, stripped of assets, given to regime loyalists, or just stripped for whatever resource they've got. You've even got people in the so-called hierarchy who thought that they were immune to this. You've got people who are now being wrenched out of their positions and their little cozy position given to somebody else. So there's something interesting kind of going on there. There's a cannibalistic process going on. That is perhaps more dangerous than
quite trying to project, though. I was trying to say, like, if I was Zelensky or if I was his commanders, have I exhausted all of the ideas, or not even remotely? But are there any options for striking things that could expedite
I would say
outside of the military context?
I would say starve the war machine of resources, because then Putin will start to steal that off whoever he can. They'll start to rustle it up from the civilian economy. So starving the war machine has a twofold impact. But Constantine, what are you noticing about this cannibalistic
Constantine,
process?
before you answer, while you're thinking with your eyes squinted and that great brain is cycling, I just figured out I hadn't pushed this to my channel. This conversation is so good. So if you're hopping in on my channel as well, we are doing a fundraiser for Cars for Ukraine, which is an organization I 1 million support. They are rock solid. And we also have a phenomenal panel right here with both the Jonathans, Fink and Pierce from Silicon Curtain ATP Geopolitics, as well as great experts, Constantine and Yuri. It's just so here we go, guys, and back to you, Constantine.
Although just before you answer, I do have to go to the cinema now. So yes,
you're
great. It's gonna get even better now that Pierce is leaving.
This is the quickest cameo appearance. Hi, bye. But I'd love to interview either of the other guests on here. If you're welcome, if you're wanting to come on to ATP Geopolitics, just let me know. But thank you for allowing me to.
You're about to be yanked off, aren't you? There, you're about to be pulled off stage by your.
That was
go to the cinema.
Awesome euphemism there. That I was. Anyway,
don't go there.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
Jonathan. We've spoken a lot. You're a brilliant mind. I agree on 99% of issues with you, not on this one. I think it's not wishful thinking, it's just too idealizing the situation that is going on. You're right. It might happen, and most likely it will happen, but not now. It hasn't started happening. Because look what's happening now. There is a war going on inside Russia for the businesses. As you see, about a year ago, I know that there was a list presented to Prosecutor General of Russia with 750 large companies on the list. to be nationalized, basically to be stolen. And they're not stolen and given to the state as an asset. You know, they don't bring value to the state. They're stolen with one purpose: to change ownership. Because this is how it works. The state acts according to the law. You know, very odd laws, okay, but still, there's a court makes a decision. A prosecutor general makes a move. You know, opens an investigation, gives case to the court. Court makes a decision to annex company, to take it back, to take control of it, and then a few months later, it's either leased or resold to new owners. Okay, so this war has been going on for about 2 years now, and it's intensifying, and we're seeing victims, and sometimes victims, not just money. People don't lose money, they lose lives, they lose freedom. And what you are saying is going to happen when it's not the power agencies, not the siloviki against the businessmen. It's when siloviki against siloviki. It's when we're going to see the conflicts between them, that we know that the end is near. There are a lot of companies in Russia, and there are still a lot of work to be done for the Prokuratura, Prosecutor General, to annex more and more companies. Okay, and I don't see anyone protesting. I don't see anyone standing up and saying, look, what you've done to Kamenchik or Mashkovich or other businessmen, you know, that was just another news minutes ago. Was another large company stolen. Or Galitsky or Tinkov, you know, that's not right. You know, you got to stop that. I haven't seen that happening. Not even close. Not even not anyone is even thinking about that. So it's not there yet.
I completely concur 100% with Konstantin. I have a lot of friends that live in Russia, and they're located in, of course, the Moscow area, St. Pete area, Nizhny Novgorod. You're talking about that western area, the central area of the Moscow region, really. And we're not even close, guys, to the layered effect that is necessary to bring implosion to Russia. Striking, and as President Zelensky says, rightfully so, the Russian people need to begin to feel what we feel. I completely agree. It's accurate. Ukraine was hit extremely hard last night on the energy grid. And there have been warnings today from Lviv, from the mayor. We're not going to be able to turn the heating system on now for weeks, and it's going to be cold. So, you know, Ukrainians are feeling it. So, yes, the Russians need to feel it. The economy needs to feel it. But until you have a breakdown of that inner core, we're just going to keep banging against the same wall. And everything we're doing is working towards that, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. No way.
So I was going to say that, you know, as far as strikes, I agree with both Konstantin and Greg, because solid points. But I do feel that Jonathan brings a valid point too, because there's always more targets to strike. And I think it's important to acknowledge that should a tomahawk hit Lubyanka or Ostankina, we're going to have some impact. And this is my question for you. Propaganda and like, is it the most important thing? Again, choices for the West to concentrate on providing as much rockets and weaponry to Ukraine as possible, and drone walls and technology and everything, or maybe it's worth spending a couple of bucks to rebuild an anti-Russian propaganda machine.
I was about to say exactly.
Define anti-Russian propaganda machine. Define
something that will provide people in Russia with information, because we see that this is something that this administration said is really not a good idea. We don't want to influence people to talk about democracy and stuff. Forget it. But
I got the answer to that.
Is it an important part of defeating Russia is to give people some information?
I've got the answer, and people aren't going to actually consume information if they don't want to hear it, which is what Constance said. So you have to package it up in a way that is consumable, which is like sugaring the pill. And I've been saying this almost from day one, is what we should have done, and you may disagree with this, what we should have done is revived something like Kukli and paid a whole bunch of dissident satirists to create little TikTok versions of Kukli, viciously and scatologically vilifying the Russian leadership and the
That would be my
oligarchs
next
and the
channel.
propagandists.
Yes.
Yeah, but just go for satire, and you inject information through humor and have a really vicious guerrilla effort, and have some of it really hypersexual, hyper scatological, be absolutely brutal in the way that 18th century British political was brutal, in the way that Viktor Shenderovich was pretty freaking brutal, which is why NTV was bought up and shut down, because Putin hated it. He hated it and loathed it, and he realized the power of vicious satire to get to the truth in a way that no, sanctimonious, moralistic, or analytic information will ever hit the target. I don't know. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but
well, I will tell you this. You're talking about a complete narrative shift inside a controlled state. Let me give you my first example. My first run to the front line in a war zone, I had some dear friends from the state of Georgia who says, Greg, we respect you for doing that. We know your love for Ukraine, and let me send with you a security guy who is an expert, American special ops. He does security for senators, and let him just go with you because I'm really concerned. You've never been in a war zone like that. And I said, great. And he goes, we're paying for it. We'll send him. We just want to make sure you're okay. So this guy comes with me, supposed to be for 6 weeks. He makes it 3. He leaves because a missile flies over his head and he gets scared. But that's not the point I want to share. We get over in Kramatorsk, and this guy looks at me, an American special ops war veteran who is a security guard for U.S. senators, looks at me and my partner Zhenya and goes, listen, you do realize Russia's right. I say, excuse me? He goes, you do realize there are bio labs here. This nation is horrible. I said, what nation? He goes, Ukraine. I said, then why are you here? He goes, they paid me to come take care of you. I don't care where I go to take care of you. But they're all wrong. You're fighting the wrong battle, man. I said, so you're telling me almost 30 years of experience, I know the culture, the language, the people, and you're going to tell me that you've read some TikTok and I'm wrong, but you're right? He goes, listen, these Ukrainians are evil. Russia's right. And that was an American, man. Okay. So you now try to break that through a Russian society with social media and that type of fortified wall. It's going to take time.
I don't know, because in the Soviet period, people got their reality from anecdotes. Now, that's not necessarily a clean, efficient kind of way of conveying structured news and analysis, but it kind of gets some essential texture of life across. So I'm not sure. I think that has a much better chance of getting through than any
it's
news
going to take
information.
time,
but
though.
Konstantin, am I barking up the wrong tree here? Is this a really bad idea, or has that got legs?
You got to understand, Russia is incredibly informationally closed, but at the same time, it's open. Let me explain. Russians have all the access to any information in Russian language they want. They get access to the same information I do. Every Russian has a cell phone. He can subscribe, or she can subscribe to any Telegram channel. Install VPN, which is not illegal in Russia. I mean, it's difficult. It requires a few steps. It's illegal to advertise VPNs. It's illegal to, do certain actions with them, but it's not illegal to actually have a VPN on your phone. And with VPN, you have access to YouTube, to, I don't know, Facebook, to Twitter, to everything. And there are hundreds, thousands of professional reporters in Russian language who have fled Russia, who left in 2022, 2021. They do wonderful shows. I watch them sometimes. It's all needed for a Russian person to watch and to start thinking. The problem is not in the accessibility of to information, or rather not accessibility. The problem is right here. The problem is critical thinking, asking questions. The problem is taking responsibility for their lives. Forget about the country. Russians need to start taking responsibility for their lives. What I'm saying, it's open to all information. Any Russian can get access. Well, most of them can get access to any information in Russian. What I'm saying, it's closed because they're brainwashed. Their minds are closed. Okay, a lot still support Putin.
Should we participate in trying to
propaganda.
clean their minds, or should we just let their minds rot?
Well, let me remind you, Yuri, the best Russian propaganda in Russia and all over the world happened in, was it early August, when Vladimir Putin and about 500 reporters flew to the United States, and it was a red carpet, and it was the American president. Okay, some consider him the most powerful person in the world, greeted Vladimir Putin, shook his hand, and there was a military parade thrown in his honor. He was given royal treatment. American servicemen, paid by American taxpayers, by the way, saluted Vladimir Putin. He was protected by the Secret Service. Russian reporters were given visas to visit the United States. They all work for propaganda. Okay, there's no question about that, so we'll understand. But they were given visas. None of Russians who have fled Russia, 3 million of us, are given visas to visit the United States. No, we're the bad guys to America. But they are the good guys in the Kremlin, okay? So they created all kinds of reports, all kinds of videos reporting from Alaska, and they created this picture perfect for Russians. And Russians were watching.
Mhm.
And that was the major event of the summer. And they were saying, look, Putin was right after all. He won. America is at his knees. At first, they were trying to get to us, strip our sovereignty. But now, look, Donald Trump is giving him royal treatment. Putin has won. Russia has won. Okay. So forget about everyone who's saying otherwise. We're seeing it with our own eyes, right in front of us. Putin is in Alaska. He went in there. He was given royal treatment. He came back to Russia. He smiled. He talked a lot about that. He bragged, and Russian propaganda made him a legend for that. He's Vladimir the Great. Yes. How can we fight that? You tell me.
Well, and man, I love you, dude. Listen, one of the biggest things was he got into the beast. He rode in the car with Donald Trump, and that was
you know what was the next thing? He flew to China for that big summit, and he brought his beast, whatever it's called,
the Aurus, yeah.
And then he did the same thing. He grabbed the Indian prime minister, and he got him in. And Russians were like, "What?
Exactly.
Look at our president. That's the new type of diplomacy. That's limousine, like the presidential car diplomacy, the beast diplomacy. And look, our president is in there. He's right there. Donald Trump, Modi, and Putin, 3 of them.
It's the geopolitical version of James Corden, isn't it?
This is the best propaganda there can be out there. Now, Yuri, tell me how is there a way to fight that?
I think that there's persuasion, which is I teach rhetoric and public speaking, and when it comes to persuasion, there's 3 kinds of persuasion. There's persuasion of things that people know nothing about, and it's relatively easy. So for me to persuade my students about Russia is a piece of cake because I know Russia better than they do. The other kind of persuasion is to tell people something they already agree with. So if I'm going to come in and tell my students that the college should be free, they're going to be like, yes. So that's great. And the hardest kind of persuasion is to come in and tell people something they don't want to hear. And it is difficult, and there's ways to do it. And you have to explain that there's a problem that they're facing, that their current solutions are not solving. But I feel that the second kind of persuasion deserves attention, because people want to, even though it's preaching to the choir demands to be preached to. There's a market for people who want to know, who want to have that information. That's part one. And part two is we're losing kind of like the official point of view, because in America, all we have official is now Donald Trump. And there's no other, Voice of America. I keep coming back to that, but I feel like those kinds of institutions, for me, it's a different actually question, because for me, as a freelancer, do I really want to work for like Voice of America? I had opportunity to apply to go there, but I thought, do I want to move to DC and do all of that? Nah, I don't really want to do that. But I feel like there's a place for them. So I just was kind of wondering about your thoughts on that. But yes, it's difficult because Russian people are, it's scary to know the truth. And to some level, we're going to see this in America more and more, and that's going to be part of the challenge here. But there's a lot of people who want to know the truth. When we look at how many people, Donald Trump is president, but there's half the people that voted against him, and their market too. They also want to know. And I really feel that Telegram is just garbage. It's just so much garbage of all different kinds of things that again, this is maybe my American side, but I just I don't really go to Telegram. I go to like websites that I can see where they're coming from, because Telegram, it's all anonymous. Like we can just kind of surmise who are Z bloggers, who are government, but it could be all written by anybody else. I mean, this is just such an untrustworthy environment. I mean, I know Russia is a jungle, but come on.
Okay, good point. I agree with you on the propaganda, disagree on the Telegram, but let's concentrate on the propaganda. Now, look, you said let's create anti-Russian propaganda machine, right? Well, my point is it's already created. And if you create something out of America, that Russians will not respond to that. And they're not even responding to this news machine. I can't really say it's propaganda, but that's very important news outlets that used to be in Russia, and then they left. ФБК, Khodorkovsky Live, Medusa, Дождь, of course. Out of those four outlets, they cover most topics that Russians need to know, and
But
Russians have access to them.
they're junk. They're total junk. They are
You
total.
think
They're
Дождь is
yes,
junk?
absolutely. I look at them as kind of vestiges of imperial thinking. People that got pushed out who would like to be on the inside, but they got kicked out. And so Dorst sits in Amsterdam and rains from there. And Medusa is kind of like, okay, they're, apparently they couldn't exist without major support from anybody else. They're kind of, I don't really read them either, but to me, and Khodorkovsky, I mean, talk about a man with an agenda. Geez, he just wants to be president of Russia. So, I mean, like, they're all biased to, and then so I find this very Russian language is such a suspicious space.
I've got another
Yuri-
take on that as well. I mean, you've got.
But I'm harsh because
you're quite cynical, of course. But then you've also got Makalnaki, who I think is great information, and you've got Alexander.
Yes, and I think the fact that Michael Naki actively raises money for Ukrainian troops is a very clear and easy to tell sign, because Dorsch doesn't do that.
And you've got Alexander Nezvorov, which again, it's very different information, and he is using a propagandistic medium and tone, but it is it's vehemently anti.
Nezvorov is one of us now.
I know, but he paints a very, very dark picture of Russia. But I've asked a couple of people who I know who've been in the West for some time who are Russian. I say, well, these are guys I watch because I find them interesting, right? And they'll say, oh, do you know what? I know what you mean. Like, that information is important, but I don't watch them regularly because it's too dark for me. right? They're in deep opposition to Putin. They know all these things. They know the war's run. They know all of these things, but they just say it's too dark. And it may be correct, but it's too dark for me to consume and it drags me down. These are guys who've been in the West for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And they're like, I just can't. It's too much. It's too much. I'll listen to Maxim Katz because he gives a much more, a much more gentle critique of reality.
Let me elaborate on that. The media outlets, the big ones that I mentioned, I see them divided into parts. Okay, one part is opinions, another part is news reporting. Opinions, questionable, I agree. Okay, news reporting is great. They find news that are significant, that happen in Russia, and they simply present them. I use this news to do my own analysis. Sometimes I use their shows to do my own analysis, and they point me into the direction. Okay, because Telegram is 60 or 70 different channels, and it's like a non-stop 60 feeds of news coming in, and there are gems out there. There's crap, and I agree with that absolutely, but there are gems, and you really have to know where to look. And the most important thing, critical thinking.
Let's go.
Okay, double checking, fact checking, and analyzing, and I find it very, very valuable resource for me.
That is exactly the phrase I wanted to say. That was going to be my response to this little portion we're talking about here. Is people in general have lost the ability to do critical thinking, critical analysis. This is why we see some of the lunacy. I know we have a Russian American here with Yuri, but I'm an American with a Ukrainian passport as well. In my country, your country now, the ability for critical thinking, especially on that far right MAGA world, has departed the building, and we just believe what we were told. It's why I gave the example of the security personnel with me, and he couldn't even believe it, and I've got him there on the front. It's the ability for people to critically think. So if I can look at a feed, whether it be Telegram or whether it be a news source, or I'm even talking on the phone to somebody, I still need the ability to critically analyze that information, filter it, document it, verify it, and then go forward with it. But we are in a lazy, social media driven, especially an era of education is not focused on as much as it was in the past, and that leads us to a large portion of society that just does not use critical analysis whatsoever, and social media takes complete advantage of that. I can give you many examples of seniors here in the United States, and this goes along with the topic, that absolutely believe everything that comes across their Facebook reel. And I'm talking personal relations where so many people are scammed. They believe everything because it was on their reel. So, Constantine, to your point, critical analysis.
I will add to that. All you've said, put fear on top of that, incredible fear right now, and you will get Russian people. They rather drink vodka because if you are sober, you start asking questions yourself, not anyone else. You start with yourself. You start asking questions. Why the hell? What's going on? Something's wrong. And right now, if you are in Russia and you walk out of your door, you see that a lot of things are wrong right away. And you start asking yourself questions, and you start answering, perhaps, and those answers are not, they're hurtful. You start feeling really bad. And it's much easier to grab a vodka and forget about another day.
I love
about
this
everything,
because this really means that vodka was the TikTok before TikTok. Before TikTok there was vodka. How to stop critical thinking? Just drink something or TikTok. Because in the end, all you have to say is just, "Oh, really?" That's where critical thinking begins. You just have to say, like this TikTok that says the Ukrainians are evil, to say, "Oh, really?" Like, people don't even ask that question. They just accept the information. And Konstantin, back to your point, I think it is very interesting to distinguish reporting and journalism and opinion. And yes, at its best, Dorscht and Medusa provide information, but there is very little assessment of the meaning of the information. And that's where, I guess, that's where we come in.
Well, you do the assessment. You start thinking about that. They give you food for thought, and that's how I find them. Okay.
I think we show people, hopefully, how to ask questions, how to wonder.
Yeah, and don't necessarily believe what we're saying. By all means, challenge us and critique what we're saying, and we will adapt what we think when better information comes along. I think that's
I
critical.
love when people challenge me, and after 3 live streams every week, I do usually 5. After 3 live streams, I turn the live stream chat on, at the second part of any live stream, and people ask me questions. And like, I saw one comment here. Someone said Konstantin, right before the start of the war, he was on a snow hill with his son, saying that Russia would never invade Ukraine. And that's that's true. That's absolutely true. I did that because I never thought. I thought that everyone was saying that Russia would attack Ukraine. It was crazy, because that would be shooting in the food of Russia in the first place, shooting in its own food. And then I don't mind uncomfortable questions. There is not one single question that I cannot answer, or at least try to answer. And if you can convince me that I'm wrong, present me facts, and then I believe it, I think about it, then, sometimes I make mistakes. I'm far from perfect. Everyone does. So, that'd be great if someone challenges. Just when they challenge, I like people present reasoning behind challenges, behind questions,
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
a lot of what we have to deal with is, listen, discourse is how we improve. Challenging is how we improve. The ability to say, I think I was wrong on that one, and this is the new information I now have. The ability to do that makes you a much more credible source. Unfortunately, we do not get a lot of analysis in the challenges. It's emotionalism driven by media that is already based. So it's a challenge to try to hone it down, hone it in, and help people learn, grow, and understand. There's a comment in my chat right now, and I'm a U.S. senior citizen, and I watch seven different sources of info in Russia, Ukraine daily, and I critical think my way to my beliefs. You find that the lies are pretty corny sounding. So Zenith Dawn, it's just an accurate statement there. You have to still use your noodle.
That's it. And I got to apologize here. There's some bots in the and trolls in the comments.
Hopefully they're the ones contributing to the fundraiser.
Well, I suspect not. I suspect not. But some of them are coming in from Jonathan's channel. It's always live streaming this, and I can't get rid of them because I don't have control over that. So hopefully we'll weed them out a little bit later. But we just ignore what they say because it's really of no particular value whatsoever.
Well, with trolls, yeah. What can we do? There are trolls out there. That's it. We just ignore them. I mean, you can't ban every troll.
I stopped taking them seriously.
It's really kind of a thing that people don't seem to take to heart. But if you're listening and watching this and you're seeing a troll, you don't like them, you can ban them yourself for yourself.
Yeah.
Take responsibility for your own chat.
Ever since getting annoyed at the very first troll comment, the one that really got for me was apparently it was a lady. I don't know if it was real or not. And she said, I've watched some of your stuff. She said, and honestly, someone with your teeth shouldn't be doing podcasts.
Makes two of us, Jonathan.
That's all right.
no
They're in my
worries.
chat right. They're in my chat right now, calling me a one-handed nut job. So my mods are taking care of it, and I sprung this on them. And so, really, thank you to all the moderators. Moderation is so important. I don't mind people coming in and giving different opinions or different comments, but if you go personal, then that's out of line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, on the other hand, that seems to be the pathway in the United States for social media stardom. You have to accuse, I don't know, a French president wife of being a man, and then you get, now that's the level to break through. Or this Candace Owen character, I think I'm almost interested enough to listen to her, because she sounds like she's coming up with the craziest stuff. And in the sphere that we live in now, crazy has like value of its own. Like the you get certain gold coins for being extra crazy. She said that Charlie Kirk came to her in a dream. That's some high level stuff there. I don't think we can compare.
No, and unfortunately, when the example is led by the top, and this is one of the things I'd love to hear your two guys take on this, actually, because this is what I try to share on my channel quite a bit. Whether it's the United States or even some other nations, there's often a response that is very, I'm hearing an echo now, but I'm good with it. There's often a response that's very emotional, derogatory, name calling. And I know that's what you're referring to there, Yuri, and it comes straight from the top and then it filters down through the media. I mean, whether you disagree with the governor of California or not, his name is still Governor Newsom. It's not Governor Newscum. And, there should be a sense of respect in leadership, even if you completely disagree 100%. And the Russians are masters of it. They're masters of communicating on these high levels and can look you in the face and say, I hate your guts. We're going to do everything to destroy you, and flatter you at the same time. And that it's a skill. And we've lost that, unfortunately, especially in the United States. It's just disrespect.
I don't know. Konstantin, up to you.
No, I'm what can I add? It's brilliant.
I find that I sometimes have a hard time communicating with people who live like in Russia or in Ukraine, because they are so political that their whole language consists of jargon, of different names for different things. And I'm like, what is going on here? Can somebody just name a thing? You're like, what's going on? So I think that exists in all language spaces where we have people who are like nerding out.
But they're not disrespectful.
That's true.
Typically, that's my point. And when you have a segment of society out there and they're listening, okay, well, but
I mean, are you saying I can't call Donald Trump an orange mammoth?
No, you can call him whatever you want. You're not the president of the United States trying to bring peace to the world.
So it's the power ratio that you're talking about.
I'm talking about a precedent is set by leadership in the world. And when that precedent, especially coming out of the United States, sets it as, we're going to be derogatory. If you don't believe like we believe, you're wrong and you're an idiot. And I'm right about everything. And let's go ahead and reelect me in 2028 and give me a Nobel Peace Prize while you're at it. If that's the rhetoric that you push, then you're going to have a negative response down the line, and it's hard to stop it. And then when you move that to international relations, we're not on the same playing field.
And now you've got Norway potentially dusting off its navy just in case the US investigates, because
Venezuela is in real trouble. I tell you what,
didn't get a Nobel Prize. Let's welcome Christine to the stage here. Thanks so much for dialing in from Kiev.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and hi everyone. Christine here from Kyiv.
Hi, Christine.
And I will take this opportunity to bow out because I have to go and recording an interview with the Channel 24 in English. So subscribe to Rashkin Report in English. And Jonathan, thank you to you for this fundraiser, for bringing everybody together. It was a great honor and pleasure to speak with everybody. And I look forward to seeing you in the future. Slava Ukraini.
It's a pleasure. Heroям слава.
Heroям слава.
And Yuri will exit the stage any moment now. Christine,
this is fun watching him find the end stream button.
Oh, he's gone.
It worked.
It's been a tough night, hasn't it? So we're not necessarily gonna. I mean, I don't know how tired or not tired you are, but it's been one of the biggest strikes, hasn't it, of recent times? Just last night. What's the mood?
Still the same, I guess. Still the same. For those who don't know, well, probably nobody knows, but we've been sleeping in the hallway for quite a while now, and so we are used to nights like that. And actually, like, I just closed the door at night when it got too loud, and my son was able to sleep through all of it because we have like a fan, a air humidifier purifier that makes this like white noise, and so yeah, that's how we typically can sleep through most of it. Yeah, today was a loud night, and so I mostly can tell you before I read the news whether those were just drones or drones and missiles, based on the sounds that I hear. Whenever there are drones, they mostly come to Kyiv through the north where we live, and we live pretty up high, so we welcome all those shaheds here in Kyiv. So it's typical that it's loud here, but we just learn to live with it, to adjust to it, and to this way we can still live our normal lives. Yeah.
And that's one of the curious dissonances, isn't it? During the day you can go and have a hipster cafe and a nice coffee and a meal, and people go to their jobs, and that's that weird juxtaposition between actually normality in many respects and 21st century normality, and then this absurdity that's kind of going on, this horrific kind of absurdity. Even mobile phones. Now, I don't know if it was, I don't think it was you. I think it was Elena Trego posted recently that she'd been at a conference speaking to some like security experts, people who are living and breathing and watching the war, but they never actually used the air raid app. And they weren't quite sort of really appreciating this distance between 21st century technology and convenience and the madness of what you're seeing here, which is something which is similar to, say, the London Blitz. This weird conjunction of modernity and say primitive brutality.
Yeah, we mostly don't have the air raid alerts, like the app on. I have a notification, but it's like without any sound because it's just too much, and again, they will be too disturbing, especially during the night. So that's how we maintain our sanity, so to speak. And when there are these attacks, so there are a couple of things that I always think. Yeah, so of course I always think, please, I don't know, whatever powers there are, protect us, and hopefully this will not land on us, on our heads, and we'll just keep sleeping. But at the same time, I think that it will not land on us, but it's coming for someone, and it's a very tough thing to face, to deal with, because you don't want it to fall on you, but you know that it will hurt eventually, most likely someone, a family just like mine, just it's in some other part of Kyiv. So this is not easy to handle. But on the other hand, we just have to also remember that Russians want us like depressed, they want us feeling miserable, and so we cannot give it to them. We cannot succumb to despair and all of that, and we just have to do what we can do to support the army, to keep working, support the army, and hopefully help finish this war. And this is why I'm here today, right? Because I think it's important to support this initiative and help our defenders, help us, protect us, shield us. That's our duty.
I am Russian. I'm not in Russia. I left after the start of the war, and I don't really know what to say. It really makes me cry. Please forgive us.
I don't hate all Russians. Maybe some people say that they do, some Ukrainians do, but I also know some really genuinely good people who come from Russia. Some of them, like many of them, raise funds for the army, for our army now. Some of them wholeheartedly hope that this regime will fall and Russia will change. So I try not to judge. I follow. I sort of followed your work and I know what you're about. So thank you for saying this, and it matters, and it's very important for us to know
Thank
that
you.
people still
Thank
care about
you.
us.
I want you to know, when I came to Tashkent, it was very difficult because basically my country chewed me up and spat me out. And I started getting Russians together, and for a few months, for 3 or 4 months, we were just organizing a support group for people like me in my shoes. But then I felt that that's not enough, and I started reaching out to Ukrainians living in Tashkent, and I started inviting them to our group, and many refused, obviously, but some came, and my goal is to get Ukrainians and Russians on one table so they can break bread and somehow make amends.
You know, so what I think about all of this, history tells us that we can like, I don't know, come to some kind of a reconciliation after generations, right? After enough time passes. But the first step would have to be what you just did. You apologized, right? I feel like many Russians, they do not realize. And until they realize, until they accept, until they repent, I don't think we can reconcile. But I hope it will come eventually. And of course, there are people who suffered more in this war than I did, right? There are people who lost their loved ones. I'm lucky I haven't. My husband, he's been called up. He's serving, but he's in Kyiv and he's not in the trench. I lost some friends. He lost many people in his brigade, but we haven't lost any family member. And so this is someone who hasn't lost a family member saying this. And I suspect that other Ukrainians who have suffered more might be of a different opinion.
This is what I
Jonathan,
stand
Fink,
on.
Yes, great.
I think that they have to take responsibility first, realize what's been done, take responsibility and repent.
Jonathan, we just witnessed something beautiful, man. And I hope that people that are watching this live stream and we'll see it later on replays. I've been since 94 working in Russia and Ukraine. And I know the sentiment on the front lines with soldiers and people that have lost people. And I've lost many, many, many friends. So just a powerful example there. So thank you, Christine, and thank you, Constantine. That was human. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this is not very upbeat. Maybe that was not how the stream was meant to go. But yeah, that's the situation on the ground, and that just, I don't know. I'm just trying to keep things real, and yeah.
Situation stopped being upbeat on February 24th, 2022. That was the end of all upbeatment, for, I don't know for how many long now. How much longer?
But I just mean, like to cope with all of this, we still have to find something to be happy about and something to appreciate. Otherwise, it's just too easy to go down this hole of despair, back to the same thing. And this is why you see Ukrainians smiling a lot, laughing a lot, right? Enjoying their lives, because that's just what you have to do. And humor is a big part of this, making jokes, even about the war. That's just how we cope. That's how we are able to function.
That's it. And there are. I mean, I saw this interesting video. There was Mark Fagan actually on Ostrov Zmini. We actually took a trip to Snake Island, and I think that's interesting. To take that information, to take sort of that version of the truth, but to package it up in really quite an effective way so that you can actually get people to listen to it and pay attention. I think that's quite an art, and we need to use that. Now, not everyone watches Mr. Nevzorov, and he's extremely contentious in many quarters. but he is injecting a certain, useful piece of information sometimes into an audience that, if you weren't doing that, they could be susceptible to Russian, propaganda. I think Parnikov does the same, and this is how he describes it. He says, "Look, it's not for everyone. I don't expect many Ukrainians to tune in, because that's not, and I don't even really expect ethnic Russians necessarily to tune in. But there's whole space of the ex-Soviet space of Russian speakers that, if you don't talk to them, then there's a vacuum there. They're potentially going to fall prey to propaganda materials in Russian language produced by the enemy. So you have to kind of take them on, and you have to fill that space."
Yeah, that's kind of reminiscent of books by Peter Pomerantsev, right?
Yeah.
And what he did, what his main character did in the most recent book. I don't recall the title of the book, but like I read both of
They're
those
great books.
three. Yeah. So it's useful, and in this war, despite all of the technologies involved, right, we can still say that human potential, the people, are still the key resource, and both for Ukrainians and Russians. Of course, Russians have more people, and they are able to pay more to incentivize Russians joining the army, which we are not able to do. And we use technology to somehow compensate for that, but still, people are the biggest asset. And if we can, I don't know, sway the opinion of some part of the population, I think it's worth trying.
Absolutely.
And like working with the minds, right? Working with the minds of people, minds and maybe hearts.
And then there's winter coming up. I mean, this is.
I apologize, Jonathan. Friends, it's becoming too difficult. I've been to Kyiv many times. I spent almost a year in Odessa, Kharkov, and Zaporizhia. I can't imagine. I'm sorry. I'm becoming too emotional. I gotta bow out. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Well, you've been here for much longer than I could have hoped for. And
I was expecting to be alone here. I don't know what has happened. Why there's such a crowd here?
This is it.
Yeah, but thank you.
The whole stream's turned into something of a group dynamic. So we'll go with it. But yeah, Konstantin, you've been with us for almost 2 hours.
Konstantin, thank you, brother.
Thank you so much.
I think we need people who can be bridges, and maybe you're one of those people. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. And we've got a new guest. Do you want to introduce yourself and say a couple of words? Both of you. Actually, Christine, you haven't had a proper introduction either. If you could both sort of say a couple of words about yourself for the audience that may not necessarily be aware of your work.
Well, I'm not sure what to tell about myself. I'm an accidental entrepreneur, and then an accidental and unwilling volunteer and fundraiser. I started as just like informing people on LinkedIn about what was happening in Ukraine, and then it turned into fundraisers because I was asked for help by our defenders, and so that's what I've been doing ever since.
And you're a strong voice on key platforms as well, such as LinkedIn and so on. So I think it's super important to be active in the English language space as well, which isn't necessarily, it's not the X, it's not places, but it reaches a significant set of potentially thoughtful people if they're not totally disengaged.
Well, yeah, I find LinkedIn a very powerful platform. I don't have time for more platforms because I have a full-time job and a family, and like everyone else, so it's not easy. I don't have a team helping me with all of this, and so I only do LinkedIn. But I would say that it's very impactful, and the people there, the audience, is smart, educated, and those are for the large part decision makers. Right, and so this is why I feel like it's important to appeal to them and to explain what's happening. And I had some really great feedback from those people.
Fantastic. Now, what about Renegade Chungus? Say a couple of words about yourself.
Hello. I'm Renegade Chungus. I run a small community YouTube channel. We fundraise for Ukrainian soldiers. I've been a part of 2 Car for Ukraine fundraisers, Easter Pasanki, Summer Sunshine Campaign. I do a little on-the-ground independent journalism from Sacramento from the Ukrainian perspective. I have a lot of friends there with the Sunflower Society, and we network aid. I had a few Ukrainian friends before the war, but nothing to the point of being like, something to say I was part of their community at the time. But I've interjected myself and been adopted by the community here in Northern California. I think the really trigger for me to get into it was the full-scale invasion, of course. I knew about the invasion of the Donbass, but I didn't pay close attention to it. What really caught my eye was the level of brutality coming from the Russian Federation at the beginning of the war. I remember seeing an unguided rocket hit an apartment complex and children crying, and that was it. I was all in. It was a life-changing experience for me. I've dedicated my life to help the Ukrainian people. We covered numerous topics on my YouTube channel, anything from domestic issues. Right now, we're covering the ICE riots or ICE protests, and also immigration issues that happen in the United States on my channel. And I'm not some super philosophic or I'm just a normal guy. So what we do is we go on an adventure ourselves on the channel, learn together, try to educate each other, and support each other, support soldiers on the way, down to the individual soldiers sometimes, depending on the personal relationship and whatnot.
Fantastic. Well, we'll touch upon some US issues in a minute, but I think stick with Ukraine at the moment. I mean, we're coming up to the winter, and last winter I think was surprisingly resilient, as it were, and possibly because with air defense, Russia just couldn't. Well, they did break through. They did destroy some thermal plants, etc. But the light stayed on, and the heating generally stayed on, not in all areas, but in the key cities. It feels like you may be gearing up for a tough winter here, but this time it seems Ukraine has the ability to strike back as well. So what are your feelings going into winter, and your thoughts of Ukraine's capability to punch Russia back?
I'm not sure
That's for you,
Christine. That's for you. Sorry.
Yeah. So I think we are much better prepared this time around, and nothing helps to get through the cold of winter, like the news of Russian refineries on fire. That warms your heart and soul and body, like nothing else. And so I hope that this continues. I also hope that instead of drones, because predominantly those are drone attacks so far, that we will finally see more flamingos in action. Yeah, we had some strikes now confirmed. They were used flamingos combined with Neptunes, I believe, and it turns out that was back in August, as our president said. And so I just hope we'll see more of that, because the payload is like considerably higher, and that means damages that will be much harder to recover from for the Russian energy sector. And so we want to see more of it. It's really brightens up the mood when you wake up to the news about another hit on a refinery. What can I say? Schadenfreude, yes, is a predominant feeling these days. But yeah, that's just how it is. It's a payback, and we are finally able to give back in kind. And I think it's very important that we have our own weapons. This is something we were supposed to be focusing from the very start. I think we don't have any restrictions on the use of our own weapons, and nobody can tell us that we shouldn't strike this or that, right? And so that's an extremely important development, a crucial development.
That was a key thing we talked about earlier, which is in previous years, one gets the impression that whether it was sort of Biden's team or whether it was people in Berlin or whatever, it's like, now hang on a second, talking to Zelensky and Yermak, you can't do that, or maybe don't do that, because then you're closing the door to negotiations, etc. I think those delusions about the potential for negotiations have kind of disappeared, and any thought of trying to restrict Ukraine from doing what it needs to do, that's in some ways, we talked about war fatigue, and actually, this is playing in Ukraine's favor because it's like everyone's so sick of Putin, and they realize that he's not going to stop for anything. There's nothing we can offer him to persuade him to stop, even, promising chunks of Ukrainian land. I think most people now realize that that's not going to work, even though they've been laboring under that delusion for many years that, yeah, just give him Crimea, just give him Donbass, and he'll go away and leave us all alone.
I think he'll have more people for the next time, for the next round. Yeah,
I think we finally figured out that that's not going to work. And even, Trump and certain figures around him have kind of clocked that that's not going to work.
Jonathan,
as well. We have Nick has joined us. Nick, hi.
Let me answer that.
Greg, please.
Well, no, go ahead, Nick. Welcome. And I just want to answer Jonathan's questions while it's hot, because the question was double-sided. And Christine talked about Christine, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Christine talked about the great things we're doing affecting Russia, which needs to continue every day and will. Okay. But the reality is, additionally, it's going to be tough for Ukraine as well. And I love to go at the winter time and it's the hardest times. These Shaheeds, some of these third generation Shaheeds now, they're now running with independent antenna systems and multi-layer camera systems. They're adapting. Now, at the same time, Ukraine is adapting. And we can see over the last week to 2 weeks that, sure, they'll hit anything, any target. It's irrelevant to them. But we have seen an uptick on the focused strikes on thermal power plants, gas lines, gas facilities, electrical producing stations, substations. And I mean, so we need to call the facts the way they are. And Ukraine is getting them up and running quickly. I mean, Kyiv last night, a massive strike, and they're getting it repaired quickly. And Ukraine needs, this is where air defense and drones and stability comes in to allow time to repair. Once again, this is where you come down to the geography of Russia. It's so big. And I think that's why President Zelensky a couple of days ago says, okay, you're going to black us out or attempt to black us out, then we will also black out Kursk and Belgorod. So which Ukraine can black out Kursk and Belgorod without a question. No question. If we can strike refineries at 1,500 kilometers, I promise you we can black out Kursk. It's just, it's right across the border. So it's going to be interesting to see how the repair process, the air defense, the protection, so that Ukraine has the ability and time to keep their critical infrastructure running. And that's what we have to watch.
Well, I think I looked into the energy situation in Ukraine, and repairs have been mostly done.
Yeah,
from the
amazing.
previous damage. And also the nuclear power reactor, the last one that was just like under repairs, that is coming back online. And so without hits, we could actually even export some energy. But of course, we don't know what's coming. And what is also peculiar about these most recent strikes is that Russia is now targeting a railroad, right? And
that's a big one. Good call right there.
Locomotives. So trying to take out our logistics, apparently. And so we needed to come up with a system of probably detecting threats and maybe notifying the train drivers of the danger, so that there has to be some kind of a system, and of course protection, air defense for the railway now, because that's a new target, a new tendency that we can see, and also some manufacturing facilities. I remember like foodstuffs. I think hummus factory has been, many have said that it's like their favorite hummus, and so so they are targeting the railway, so the logistics, the energy, and probably just also trying to inflict economic damage by hitting those production sites.
And then you tandem more. Great point on the locomotives there, or the engines, whether it's electrical or diesel. Additionally, then what So so people out there watching understand, then what Russia does is they double down on that. So it was like, I think yesterday or the day before, the narrative started spreading through social networks that, Kiev, Chernigiv, Sumy lines are down, Ukrosnista, it's over, no passenger trains are going, it's all closed. And, and they had to come back and say, okay, that's not true. We've got some issues. We've fixed them quickly. Trains are running. So they take advantage of everything to sow fear. And that's what we also stand against and fight against.
Yeah, well, but we are better prepared, and even mentally, we are much better prepared for all of this. Like we were told that we should expect a tough winter, and like several days ago, my kid went and charged all of our lamps, all of our lights, power banks, everything, because like winter is coming. If he is like 12 and he knows what to expect from Russians and from this winter, we just have to prepare, and mentally, especially, we have to be more resilient. And yeah, if it takes a rough winter, if it takes several cold, even weeks, and blackouts, to withstand, to endure, so we can then win, I think it's worth it. And so we are prepared, and we can get through it. And there are people. We should also remember that our defenders, they're not complaining, right? Their conditions are much tougher than ours, and they are there, and they can say, "Oh, it got too dangerous here. I better move to a safer region, a safer city, or maybe abroad." They can't do it. They don't have the luxury, and so we don't have the luxury to relax and to complain too much, and we have to toughen up.
And it's cold, and of course it's cold now as well, and getting colder, and month on end. That wrecks people's health. It's not just on the mental nerves. It's physically is going to take its toll. Let's ask Nick to introduce himself, because we haven't interacted before, and I'd love to know a bit more about what you do, and welcome you to the stream.
Thank you so much for coming. I'm delighted for inviting me, and delighted to be here, and delighted to see faces I know. So this is wonderful. My name is Nick Suter. I am the host and executive producer of In Time. It is In Time, not On Time. But we are a news and educational channel. We cover Ukraine a lot. Recently, unfortunately, we've been stuck covering the U.S. a lot, because as a news channel, and what's been going on in the United States is trying to convince people that what's going on in Ukraine affects the rest of the world is very difficult, as I think everybody on this panel knows. If Putin is not going to stop at Ukraine. He has made that crystal clear. He wants to reconstitute all of the former Soviet satellite republics. He is, as far as I can tell, and this analogy gets so overused, it's almost meaningless, but he's essentially the next Hitler. And at least if he's allowed to continue. So convincing people of that is difficult, but then you get what's happening in the US, which affects Ukraine dramatically. What Trump's mood has a great impact on what support the US is going to get, what support the EU is going to get, and how Trump is going to either help or undermine those activities. So we've been focused recently more on the US because of how concerning what's going on over there is. But that's it. We're a news and educational channel. In Time Show, youtube.com/In Time Show. And we also have Commander Lance McMillan on for downtime. Usually it's just like a fireside chat. We just is swearing okay? Well, I have to avoid. Oh God, Mr.
I'm leaving at the top of the hour. It's my son's senior day for football, so that's why I've got my football shirt on and I'm ready to have the festivities.
I put this in the live chat. I'm not sure if you noticed this, but you were asking for a challenge, and so I challenge you to count to 180.
Count to 180 backwards.
Without exceeding it. Yeah. So at any rate, oh dear, now I've forgotten what the occasion was to swear, but Oh yeah, we have a Commander Lance McMillan staged the Iraq War out of CENTCOM for the 5th Fleet. Speaking of CENTCOM, CENTCOM is in Qatar. The U.S. has made its first ever deal with another country for that country to have a foreign air base in the United States. It looks like Qatar is going to be having an air base in, I think it's Idaho. That is very concerning for a number of reasons, not any of the reasons I've seen on Twitter. Everyone's like, oh my God, another 9/11. Qatar had nothing to do with 9/11. They wouldn't go near 9/11 with a 10-foot pole. I'm not concerned about that. I have other concerns. Having said all that, that's Commander Lance McMillan. We do that every Thursday. And Tuesday, we usually do sort of a rundown of the news, and we do breaking news. And we're very proud of the breaking news we do. We work with social media. When oh dear Lord, my brain is still in neutral. When what's his name invaded Russia, the mercenary group.
But hold on.
Well, Wagner. Prigozhin, thank you. We had been covering that for 4 hours before mainstream media. And, we'd get people in saying this isn't real. We're like, no, here are the pictures. This is where he is. We got him. And, so that's what we do. And we're very proud of that. So check us out on In Time Show or In Time Show Official on YouTube.
And I think there's been quite a few comments, people asking, like, can you share all the details of all the people who've been on and the channels and so on? So what we'll probably do is we'll pull a whole list together of everyone who's appeared, their channels, their comms, where they post, so you can get more information, follow them, and so on. We'll pop that on the channel tomorrow when I've had a chance
Jonathan,
to sort of pull that all together.
Me go ahead.
Let
me probably go ahead and take this, because in 2 minutes I do have to leave for the game festivities. My son is a senior, and it's dad can't miss this one. So I want to thank everybody from on my channel, all of your channels. Christine, it's nice to meet you. I know everybody else. Renegade, bless you, bro. And Nick, count to 360. Good luck. JP, Jonathan Fink, I love you. JP, I tolerate. And but this was great, and I'll be listening as you go forward. And you guys out there, make sure the link is here in the bottom, that we support Cars for Ukraine in this campaign for the Autumn Harvest Silicon Curtain. And we thank all of you. So if you're on my channel, I need to kick it off because I've got to switch this over. So please go over to Silicon Curtain or End Time Independent News. We are not live. Okay, so please go to Silicon Curtain. So how can I refer that to Silicon Curtain?
Yeah.
I'll figure that out. So anyway, thank you, everybody. I'm going to try to now push you over there.
It's still streaming on JP's channel, but it's on mine.
And it's on ATP Geopolitics. There were some memberships, F-Oink, Adam Rounds, Papa Dutch is in the chat. Picture says 1,000 words is not true. Papa Dutch, Petra Olson, Swedish Non-Smoking Initiative, caring for Ukraine. Dunk on you. Thanks to the mods. F-Oink, he's in here dropping TikTok Gorlika. And Pete Watson, Australian 20, said on JP, Slavo-Ukrainian pro-activists soon be there in Ukraine to do my job. Good for you, Pete Watson. Thank you for that. And Dutchy for a ticket in the new train. Thank all of you guys. And I'll see what I can do now to push you guys over to Silicon Curtain. So thank you.
Well, that's fabulous. Greg, thank you for everything you do. And
my pleasure. Thank all of you. Thank all of you. Christine, nice to meet you. I'll be in Kyiv in a couple of months and look you up.
Sure.
We'll see you soon, Greg. Love you.
All right. Thank you, brother. I'm going to hang out while I try to flip this over somehow. Okay.
We'll watch you while you try to find the button, the exit button.
This is like looking at Yuri Rashkin trying to end the stream. So I'm gonna figure it out.
How do I get out of here?
Since Greg brought this up, I did want to point something out, which is to switch to we'll go back, but just to highlight the fundraiser for a minute. So yeah, we're not streaming this on In Time. The reason is In Time doesn't normally do fundraisers where we stick to education and politics and stuff like that for a number of reasons. I personally, on the other hand, will go on to only the ones that I really support, and I'll happily do those. And one of the reasons I'm coming on here, I had heard a story of how difficult it was for one of the units to try to get confirmed to be able to get a car from Ukraine, because they were vetting to make sure that everything was going to the right place. And when I donate to a charity, I always check what percentage is actually going to where it's supposed to go. How much are they vetting the people they're working with? And in this particular case, the unit needed a car that had some of the armor removed. And the reason was because they needed speed, not the armor. And Car for Ukraine actually made those changes, and they add gun mounts, and they do whatever each individual unit needs. So I don't often do fundraisers. Again, In Time doesn't as an organization. I personally don't often do it, and this one was one I was delighted to do because I can't count. I thought I was going to be on for a whole hour. It looks like everybody's just thought, so this is great. I'm going to be on. I'm going to have we're all going to have a great time. But I just thought that this was a really good organization that is clearly, they vet the units. They make sure they don't. It's got to be a challenge. You want to get the cars and you want to get everything over there as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
But the reality is sometimes you have to slow down to make sure that you're doing it right, and to make sure that because if you get the wrong car to the wrong place, it doesn't help. And it's amazing. Most of us are sitting there going, don't they need tanks? Don't they need everybody who's heard and talked about Ukraine understands why we're talking cars and not tanks and not. But having said that, cars is really what they need. So this is a great place for donating and helping out, where it's going to be a help between that and Doctors Without Borders, organizations like that. So I was delighted to be invited. So thank you.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on here, and I'm hoping that all the new faces that we meet here, and I can interact with, and then other people can interact with each other. I think there's going to be quite a bit of that afterwards. So people starting to get each other on their channels and stuff. So it's got a great network effect as well, and that's what I felt, Christine, when I was in January in Kiev. It kind of reminded me a little bit about Silicon Valley and when I worked there, which is this sense that people who are actually in action, people who are actually trying to get stuff done, there's this hyper networking thing, and people exchanging details and trying to cutting the nonsense, cutting the sort of the games, and just trying to figure out, well, okay, is this useful? Is this person useful? And how can we just get to the action as quick as possible?
There's actually there's sort of like a very tight community now, like of volunteers. So quite often I meet someone new, and we have like 10 people that we know in common. We don't know each other, but we know many other people, especially when it comes to foreigners. So I feel like it's a very tight community, and everyone knows each other. Like there was an event by John Sweeney last weekend that I attended, and there were many people that I knew there, and there were some new faces, but still, like, we are all connected, and it helps to meet new people and to learn their stories, to learn their skill sets, and where they're from and everything, because then later on you might make connections, right? You're in a conversation with someone else, and it turns out that this person that you just met the other day is a perfect fit for whatever they need, whatever project they are starting in Ukraine. And so I find it very helpful, and that's what I'm trying to do also, to sort of build these bridges between people, between companies, foreigners and Ukrainians, and just to help us understand each other better.
Well, Greg was talking earlier about how I am getting a bit of an echo too myself. I don't know where that's coming. Well, there you go. Thank you. So Greg was talking earlier about how Russia was good at what I'm going to call propaganda. He was talking about how they can flatter while undercutting you at the same time, and it was a skill that we don't have. But propaganda, which is the antithesis of education. Education, the goal is to understand the world better so that we can affect positive change on it. Propaganda is the opposite. It's taking away people's ability to interact with their own world. And I think one of the best tools against propaganda is networks. It's knowing people that you trust who have common sense, who have an education, who have studied things, and you can say, hey, could you explain Ukraine to me a little bit? Could you explain this topic to me a little bit? Why is this happening in America? And it's somebody that you know and trust. And I think it's going to be sort of grassroots communities and organizations that are going to have the most impact on both fighting against Putin and Russia, and fighting against what certainly looks like a totalitarian regime rising in the United States.
Something important, I think that I would like to add that if someone is against Ukraine or not fully on board with helping Ukraine, it's like extremely helpful to have them come to Ukraine and visit the country. Most of the people who come here meet real people, see the situation for themselves. They're just converted, and it just happens pretty much instantaneously. So we have to get more people in Ukraine, and then have those people become our ambassadors, and bring this information back home and explain how it is, because they will be trusted. They are foreigners. They are not biased like me. Of course, what I will always say that everything is great in Ukraine and so on. I'm Ukrainian. I cannot be impartial, right? I'm biased by default, and so I won't be trusted as much as a foreigner who visited Ukraine, saw everything with his or her own eyes, and came back to report on what they've seen.
I had noticed that when Zelensky was in the White House and he invited Vance. And the thing is, I think what you just said is in fact so powerful. The reason Vance didn't want to go is because he knows once he goes, he can't defend his positions anymore. Once he goes and actually sees it, that's why Vance was so hostile to the idea of actually going to Ukraine. But that was the first thing Zelensky said. Have you been there? Do you want to come? And Lindsey Graham, who is well, I'm not going to get into my opinions on Lindsey Graham, but nonetheless, he wasn't that pro-Ukrainian until he went there, and he came back and go, bye, Greg, have a good one. So, finally, okay. Now I feel like I can. Okay, now that he's gone,
now you can relax. Now we got four.
Yeah, you're not getting rid of it, Nick. You're not getting rid of me, Nick. I'm like a tick on your back.
Here we go. So, yeah, no, I agree with you very, very strongly. I think for two reasons. One, in general, people don't understand what a war zone looks like, both the resiliency and the suffering without going there. And B, the Ukrainian people are more resilient. And this goes back a ways. If you actually look at history, the fiercest Soviet fighters, I mean, to the U.S., to everyone else, they were Soviet. To the Russians, they were Ukrainian. The Russians understood that they were drawing their best fighters out of Ukraine. There's a reason they had most of their nuclear weapons in Ukraine. And when Ukraine split off from, as the Soviet Union collapsed, it became the third largest nuclear power in the world. Ukraine has always had a resiliency and integrity that has you can see it through history. It's been recognized as Ukraine has struggled to be independent, and I think it's hard to see that and not want to be a part of it.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? And how many experts thought Ukraine would fall? So-called experts, of course, who had no experience of Ukraine whatsoever, but they may have more experience of Russia's military ecosystem, and they've imbibed all of those narratives and so on. And not intentionally sort of reproducing that, but essentially echoing either delusion or propaganda. Whereas people who'd actually trained with the Ukrainian army itself from the 2000s onwards had a very different view that no, they'll fight and they'll have a very good chance of not falling. It's a completely sort of different impression from the reality.
I
Yeah, it
think
reminds me of sorry, it reminds me
Yeah.
going back to a clip I saw of a little Russian lady who was absolutely berating some of the people online about the old Soviet Union and who the Ukrainian people were, and that the Russians didn't have the capability to make nails without the Ukrainians back in the Soviet Union days, and, and among other things of pleasing their women and whatnot in the conversation. She was very, very vulgar about it. I don't know what happened to her, but it was a very interesting conversation she was having.
Yeah, what I wanted to say that Ukrainians, we are just very peaceful, and it could be misleading. So we want, for the most part, to just be left alone, left to our own devices, so we can live the way we want. Some friends of mine say that we are a bit like Italians in this sense, that we like to enjoy life, enjoy food, just have a good life, but also take care of your home, right? And arrange everything and take care of everything around you. But if you try to bully us, if you try to conquer us, then we become fierce. Then we just don't tolerate it. Yeah. So we are peaceful until you poke us. And so some people were afraid of poking the Russian bear, but it's actually much more dangerous to poke Ukrainians, I would say.
Don't poke the Yanota or the.
They say like we have this community of like a sort of informal think tank, and they call themselves like honey. What is it? What's
Honey
the name?
badgers.
Honey badgers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ukrainians are like honey badgers.
I
Even if
do-
you're a lion, you would not want to go against a honey badger.
Well, and since they've been saying, since Russia invaded, that Russia is the second best army in Ukraine, and now Ukraine has, of course, taken some of Russia's land, making the Russians the second best army in Russia as well. It's really. I was going to say, and so I'll say it. It's got a context. I think everybody here is going to understand. It's a joy to watch. It's a joy to see Zelensky taking really a role that Winston Churchill defined. No, but there hadn't been a leader like Churchill before, and now all of a sudden we've got Zelensky. He is a once in a generation kind of leader, and you see him. He doesn't get rattled. He doesn't take it personally, but he doesn't stop. And he is relentless, but he is relentless with grace. And that is something that has served the Ukrainians unbelievably well, but is just something, it's not something, the leaders, I've worked in politics in the US. I was a part of the Obama campaign. I was very proud of Obama as a leader and very proud to work on that campaign. But Zelensky is something different entirely, and it's a genuine pleasure to watch how they respond to this obviously unbelievable crisis.
Well, I think in this case, to see the real depth of a person and to have their character like in a spotlight, highlighted, you have to see them face major challenges, and that's why you can see who Zelensky is, because he is facing this humongous challenge, right? That is extremely hard to overcome, and the tasks he has to handle every day, and the stress. Yeah, and that's why you can see how I don't know the depth of his character and the strength.
That was Martin Luther King Jr. said, the true measure of a man is not where he stands in times of comfort and security, but where he stands in times of trial and tribulation. And if you take a look, if you contrast that to our president in the United States, he only wants to be photographed. He only wants to be seen when he is at the highlight of opulence and comfort. right? You know, the White House is going to be gilded in gold, and Zelensky doesn't care. He's the suit and tie thing is a genuine issue. The reason it's an issue is because the U.S. is making it an issue, because we care about the pomp and circumstance. He cares about getting things done. He doesn't mind going up and talking on a microphone as bombs are going off around him. Trump will not go on air until the tint of orange is exactly, shade number 72 or whatever it is that he needs. And it's a stark contrast. And you can see why Zelensky is himself is in some ways so offensive to Trump. And Zelensky knows it, doesn't take it personally, and in fact plays into it and just plays right into the ego, plays right and knows what, and it's just it's a little, here I am fawning over somebody else's president. Can we borrow your president for a little while, please? Please, can we just
Literally.
our country is we need him. Once the war is over, Zelensky could come to the US, would really appreciate it.
To me, he's the closest thing to Captain Jean-Luc Picard in real life. I mean, the diplomacy level of him is just outrageously good. And it's such a freaking reminder. It's really nice to have a reminder that there's men like that in the world that are leaders. Especially being in the United States right now, seeing all the atrocities that are happening, seeing all the human rights violations, alligator Alcatraz being built in the middle of the Floridian swamp with people suffering, being mistreated out there. The lights are never shut off. You know, it costs $450 million to put that facility up. Now they actually were going to close it, but now there is a hold on the order to close it, which they are now going to receive another $609 million on top of that to build more. It's nice to be able to look overseas and say, hey, you know, there's still leaders out there that actually represent something good and aren't just all about money and fame and greed. And, you know, people like Zelensky, that man, you'll never see another man like that in your lifetime. They come once every other lifetime. And yeah, it's really nice to see it. I would love to borrow him here for a bit.
You know, if you ask Ukrainians, we can give you many, many reasons and many things that our president has done wrong. But I guess I won't be going into that here. But at the same time, if you remember the protests when there was this law that was supposed to restrict the independence of our anti-corruption organs, right? The protesters were very clear that this is not about Zelensky, that no one wants him out of the office, because we understand the limitations. We understand some maybe not like some weaknesses, but we also know that right now we have to be united, and we have to stand 100% behind our leader, behind the person who represents our country.
And history is messy, isn't it? I mean, history is terribly messy.
Absolutely,
we forget that Churchill made innumerable catastrophic errors of judgment, but that's almost inevitable. And some of those errors of judgment cost vast amounts in terms of human life. That's not to say that every one of his views was fantastic. You know, if you're in the Indian subcontinent, you're going to have a very different view of him and certain imperial perspectives, which he had. Again, you might not be able to see the positives because of those sort of, you know, negatives, and that's not to say you'd be completely wrong. But it's messy, and individuals are complex, and I think, you know, it's only going to be in the long perspective that people will be able to kind of judge the good from the bad in that sense.
Yeah, well, we just tend to see like only the best and people that we come to perceive as heroes, right? But we are all very complex beings, and we have the shadow side to us, and this has to be acknowledged, and it's normal. That's just how we are. We are not such simple beings.
Yeah.
Well, the human beings are messy. That's a friend of mine teaches psychology at Rutgers. That's his favorite expression, is human beings are messy. Martin Luther King Jr. Cheated on his wife and you know, had grown up, was a violent kid growing up as well. So but it's that also can empower us. Winston Churchill suffered from depression. which you're sitting there going, like, ostensibly he won World War II. He got a Pulitzer Prize for literature, not not a piece, but so the man could write as well. Suffered from depression, which he called the black dog. And that expression was so famous that it led to the founding of the Black Dog Institute in Australia, which is one of the leading institutes for research and treatment of depression. And so for people who see the world as either all good or all bad, you can sit there and say, look, Churchill drank a lot, made a lot of mistakes, and still had this hugely positive impact. Zelensky has made mistakes. Everybody makes. Greg Terry makes more mistakes than just about anybody I've ever met, and yet you can still like the man. If he's not watching, it's probably not nearly as funny anymore. I just, what can I say? I love to give him a hard time. It's one of my favorite. If I had realized Greg was on air, I would have joined a lot sooner. Anyways, no, I think that messiness, because we all have that in common, it's actually empowering. It's empowering because, and you had mentioned hope and joy and trying to find, and Ukrainians seem to do that best, or better at least, than Americans and many other countries. And I think it's because they've been through so much suffering that they've learned to, what was the oh God, it wasn't Hawthorne, suck on the marrow of life, to actually dig deep and find all of the joy that you can out of life, whether that's your children, your home, and your community. And I think that's easier to do when you recognize the light and the dark of all of those around you as well.
Yeah, very, very powerful.
If I may add here, just something that came to mind. When you think about people who go through the war, like the soldiers on the front lines, you would think that witnessing the war and the death every day, they would become maybe more cruel, and they would perceive death as something like normal. It would be normalized, right? But at the same time, you see them saving all those animals. You see them snuggling up to cats and dogs, because instead of perceiving life and life's loss and death as something normal, they appreciate the life much more for that reason. So it actually has an opposite effect on people, and they want to protect every single life, the smallest life, everything they can do. Just a tiny squirrel, a kitten, everything is suddenly more precious.
I have a friend. I have a testimony to that. A friend, one of my friends, personal friends that I met in Sacramento, was from Mariupol during the siege, and he was in Azovstal, and he was fighting the Russians 5 meters away. I mean, really close combat, no radio comms at all, surrounded at night, escaped, and he called it his second birthday. He spent 6 months in captivity with the Russians and was traded back and came to America. And you would think someone who had been through all that trauma and all that war, you would think a different person, but he was the nicest, most gentle man, with great humility, most humble, caring, handpicked me to be at his baby shower because he could tell I had a big heart too. Just a beautiful human. He actually had to go back. Our immigration system here failed him. Which is a bummer for the, it's a really shame we can't make room in the United States for a hero of that caliber. We need men like that here, which is a whole different topic to talk about. But the humility of him, his care for others. I mean, this man made his kid move so I could sit at his table, and he gets standing ovations everywhere he goes. The kid sat next to him, but he made room for me at his table. It was it was really beautiful moments like that. That make me think how war does affect people. I guess it could go either way though, but from my experience, what I've seen, it's changed people for the positive as well, as far as their character.
Somebody had asked Stephen, I want to talk about aliens, not illegal aliens, but aliens from outer space for a minute. So I know it sounds like I'm changing topics. I'm not. Someone had asked Stephen Hawking, why haven't we been visited by aliens? And he had said, well, first of all, if we it may be that they all obliterated themselves, or it may be that there's lots of life and they choose not to visit for any number of reasons, yada, yada, yada. But he had said this, which was, if they did visit, they'd probably want to conquer us and do all this other thing, because this is what the history is in the world of what happens to indigenous people when other people show up. And Stephen Hawking was a great physicist, but he was not an anthropologist. And I'm going to disagree with him on that very, very strongly. And here's why. The only reason we as a species have evolved to the dominant species on this planet is because of compassion. It's because of our ability to understand and put ourselves in other people's shoes. We also have aggression, which we absolutely needed in order to hunt, in order to maintain our own safety. But as we evolve, compassion becomes more and more important. Without it, as we gain the ability to destroy ourselves, to destroy our neighbors, to destroy everybody, if we don't have compassion as our ruling, and it's not, it can be a choice, but as sort of our ruling instinct, that it is a part of who we are, we will destroy ourselves. So I think any species that eventually develops the ability to travel through space and do all of these other things must necessarily have compassion for animals, for each other, must have seen enough suffering to say that is not what we want, and would not come invade Earth and conquer us and so on and so forth. But we are right now at an inflection point where we see people who lack compassion, people who think that the best way to rule is whoever has the biggest stick. And it's those of us who say we have to stand up to that. We have to stand up to that while maintaining our integrity. Well, I mean, the efforts being put into the positive treatments of prisoners of war, Russian prisoners, the Russian prisoners held by Ukraine, is a perfect example of what I mean when I say compassion, and what shows the entire world what we're fighting for. And we either understand that and get on board, or we lose that, in which case I don't know how we as a species continue to thrive.
And one of the challenges, I'll introduce our two fantastic people who've joined in just a second. We've got Zarina and Theo, but I'll quickly respond to that, and then I'll get them to say a little hi and introduce themselves. It seems to me one of the chief problems that we're dealing with here is that the Russian system, the Soviet system before it, and actually all authoritarians and populists, the mechanic they use is to, they play on the empathy people have for people who are like them and share the same values, but they try to other their enemies. They try to eliminate or reduce empathy for those they want to crush or destroy, or move away from the levers of power. And unfortunately, the Soviet Union is one of the most radical psychological machines for destroying human empathy and distrust that history has ever thrown up. And that's perhaps not realized as much as it should be. Let's turn to our two fantastic guests. We'll get them to introduce themselves, and then I'm going to have to take a little short break just because it's been quite a long time on the trot. But we'll have enough people, on the screen to have a robust discussion. I'll take a little 10 minutes out. Theo, you're here first. Say hi. Tell us a little bit about your project, your channel, who you are, your background, and then we'll get to Zarina, who I know a lot of people will recognize.
Hello, wonderful to be here. Thank you very much, John, for inviting me on. So my name's Theo Mullis. I'm a British journalist. I work in the UK and I work in Ukraine when I can get there. I'm a former London police officer, worked in human trafficking, and I resigned to start this project called Dictators v Democrats. And I track the global conflict between democracy and authoritarianism as it's growing and it's accelerating apace. So I have a Substack of the same name with weekly roundups, etc. And I run a podcast called Dictators v Democrats, Why We Fight, where I talk to those who are on the proverbial front lines of struggling for democracy. The latest episode is with Mr. Oleg Magaletsky of the Free Nations Oppose Russia Forum, but I've interviewed everybody from protester against Vucic's regime in Serbia up to General David Petraeus, who I was very, very lucky to get an interview with. That's me.
What was your name again? I'm sorry.
Theo Althorpe Mullis. I'll put it in the chat. It's got ridiculous spelling.
Zarena, welcome.
Well, hi, Jonathan. Hi, everyone. And my greetings to the audience. I'm always very grateful for people who take time from their busy life to stay with us and to be aware of what's happening in the world, and particularly in Ukraine. And thank you, Jonathan, for this heroic effort. I know there's a very noble goal, and I hope we can reach it. It's very needed. I'm talking to you from Ukraine. And as far as the horrible spelling of the names goes, I probably can win this contest. My name is Irina Zabriskie, and anybody who can say it right from the start go will get a prize. Truck probably. And I am actually not Ukrainian. My family roots were from Ukraine, but I am an American journalist, and I've been based in Ukraine since the start of the full-scale invasion, writing for Byline Times, which is a British newspaper. Excellent, by the way, I recommend. Euromaidan Press, that's a Ukrainian newspaper in English, and a number of other publications, including BBC News, my small Californian newspaper and whatnot. Basically, I'm trying to reach the global audience through any way, any means possible. And my last effort was filmmaking. And so I have recently completed a full feature documentary called Kherson Human Safari, because I've been based in Kherson for the last 2 years, and I continue to be based in Kherson. And as it turns out, I'm currently working at the second film, and there will be a trilogy. So that's pretty much about me.
Well, we're going to divert us around, particularly while we've got you for a few minutes. And I think it's something that everyone's going to want to pile in and actually ask questions about. But you're in Kherson. You actually helped to break this story about the human safari. And it's been very difficult to get narratives to kind of cut through into Western media. But, at the point we started to cover that, it really did break through and it grabbed some attention. It is, of course, horrific as well. It tells us a lot about the Russian war machine and how it operates and the extreme, I would say, sadistic brutality of it. But you're there in Kherson in what is incredibly dangerous circumstances, covering the human safari. So that's the background. But I'm sure everyone's going to have, some questions to ask. My one, before I duck out just for a few minutes and take a little break, is going to be, is it as intense now as it was? Is it getting worse? And who's left? What persuades somebody to stay in a city that is under so much appalling duress, especially when there was so much optimism when it was liberated?
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, I believe that people have these associations of this happy, liberated Chersonians, and later on, perhaps of the flood, when people were not as happy because they were flooded in a very horrible way. However, the war never stopped, as Jonathan knows, because we've been doing these interviews for quite a while. And as some of you might know, and some of you perhaps don't know, Kherson was the only regional capital occupied by the Russians, and the first large city occupied by the Russians, and it stayed occupied for 9 months and then was liberated without a major battle. The Russians retreated, and they retreated across the Dnieper River. And peculiarity of the situation is the Dnieper River in this region is only about 1 mile, about a kilometer, sometimes less wide in the space, meaning that the Russians are very, very close and they can reach the Ukrainian control territory with pretty much anything, including, but not limited to, artillery, tanks, MLRS, and lately drones. And we're not talking about large Shahid drones because those are targeting the whole country of Ukraine practically every night. We're talking about small commercially made FPV drones, first-person view drones. And these could be roughly broken into kamikaze drones that explode on impact after attacking a civilian or civilian car or any object on the ground. Or they could be most likely Mavic drones, and those drop grenades, explosives. It could be cluster munition, and besides, they do love dropping incendiary munition and set the whole blocks on fire. They also drop anti-infantry mines, so there's a lot of people being injured that way. Basically, there's attack from the skies. And the latest development this summer, because human safari as a phenomena really started to take shape last summer in July. And when Jonathan said I broke the story, that happened to me. It's a very doubtful honor of breaking a horrible story like this, but it just happened so that I was the only foreign journalist based in the city, and the local journalists believe that everybody must know about it because it's happening and it's so horrible and we know about it, and therefore everybody in the world should know it. While in reality, even people in nearby cities of Nikolaev and Odessa have never heard about it, and people didn't believe that it's possible. And it took quite a while to assure my editors that in fact, it's the reality. It was hard to produce good quality photos or videos of drones attacking you because that would be your last photo or video you ever took. But by now, there are so many of them that actually will have such videos and such photos. I have them. And this summer, Russians decided to try, and not just in Kherson region, what we call now a drone siege, trying to cut the only functional route from Kherson to the nearby city of Nikolaev to Ukrainian controlled territory by controlling the skies with drones. And by now, the drones and drone technology are so developed with fiber optics and various types of motherload drones carrying smaller drones and swarm of drones that they actually were almost getting there. But lucky for Kherson, the combination of measures such as anti-drone tunnels, electronic warfare devices, and other measures were able to stop the drone siege, luckily. And so I'm in Odessa in the moment for a conference, but tomorrow I'm driving back to Kherson, and it's quite a crazy journey because you go through a very strange looking tunnel. It's like a hallucination, basically. There are these wooden poles, and there are fishing nets spread all over, and there are a lot of birds being stuck in it because they're flying there and they perish. And then you just go at crazy speeds through this tunnel because the drone still can get underneath the net and attack you. And I will stop here. And I'm not sure about the format, if I'm supposed to keep talking or if anybody's going to ask any questions.
I don't think anyone would object to you still talking, but somebody just changed their settings about a minute ago, and there's an echo again. So I don't know who that was.
It seems like my mic is causing echo, but I just have to leave the space right now because it's almost bedtime for my kid here, and we should get in bed before new shaheeds come in. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you, Zarina, for your important work.
Did you want to remind everyone who you are and where people can find you?
My name is Christine Kharib, and I am mostly posting on LinkedIn. And Jonathan said that he will post details tomorrow how to find us and contact us. So I think I don't have to take the time to do this now. So thank you all for supporting Ukraine, for reporting on Ukraine, for being our voice in the world, and great spending sometimes with you here. And
Very nice
enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you.
Quiet night. Тихой ночи.
Добраніч.
Very much.
Zarina, you mentioned you had a small California newspaper. Could you tell us a little more about that?
I don't own it, or I don't run it, but I write for a local state newspaper in Fresno. Or I rather was based. I lived in San Francisco most of my life, and in California, there's a large town, I suppose, city called Fresno, and they have a community alliance newspaper. And about 2 years ago, they asked me to write monthly dispatches for them from different cities in Ukraine, which I have been doing. Unfortunately, now, due to the situation in the United States and funding cuts, they've switched my dispatches, which were going monthly for more than 2 years, now to every 3 or 4 months. They had to cut down significantly on their publication, not just me, not just Ukraine, which is a shame, really, because we were able to reach quite a lot of people in actually red California. There's such a strange thing because it's somewhat rural. There are a lot of farmers there. And so I was happy that I was able to reach these people and bring them the facts and the reporting from the ground. But I will still be reporting for them, but not as much.
Gotcha. Yeah, the reason I ask is I live I live a few hours north of Fresno in California, so I was very curious about that. I spent a lot of time in Sacramento in the area there, working with the Sunflower Society in Sacramento. So very cool. Thank you. I took the info down.
Right. Well, thank you. And nice to meet everyone. I'm catching up as I just joined the stream. Sorry, it's been a very busy day because I was at a Kherson conference, the development and recovery of Kherson region, which is held in Odessa for obvious reasons. It's way too dangerous. And we had a lot of foreign guests, United Nations and Red Cross and so forth. So it was a whole day conference, and it was a very strange feeling. I am actually in the process of editing a little video report, which I share on my social media, because on the one hand, there are these wonderful international organizations, optimistic, generous, sitting there and talking about how they are going to renovate and rebuild Kherson. And on the other hand, there are people from Kherson and people who live in Kherson like myself who know that at this very moment, the city is being destroyed. There are people being killed and there are bodies in the street and everything is on fire. And it's such, it's almost delusional in a way. It was a very jarring feeling, and I had to force myself to make sense of it and find the positive angle to it. So I spoke to a lot of people, and there was actually a good explanation. One ambassador for Khersonian region in Brussels explained that at some point there will be the end of the war, and we believe there will be Ukrainian victory. And at this point, there will be a need to build back and to recover. And European entrepreneurs are so slow that they need time for the concepts to be introduced to them. And so doing it now is actually wise, which made sense when he put it this way. But before he phrased it this way, I couldn't get my head around it. So it was a rough day in a way. But getting back to Kherson, yeah, I left about 4 or 5 days ago because I was invited to speak in Lviv at the Ukrainian media conference. And so, of course, we always say that Lviv is a safe place, but at the time when I was there was a massive attack, a horrific attack on Lviv. So I was just living when it was happening. So there's really no safe place. I've been in Odessa for the last 4 days, and every night we have shahid attacks, and parts of city gets on fire, and in the morning there are number of areas in Odessa that are cut off from power or gas or whatever. But that cannot be compared to Kherson, which is really hard to put in words or describe just as is. Because as one young woman told me in an interview today, life there is not normal, it's not life. And we might not live to see tomorrow. Attacks are every hour, and they are, as I mentioned before, from all kind of weapons. Small drones being probably the worst, because when you leave the house, you have to look up to watch out for the drone. You have to look down so you don't step on the mine. You have to look left and right, because the cars driving by are afraid of drones and driving like maniacs. And there's a lot of accidents, traffic accidents. And when this happens and the police arrives, the Russian drones arrive too, and they target the police. So yesterday, there was 2, I believe, policemen, traffic police, killed or rather injured heavily by such drones during an accident. One person was killed, a civilian, a maintenance worker working on the water pipes, the previously damaged by artillery. And it's just this vicious circle which never stops. And of course, I didn't forget, but I have not yet mentioned CABs, which are guided aerial bombs, and they differ in size, but they are big. And when they are dropped, everything around shakes, windows breaks. Even if the bomb didn't hit your building, the glass will break. So by now, practically no one has glass in their windows. And Kherson is called the city of wooden windows. We have plywood. I have plywood. My neighbors have plywood. You get used to it in certain ways. You think you're more protected, because if that is being broken, that it's a little bit better than glass, but it is not so, because the parts of plywood are also flying just as shrapnel into the room. And just like everybody else, I had my apartment being damaged by shrapnel flying into the walls and being stuck on the walls. And it just on and on and on. When you tell the story like this, it sounds surreal and like it can't be. And as Jonathan was asking before he left, how is it possible that people are still living under such conditions? Well, there are many reasons, from logistics. People don't have enough money to move, or they have sick relatives and it's impossible to transport them or move them, or they have animals, and Ukrainians are very dedicated to their dogs, cats, and also goats and cows, and they will not be moving any of those, and they're staying there with their animals. One old lady at the most dangerous region called Island. It is an island, and the bridge is broken, so you drive there with this huge hole around it with the drones chasing you, and she refuses to leave, and the reason was the pigeons. She feeds the pigeons on the island. It doesn't want to leave them. And of course, a lot of it is just justification. The reason being, it's really their home. It's all that they have. It's all that they know. And they are reluctant to abandon what they have. So it's resistance in many ways. But what I also want to focus on and mention, and that's a big part of my film, and it's a big part of my second film, that despite all these horrors, people are somehow managing not to be miserable and not to stay depressed. There is this rich cultural life, which is, also hard to believe. There are theater shows and premieres in basements, in the bomb shelters. There are poetry readings. There's a new restaurant that opened just during the attempt to establish the drone siege. There was a new restaurant serving Khersonian dishes, Kherson cuisine. Very proud, you know. Their little cafes, they love their coffee. So little cafes pop up here and there all the time with like funny, gimmicky decor. And Kherson is a very athletic city. So they have everything from dance studios and yoga studios to boxing rings, all of them somewhat in secret. You know, you have to know where you're going. Like to go to the theater, you will not be seeing a poster and decided, oh, here you go online. I'm going to a theater this Sunday. You will be on the list of theater goers, and people would know you, and you will receive this private invitation. And then that's because if the Russians know that there are gatherings of people for any certain reason, they will target this gathering. So it's very, very dangerous. And obviously, you know, I've been there for so long and I love the city so much. And I can be going on for a long time, but I'll open it up for questions again.
I saw Theo had a question earlier. I wanted to make sure that, there we go.
I'm just wondering, as a journalist myself, how do you operate as a journalist under such circumstances? And do you find that press badges, etc., are basically impossible to wear?
It's a great question. It's a bit of a dilemma because by rules, by the Ministry of Defense accreditation rules, we are supposed to be wearing not just the press badges, but the helmets and the bulletproof vests with press indicated on them. Also, it's not just the requirement, but also there is a shrapnel flying next to you. This bulletproof vest will come handy. On the other hand, the Russian drone pilots will be delighted to see you wearing that. You will be like Target store in the States, you know, here, shoot here. So you kind of like you decide if you go in if you have a permit, you know, you have to have permit for pretty much anywhere you go, special permit. So if I have permit to go work by the river, which is the most dangerous spot, close to Antonievsky Bridge, for example, and it's very, very hard to get the permit to go there because they don't want you to be killed. So it's, you know, difficult. But if you go in there, you will be wearing the jacket, you know, otherwise, you know, it's just suicidal. But then you will be covering it with some jackets so they don't see what you're wearing. And you certainly don't want to walk around saying press all over you. 2 years ago, when we just started to work in Kherson and human safari wasn't the case, we would do that and it worked very well. In fact, when people see you wearing this press sign, many of them want to come and talk to you. So that was an advantage, but now it is not. So it's it's difficult. I definitely wear a very small one that the Russians cannot see, but the Ukrainians can see, because when I film, I need to very quickly show them that I'm accredited and have a full right to do that, because the paranoia there, as you can imagine, is really high. So pretty much everyone is trying to catch you. But I don't have this problem anymore because it's not a very big city, especially in the center. There are not so many people. And after I made this film and interviewed with all the local press, people know me as like, it's Zarina, you know, whatever, like she's okay. So, but I spent 2 years to get to this point. And when our colleagues are arriving, that is a problem.
And why do you think the press badge is such a target for the Russians?
Why is Ukraine target for Russia? I mean, in my experience, and I've been, even before I became a war correspondent here in Ukraine, for 10 years, I've been writing about the Russian propaganda, hybrid warfare, their intentions, and so forth. So I know them well. I also was born in the Soviet Union, and part of my life was spent there. So I know the subject quite well. So my suggestion, do not ever ask why Russians do this or that. Do not try to apply rationale logic to Russians. it's deception. They look like you do. They are not. They don't have this logic. Now, I mean, of course, there are some exceptions. I'm generalizing, but what we have now is the state policy. It's lunacy. You do not analyze it. I mean, and also they're terrorists. So they want everybody to be afraid of them, and they want the press to shut up and leave. And they are succeeding because not as many people come, not as many journalists. Journalists, we're not people. Not as many journalists come to Kherson as they to other areas. It's frightful.
Let me, Theo, if you have a question, because you're newer here, so I want to make sure if you have any more questions, you go first.
Go ahead.
Well, so I wanted to ask you, because your organization, I think if I recall, you had said you sort of track the rise of dictatorships versus democracies, and between Viktor Orban, between what we've been seeing in Venezuela, between what we've been seeing with Russia expansion, and Donald Trump, who I think, I'm in the U.S., so on some level you have to be a little careful because people think you're politicizing it. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Well, it's just, you can just check off the cult of personality, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
It appears to be very much on the rise. It appears like it has been for the last, say, 10 years. So first of all, there's a growing fear in the U.S. So I guess I have two questions. One, what are your thoughts about what's happening in the U.S.? And two, is this trend something that is cyclical? So sometimes, democracy, the arc of justice is long, but the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. So we're going to get through it if we just wait it out. And what does that take to try to head back in the direction of democracy? Multi-part question. I never listen. I don't use a small word when a diminutive one will work. So there you go.
So the situation in the United States is really very concerning. You've seen over the last even 20 years the entrenchment between two branches of the idea of what America should be. The two political parties, the red and the blue, become so fortified to a certain degree that it seems, from an outside perspective, although I did hold a green card at one point in Long Island, that people identify almost first as a Republican or a Democrat before they're identifying as an American. And that is like a powder keg for the rise of a cult of personality, which is exactly what we have with President Trump. And the way he's governing, sending troops to any city where the local mayor, governor of the state, etc., irritates him under the guise of law and order is exactly what you said earlier, almost straight out of the playbook. I mean, somebody who's written about this extensively is Professor Timothy Snyder, and he describes modern tyranny as terror management. And that's certainly what we saw after the murder of Charlie Kirk. We began to see this murder being being used to justify things like Antifa being declared a terrorist organization, although it's not an organization itself, and more troops being sent to various cities, further repressions, and attacks on freedom of speech through not necessarily the state, but pressure on private organizations. Hence, Mr. Kimmel being suspended, and then a different backlash led to his reinstatement. And as for, is the trend cyclical? No, I don't think it's cyclical. I think history in general leans towards authoritarianism. If you look throughout almost all of human history, democratic free societies tend to do well, but they tend not to last in the long run. And that's because democracy, freedom, etc., they require effort. They require the effort of the entire population and a bit of a consensus on what that looks like. And that's something that the authoritarians, the crinks, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, have cottoned onto. And they realize that democracy existing anywhere in a globally connected world is a threat to them. So they will move to undermine it, and they will move to undermine it if they can't do kinetically, which is exactly what Russia is attempting to do in Ukraine. Then they will do so through other means, through funding of media organizations, through disinformation, misinformation, and through pushing any divide that may exist in the democracy. In democracy, there should be differences. Diversity is a very important thing, but pushing people apart. And at the moment, it is succeeding because our democracies, I do not feel, are built for a globally connected world. We're built for a world of the 1950s of flat caps and trade unions, a world we don't really have anymore.
Let me interrupt real quick. So I don't know if Jonathan can hear or not. I don't know if he switched to the audio, but if he can, Phil Eichner is in the green room, and I suspect wants to get in, and I think we'd all like to see him. So if he can hear us, and if he can hear me, maybe he can come back to let Eichner in. If not, Phil, I tried. So that's just out to Jonathan. I think I may have cut you off. If I didn't, I'll say, is social media that difference? Is it the interconnectedness that is the difference?
Social media is certainly, I think, at the forefront of that. And I remember when it I'm old enough now to remember when it first started, and it was seen as this wonderful thing. We're going to democratize the media, and we're going to allow everybody will have a voice. But the problem is, it's so easy to push narratives through, or essentially non-people, through bots. And you see bot farms in Russia. We had the Internet Research Agency under Prigozhin. You see it in the PRC, Iran, and obviously North Korea. And they've cottoned onto a few sites as forums of the world. X is certainly one, and the fact that it's privately by a pretty unstable billionaire is another problem. And we ought to be seeing, the democracies especially, ought to be seeing things like social media as critical national infrastructure. It's not going away. Pandora's box is open in that regard. So we have to be able to deal with it, and we have to be able to keep it essentially human. I remember interviewing John Sweeney, he's a friend of mine, wonderful British journalist. I'm sure if you don't know him and you're listening, absolutely do look him up in the orange hat and the dancing on tables in bars. But he was proposing that to be on certain social media sites, you ought to be your face. And there are problems with that. Say, okay, what if you're a whistleblower? What if you're speaking from a situation which is dangerous? What if you're an exile, a dissident, etc.? But I think that's something that could be worked around. And if we were to do that, then I think a lot of the problems that we have with narratives being pushed by bot farms could be mitigated to a certain degree.
All right. If there are no objections, what I think I'll do is, just since Jonathan's not here, I'll introduce our two new. You guys made it. Oh, were you going to say something?
Before we do so, and it's great to see Phil, whom I know for a very long time. Hi, Phil. Yeah.
Hello, Zoria. Hello from Lviv.
Oh, you're in Lviv. We just missed each other. I was in Lviv.
I know.
Now someone were here. Well, we'll talk about it. So we'll
talk about it.
Have a great talk. This is a great great guys. I had fun. Well, fun's probably not the right word, and but that was an interesting concept, Theo, there. That and upsetting too that history is not framed by our strive for democracy, but the other way around. We'll have to talk about that. But for now, I unfortunately
I saw you were on the schedule. So I wanted to pop in and say hello from Lviv. So I understand if you have to go, but I'd love to have a chat with you always, of course.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would love to have a discussion. But
We'll talk.
The French are very receptive to my documentary, and so yesterday we had the second film show and screening in Paris, and today it's Lyon. So every night I'm doing Q&A on Zoom, of course, answering the questions, which is great. That was the intent, to bring this knowledge to the people, and it's working. So I'm unfortunately and reluctantly, I have to bid goodbye now. So thank you so much.
Genuine pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very
It's
much.
I'm just glad to have seen your lovely smiling face. Take care.
Yeah.
And bon voyage. Best of luck. Bon chance.
Bye.
My suspicion is everybody here knows who you are, Phil. But having said that, why don't you introduce yourself now that if you were coming just to say hi, guess what? You've been you are stuck here.
I've been dragged in. This is now my third appearance on the marathon podcast here, which I don't regret at all. I will openly admit that the group who invited me to Lviv to open 5 pediatric operating rooms had a good night, goodbye dinner, and so some vino was imbibed, and I won't take any I won't take any shame for that, but nevertheless, I'm a journalist who's been covering the former Soviet Union starting in the Yeltsin era. Of course, following through the Putin era. I've been coming to Ukraine since 2001. I'm additionally a war correspondent and a war journalist who was the deputy bureau chief for CBS News in Baghdad, and was one of the first boots on the ground in Afghanistan after 9/11. I was on Maidan in 2014. And so that's, I've since left. I was actually intending to retire, but I've since left, kind of industrial media or news or what have you. And I struck it on my own, and I live in Kiev, and I produce a weekly interview program, hour-long, roughly give or take, interview program that we call On the Edge. And I'm sorry, I don't know who is in the bottom right corner of my screen. Dictators v. Democracy.
Hello.
I'm sorry, have we met before? And I don't mean to be rude. Again, I've had some wine.
Not to worry.
Okay.
I was considering buying a bottle, but I've got to
whenever Phil is rude, he wants to make sure it's deliberate. He does not wish to offend.
Oh, you'll know when I'm being rude. You'll know when I'm being rude. You'll know when I choose to be rude. You will know it. No, I wanted to respond to some of the things that you've been saying there, in particular about American democracy, and my North Star. When I left Moscow and transitioned to doing kind of the global war on terrorism and going to Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya and Syria and Georgia in 2008 and all the rest of it. I struggled with myself, having left Moscow, with the question of whether or not they're right, whether or not the idea of democracy is naive and decadent and self-indulgent, and that yes, obviously human nature leans towards the authoritarian. And then I found a letter from the patron saint of liberal democracy, if we have one, Abraham Lincoln. I'll add others to the pantheon, but Abraham Lincoln. And in 1855, during a period in American history called Bleeding Kansas, which was inevitably leading us towards the Civil War, and pretty much everybody knew it. and they were debating amongst themselves this idea of, basically, with some finesse to it, authoritarianism or liberal democracy. And Lincoln writes to his childhood friend who is a slave owner, and in it he says to them, "We started our country with the idea that all men are created equal. We now stand at a choice whether or not that is true, or as the know-nothings, which is the MAGA of their era, whether or not it is true that all men are created equal, or whether or not that means all men who are basically white, white and non-Catholic, non-foreign, black." And at the end of this paragraph in the letter, he says, "If this side of our character in the American identity ever comes to a place where they do take control of the country, I would rather move to a place like Russia, where they don't pretend to live under the base alloy of hypocrisy and the belief of liberty. And let's just live under autocracy. Give it up." And so the point that Lincoln is making there, I think, and what gave me great solace and why this quote is my North Star, is because, well, what's the alternative then? Moscow. Okay, if America and liberal democracy is decadent and inevitably will fail and is not worth preserving or fighting for, then what do you offer as an alternative? And if what you offer to us as an alternative is simply authoritarian rule, might makes right, then fuck it. Sorry to swear.
Then at least be honest. Then at least be honest about it.
At least go to Russia. Yeah. And he writes this. By the way, folks, let's not forget, he writes this in 1855. Putin is nowhere to be seen, and neither is NATO. So this goes back a long time, and this mentality within the United States has always existed with us and been contradictory to one another. And we are going through another great phase of this question of, do we actually believe in the tenets of liberal democracy, self-determination, the rule of law, democratic votes, all of these things, or do we abandon that and revert to what the Russians have always done? And so this is nothing new. This argument is nothing new, and I don't know if we, if at this fork in the road, we stand with Lincoln, or if we stand with the Kremlin. So that's my biography and my little diatribe, because I had to respond to what you were saying.
Phil, folks, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can now,
Okay,
Cormac.
fine. Yeah, sorry, I had a bit of trouble getting in earlier on. So for the folks that don't know me, shall I introduce myself very, very quickly?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I've never. Yeah.
Looking at you folks, I'm a bit of a Johnny-come-lately here. I went to Kyiv in 2016 as a British diplomat to serve, to be embedded in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to serve as communication advisor to Pavlo Klimkin, who was then Ukraine's foreign minister. Over a 2-year period between 16 and 18, I did that. I worked for, I think, 4 other cabinet ministers, did work with and various other things, and met various people in civil society. Long story short, fell in love with the country, learned so much, and made friends for life. My friends, a few months before the further invasion kicked off, when I was out there last, asked me if I would put myself forward to be a spokesperson on TV, radio, podcasts, whatever, because as they said, they believed that I understood and got Ukraine. I've put somewhere between 300 and 400 radio, TV, and podcasts on them since about January 22. It's one of the things that I do to basically try and support Ukraine and to help my friends out. So that's me. I've done a lot of stuff with Jonathan. Phil and I have been getting to know each other. That's that. Can I just make one comment, Phil, on what you said? And I was very interested recently to read the there's a democracy audit that is carried out each year by The Economist intelligence unit. And for 2024, we haven't got 25 yet. 2024, it clearly shows that since about 2020, democracy is in decline. They rate full democracy, flawed democracy, and then we have autocracies effectively. There is less than 10% of the world that they put in full democracy. Spoiler alert, the United States a year ago was not considered a full democracy. It will be very interesting to see how they're rated when they come out with their next report.
Yeah.
I'm sure Trump will
but
tell
it is-
them how to rate us.
Yeah,
No,
it's very-
Trump will explain
yeah.
it to them. It'll be fine.
He'll sue
It's
them
very-
before they have the next report out.
Exactly.
It's just, I think it's, in the West, we grow up. My new favorite word is cosseted. We grow up fucking soft. We take freedom for granted. Maybe people like Phil, who have been out in the field, take it less for granted. But, I've a degree in politics. I've been a student of history all my life. My education really started in 2016 at the tender age of 53 when I went out to Kiev. That's when my education really took off, and I'd been going to what I call the Eastern neighborhood, former communist countries, for 2 years. At that stage, I'd been invited out to speak on government communications because the UK government is considered very much on the civil service level as a best in class there. So I'd started to develop a real taste, interest in the journeys that everybody in the area seemed to be on in terms of trying to get away from autocracy towards democracy. But yeah, I just reflect on the fact that less than 10% of the world actually lives in democracy. And when we come from the West, we take these things for granted. When I went to Ukraine, I started to meet people, and then I started to become friends with people, and some of those people will be friends till the day I die. And I've had many nights just sitting up, talking to people. What was it like to grow up in the Soviet Union? And I heard the family stories of the disappeared and the people that went to the Gulag, and some came back after 20 years and some never came back. So, for me, there isn't a question about whether democracy is right. I've never had to ask myself that question because, quite simply, we live in, of course, democracy is flawed, but, we can have what we have in the United Kingdom or most of Europe or Ireland, where I come from originally, but I've lived in the UK for nearly 40 years. And it's the UK that I've represented abroad, both as a diplomat and as an athlete when I was a younger man. What we have, we don't know we're fucking born. And this is what I try to get across to people all of the time. And if you don't like it, try living in Russia, try living in North Korea, try living in China, try living in Iran, try living in increasingly places like India and other despotic states in South America. So we need to. This doesn't apply, obviously, to anybody in this room, but I really do believe that, since 1945, like I'm sure all of you, I had 3 granduncles who fought Hitler, all from the same family, by the way, 3 brothers, all survived the war. We have grown up. I was born in 63. We have grown up cosseted, soft. We've had it easy. It's only when I met people better educated than me, more sophisticated than me. This is the other thing in the West. We think that those Eastern Europeans, they're kind of, they're a bit simple. They're not as sophisticated as us. They're a lot more sophisticated. I found they had a lot more basic human decency than the average person I find in the West. Well, I'm a little bit romantic when it comes to Ukraine, but they're a lot tougher. They grew up a lot harder. And I always say that the difference with Ukrainians and why it was very, very clear in 2016, and it still is, that Ukraine needs her Western allies. But what I have always tried to get across to people is that we need Ukraine. And first and foremost, and this is what I've always struggled to articulate effectively, we need Ukraine for a something we have lost. And that is the value of freedom, knowing the price of freedom, having the balls to pay it. We've lost all 3 of those things, and they're coming back far too slow. Jonathan knows I love my sound bites, and one I've been banging out for over a year and trying when I do interviews. How do I get a message through to people? What I believe is it's not too late. We're drinking in the last chance saloon. We are at war with Russia, but it could get an awful lot better, an awful lot worse. It really is our money and guns today or our daughters and sons tomorrow. It's going to be an awful lot cheaper still, to use my other soundbite, to arm Ukraine to the teeth and sanction Russia back to the Stone Age. We've never done either properly. Since Alexei Reznikov, the last Minister of Defense of Ukraine, said on CNN before Christmas in 2021, it's burned into my memory. He said, we don't need or expect your boots on the ground. Just give us the weapons we need and we will do our own fighting. I hear this bullshit about Joe Biden and Sullivan and everything else. The truth is they looked at what Ukraine wanted. They gave them half. They gave it slow and they gave it with handcuffs on. And I'm not interested in the excuses. They also stopped the best of us in Europe. And I, as an Irishman, I put the Brits in the very best of us in terms of the support that we have given. We were the first ones to give long-range stuff in Storm Shadow. But of course, part of the guidance, and people who know more than me might correct me, but I believe it's the guidance components were made by the Yanks. So on that basis, America was able to say that they could not be used to strike elements of the logistics chain behind the border. So, well, we all know
the M4. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there's almost nothing that Britain makes in the defense sector, especially the high-tech stuff, that doesn't have American parts and therefore isn't subject to American export laws.
I understand this, but I'm making the point of how even
and absolutely.
Even with the best will in the world, not just Britain, but maybe France, maybe certainly the Netherlands, other countries. We have been held back. Anyway, I just wanted to push in. It's my second time. It's my second time in the conversation today. Just wanted to introduce myself. Could I ask everyone, apart from Phil and Jonathan, just to shout out their names so I know who you are?
My name is Nick.
Go ahead.
Nick, that's it. And I'm from the channel In Time.
Okay.
I'm Renegade Chungus from Renegade Chungus YouTube. Live in Northern California. Cover a lot of current events as well as fundraise for Ukraine as much as possible. And a funny note about myself, I was a Republican for about 15 years until the war broke out and I saw the response. And it was very eye-opening to me. So it's been a journey for me as well as my community along the way, learning, meeting new people and learning new things. So it's been a learning curve for me, but what an eye-opener. What an eye-opener for me to see federal guards fighting men in frog costumes in Portland, Oregon, and the real patriot is inside the frog costume jumping around. It's been a really eye-opening year for me and also members of my community. I'm actually checking out right now, guys. Thank you very much for your time. I have other arrangements.
All the best to Northern California. I'm an East Bay boy, partly. So thanks for joining us.
Thanks for stopping by. I didn't say thanks to Zarina. She popped off while I was taking a break, but I hope that was interesting.
She had another film. She's promoting her film in Lyon, and I think she had to pop off for that. So.
But I hope that was interesting to you guys and the audience. And Renegade Chungus, let's catch up again and let's dive into your story in a bit more detail on a dedicated kind of conversation. Same with Nick there. Before we jump off, I want to draw attention to Car for Ukraine. It's the campaign. We need to drive this further. We want to get the overall campaign. I mean, it'd be great if I catch John Pierce. It's not going to happen. But what we want to do is by the end of the day, we want the overall campaign to have met its target. We don't seem to be too far away there. The end goal is 110,000 euros. We're at 94,287. We've already closed more than 10. I think it's more like sort of 15, 20 from what I can tell today. But, we will get an update a little bit later. But we can definitely top that out before we finish and then get those trucks, the target, over to the brigades that need them. But thanks so much for coming on.
Absolutely, guys. Take care. Good luck on the
Everyone.
whole adventure
Bye-bye,
today.
Renegade. Nice to meet you
Bye.
briefly.
See you soon, Chungus.
And to your point, Cormac, I wanted to sort of throw this out there, especially as we have, so many fantastic, let's say, American voices here. I mean, one thing that frustrated me during the election was the apparent pressure put on Ukraine, not to ask for too much, not to, strike Russian oil facilities. It was just like, go easy, because we don't want anything that's going to upset. You don't want the orange guy to win. Don't push us too hard. Whatever. That seemed to me a completely immoral, but also strategically inept thing.
And supine.
Supine, but it shows weakness. It shows moral weakness. It shows a lack of courage. It shows a lack of principle, a lack of strategy. Inept on many, many levels. But ultimately, that also cost Ukraine a lot. I mean, it has to be said that the ammunition famine cost them a lot, which wasn't directly, the fault of the Democrats, although, the politicking and the ineptness almost certainly played a part. But that just seemed to be, everyone points the finger at Donald Trump, but that seemed to be a moment of absolute moral collapse, and it was on the Democrats there. So this seems to me a systemic weakness, systemic point of moral weakness, rather than just pointing left, pointing right. But I don't know what you guys think.
I would agree. Yeah, please.
I just very briefly. I mean, I can not to blow my own trumpet. I went on. I think it was one of my first or second interviews of not 2025, 2024. I remember saying at the time, I have it recorded somewhere, that regardless of who won the forthcoming election later on that year, that that America was likely lost as a reliable security partner for the foreseeable future. And I think so it has turned out. I really don't think Kamala Harris government Ukraine would have fared any better. We wait to see what Trump's words come to. I mentioned this earlier, Jonathan, when I spoke to you this morning or early this afternoon. But there was another another study out of Harvard University about 2 weeks ago that's showing significant increasing U.S. citizen support across all metrics, from military aid to sanctions, etc., etc. But what's very, very interesting when it's broken down, I think in every metric, and I don't have the figure in front of me, but they're ranging from the 60 to the 70%. In every metric, if I'm correct, Republicans are showing stronger support now than our Democrat voters. And that I find interesting. And yes, it may well be that such is their slavish following of their glorious leader, that they see Trump doing a U-turn on this. And of course, we believe that America has committed to providing intelligence to aid the strikes on deep targets. We await to see if they get the Tomahawks yet and what else actually comes. We do know that America has completely stopped donating, and I think they will sell it to Europe to give on to Ukraine. But the other thing, of course, that is hugely notable, Ukraine is far, far less reliant on America than they ever have been. And Europe has stepped up very, very significantly. The figure that I saw recently was that Ukraine is now producing 60% of the munitions that it is using on the front line itself. We know there has been very significant investment in Ukraine's defense industry by European companies. The one thing, as I understand, and I always say I'm not a military man, but I listen to the military men and I speak to them. One friend and colleague of mine, Jonathan, knows exactly who I'm talking about. He's a former colonel in British military intelligence. And we've been on the channel both separately and together on Silicon Curtain. And Philip said to me, Philip Ingram, Philip has explained to me that really the one thing that we simply cannot replace quickly in the West is the intelligence that America supplies. So there seems, from my lay understanding, you're nodding away, Phil, from my lay understanding, the fact that we seem to have commitment to providing intelligence to aid long-range strikes would be significant. But as with the current Middle East peace process, I find most journalists and reporters and newscasters totally fucking incontinent at the moment. Nothing has been delivered. I hear people that I respect saying, "Oh, who could begrudge Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize?" Oh, by the way, I don't know if any of you have picked it up. Vladimir Putin came out a few hours ago and said that the Nobel Committee has now lost all credibility because they didn't give the Peace Prize to Donald Trump, regardless of the fact that their deliberations this year are for 2024. But I just thought that was
Ridiculous.
interesting.
What?
I've started following a grubby little site called BRICS. On X.
Not good for your
So
health. Not good for your
I
health
commend
there,
it. I commend it
Cormac.
to you. Well, I want to know what the
It'll
bastards
raise
are
your blood
saying.
pressure to dangerous
Yeah,
levels, won't it?
I'm so fit you wouldn't believe it. I'm on 16/8 fasting. I'm off drink for the entire month of October, and I've lost 5 pounds in the last week. So, apart from the fact I'm hobbling around on my knee, which is given away again, but otherwise, I'm in rude good health.
I mean, you point out the Vladimir Putin. I'd like to get Nick's view on this. I think it's really important. But if you look at the detail, we're living in an
Excuse me while I
extraordinary
close my door.
topsy-turvy world. The Guterres, the Secretary General of NATO, has just appointed as his head of human rights a Russian sock puppet. So I don't know if you guys have followed that one. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up.
No.
Hey, Hegseth is our Secretary of Defense. So, I
And then
mean, once that happened, I'm just sitting there going, wait, he went from Fox News to what?
Co-host, not full host, co-host.
He couldn't even make full
And
host.
Tulsi Gabbard openly says that one of her primary sources of information is RT.
Yeah, but come on,
and
guys,
QAnon.
guys,
Don't forget
guys,
QAnon.
Yeah, guys, sorry. I mean, what did you, especially our American friends, what did you make of Hegseth lecturing to 4-star generals and admirals who've served 40 years that they're fat, they can't have beards, and they're going to need to be doing PT every day?
He can't do a pull-up.
I did see the video.
Well, I find
it's
Hegseth
alternative universe stuff.
Yeah, it's the mirror. It's the dark mirror.
I think
Hegseth is interesting to me because no, I agree with you there, Nick. I find Hegseth interesting, not to get off our primary topic and the primary reason for our discussion, and then that is contribute, click, donate. No, that's why we're here. But I find Hegseth interesting, if I can kind of step aside from our general conversation about the war in Ukraine and Russia, but I find him interesting as he is the intersection of two worlds that I know quite well, and that is the military and broadcast journalism and corporate news.
Excuse me, did you say journalism? I get the broadcast. Journalism.
Fair enough. I misspoke. A slip of the tongue. I've been drinking. I told you at the beginning. I've been drinking.
But it is true.
No.
It's not. It's entertainment. He comes from the entertainment industry.
It is entertainment. It is television posing as news. You're absolutely right there. But I'll just say this as briefly as I possibly can, because I can run on. He intersects these two worlds in an interesting way, and I think people should understand it. He left as a major. A major is a rank in the U.S. military when you're at a crossroads. You are either going to become a lifer, or you're going to get out with the benefits that you have received as that rank. So you either go in. It's really actually major and lieutenant colonel. And once you pass those ranks, and it is an inflection point, that's when you start looking at stars. You start looking at stars on your shoulder, and you're looking at more influence, more pay, more benefits, all the rest of it. So this is and he got out as a major. Okay, so he must have come to the determination, I don't want to, or I can't cut it, or somebody else said to him, you can't cut it. Secondly, he comes from a place where he is an anchor on a television pretend news entertainment platform, but in a world, and keep in mind that I worked for Fox News. I know that operation. I know how they are structured. And if you are on camera for Fox News, you are fated, you are spoiled, your ego is inflated to massive levels where you walk into the newsroom, you walk into a corporate boardroom or an office, and people will bow down to you and they will tell you that you're the best thing since sliced cheese. These two things put in conjunction, and again, I speak from experience because I've spent decades covering the military and I have worked inside broadcast television, whatever news. And I think that's a dangerous thing to put in a single person, much less a person who is in charge of the most powerful military, not just on the world stage today, but in human history. The capacity of the U.S. military is beyond anything we have ever seen in any of our lifetimes, and it has been put in the hands of not only the man in the Oval, but the head. I refuse to call it the Department of War. It is the Department of Defense. It needs to be ratified by Congress. It can't just be a presidential executive order. I refuse to
Well,
call
that's
them
another point. Department of War.
Yeah.
You don't rename
Yeah.
that unless
Well,
you are
right.
planning a
But
war. Right?
this gentleman has these two backgrounds that connect together to a very dangerous and combustible. Those ingredients are dangerous. So anyhow, Cormac, you asked and I answered.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you very much. Could I ask? Sorry,
Nick,
could I?
let's get Nick. Nick needs to have a quick word in there because he's bursting to.
I wanted to go on the because we were talking about U.S. intelligence, which is going to decline dramatically. Right now, it's good, but it's declining. It's declining rapidly. We know this from the signal chat leaks, all of these other. I mean, just huge. It's incompetence, and they're going to start telling dear leader what he wants to hear. So literally, month to month, our intelligence capabilities are declining. Having said that, the U.S.'s greatest strength is it's also its greatest weakness, which is that we have an ocean on either side. The only two countries that we can even really that are connected to us are allies for now, sort of, and we're huge. We're absolutely huge, and most Europeans, I think, don't understand really the size of this country, which means that we can get away with isolationism and not understanding the importance of being a part of a global community in a way that other countries cannot do and are not. I mean, you're forced to deal with your neighbors if you're in media. Why is the BBC? Why does England own the media? They have to own the media because if they just let anybody broadcast anywhere, those broadcast signals would go into other countries and would violate their laws. So in the US, it's a public media because we are so big and because we don't have other countries that we have to litigate that kind of problem with. So from day one, this is why when World War II was just starting, FDR was smart enough to realize we are already in World War II. We don't think we are. We're sitting back chillaxing. We are in it whether we want to or not. But he couldn't convince Americans of this. He couldn't go to war. So when you had brought up this Kamala Harris, would she be supporting Ukraine or not, and the moral bankruptcy of us having to say, don't ask for too much or else, we might not get Kamala Harris into it. I agree that it's morally bankrupt. I agree that it's actually a sign of a much bigger problem. And the problem is that Americans are soft, and we've reached the conclusion that we were born on third base. We were born in this country that has what Phil described as the strongest military in human history, and we we have it not because we worked for it or earned it, but because we're entitled to it. And nobody is going to tell us that we're not entitled to it. And we can get away with that because we have these two oceans, which keep us out of most wars and keep us from having to actually work with and respect our neighbors. So I think that the geography actually plays into the problem far more. And it's a problem that we've had. It's not because it does go back to World War II. It goes back to World War I. It goes back almost to the founding of this country, where it's our own isolationism has been a huge problem.
As a fellow citizen, nobody does myopic better than the Americans.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
A very quick comment from an outsider. My first visit to America was 1984, as a 21-year-old student on my summer vacation. I went and I worked in construction in Miami, and I formed an opinion of America at the time that wasn't very positive. But correct me if I'm wrong. But a statistic from the time, and it's gone up a little bit since then, was only something like 5% of Americans held a passport. This was in 1984. The other thing I noticed only the other day, and this is a marker of how, you know, of how the working class in America have fared in the last 40 years. When I was in the States in 1984, I worked for minimum wage, which was $4 an hour. Minimum wage in the United States for 41 years later is $7.25 an hour.
Yeah.
How can anybody in the United States survive on $7.25 an hour?
Exactly. And
you know, beers, a pint of beer at the Ryder Cup apparently was $19.
We don't do pints, sir. Excuse me. I don't know what this
16. I don't know. 16-ounce can. Whatever you do.
Thank you. Please speak American.
That hurt my soul.
I was always told that your beer was. I'm going to be a little bit crude, so warning. I was always told that your beer was like doing it in a canoe. I said, "What do you mean?" They said, "It's fucking near water."
I developed a love for pumpkin beer when I was in the States, which is probably a heinous thing to admit. But I can't find it here in Britain.
You're going to get us banned with your potty mouth there, Cormac. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very.
Well, the Brits drink their beer warm and out of a cask bowl. Give me a break.
That is a slander.
I think we can all.
I am a proud British citizen. Ukrainian beer is fantastic, and you are speaking to somebody in Lviv, where some of the best beer in Ukraine is made. But I will not stand by this argument that the Brits have that their beer is better than ours. But I've heard that canoe my whole bloody life. So
yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay, Cormac.
I like
it's all.
I like a good pint of Guinness.
Now an Irishman. Now an Irishman.
You've earned the right to criticize any beer.
I've had a pint at the brewery. There is nothing finer. Anyhow, we're well off topic. Donate more vehicles for Ukraine. Come on.
Theo wanted to say something, and I wanted to catch that.
I wanted to jump in and agree with you entirely, Cormac. And you can't look at the competition between authoritarianism and democracy without looking at the basic questions and the basic things that a system has to do. And the thing that most people want is to live a reasonable life without interference. But also, are my children going to be better off than me? If I work hard, if I raise my kids right, if I provide for them everything that I can, will they have the opportunity to then grow up to be richer than I, with a better house, a better, all this lovely stuff, and then be able to do the same? And unfortunately, for the last 30-ish years, I would say, perhaps even further, the major democracies have not been able to answer that question positively. And it's only gotten worse. And that has opened the door to an increasing feeling, especially among young people, and I obviously do not subscribe to this, that democracy is not providing them with with a future, democracy as it stands. I mean, YouGov polling was done earlier this year in Europe, asking the question, do you believe in democracy as a political system? France and Spain came out 50% in favor. Poland came out 48%. Germany did a lot better with 75%, but those numbers are still atrocious. And there's a lot of reasons for that, of course, but high on that list, economic. People can't buy a house, can't afford to have the next generation. So they're going to ask those basic questions. Is this working for me? No. And somebody comes along and offers something different, even if it is simplistic, even if it is wrong, then to somebody who is just working their 9 to 5, that can look more and more attractive. And that's a really dangerous trap that we've fallen into in the established democracies. And I don't quite know how we get out of it.
Well, let me add some further depressing details on this, and because some of you guys, will see the analytics of your own channels. So I, being a marketeer, I love pouring through the data and seeing what's going on, especially when it comes to the conjunction of support for Ukraine, etc. My demographics are quite nice in that I got a 30% US audience, which is great, and get a lot of comments from people, in the middle of nowhere saying, all my family are MAGA and I thought I was going crazy, and, I found your channel and it's helping me stay sane. So that's lovely. But, and the spread of countries is great. It's fine. It's Baltics, Nordics, and the Anglosphere, as they call them, the Proklate Anglo-Saxon, the perfidious Albion and its inheritors. But the average age, or let's get to the demographics. So it's 80% male. That's not that surprising because geopolitics weights towards males anyway. When you get to military type channels and gun related channels, it gets up to 95% male. That's not particularly surprising. It's the average age, which is 65 plus. Now, there's an age gate on mine, so you have to be over 18 to watch it anyway. That's all the standard materials, but basically it's 65 plus. That means a good proportion of the audience are actually considerably older, and not that many. When it gets down to the sort of the younger demographics, i.e. people below their 40s and earlier, it tails off to almost nothing. This concerns me because you've got a generation of people brought up on newspapers, on long analytical materials, on dealing with facts, on not having instantaneous dopamine hits, on actually putting some time, some headspace into details and weighing and analyzing. What's going to happen when we've all snuffed it? I mean, it seems to me that the generation that's really engaged in the outside world and not their own immediate sort of feelings, opinions, concerns. That's not to say they don't have political views, but that demographic terrifies me.
Zoomers absolutely do engage in politics. The problem that we're having is that people who are pro-democracy are lumped in with the current economic system that is failing them. And it's quite easy then for other actors to come in and say, hey, I've got this different idea. And quite often they're just better at the marketing.
I have to jump in here because again, my North Star being that speed letter and that speed quote, because what the Russians are indeed actually saying to us is almost a response to that, in the sense that, hey, you guys in the West, you are ruled, and you all know it, by corporate oligarchy. And we have slipped into particularly in the hyper capitalist system of the United States. You have corporate oligarchy. You are no different than us. We rule by power and wealth and all of those things. And you all know, they say, that your system is a sham. You profess to believe in all of these things like the rule of law and equal, equal treatment under the rule of law, and that you can work within the system to give the next generation a better life. And you, while you are alive, can have what's going to happen next month because you don't have the way it should work. Is that you know what's coming next month, so you can plan for it and you can grow. The argument that the autocrats are giving and has seemed to have gained traction is this counter argument of you have corporate oligarchy, we have oligarchs. Don't worry about what's coming next month because your entire life is going to be one of slavish obedience to either that oligarchy or to the state. And I think that has found very serious traction, particularly in the United States, but I could also point to the UK. And I am deeply, that I think is something we need to tackle inherently. And one of the reasons why I love being in Ukraine, as risky as it is, and I hear we're going to get pelted tonight, and I suspect we probably will, but the Ukrainians know that this is a lie. They know it damn well. They know that there is actually a difference between living under a totalitarian, authoritarian, oligarchic, whatever you want to call it. There is a difference between that and a liberal democracy. So they have done everything that they possibly can to diminish and demean and say that your system is just as corrupt, just as faulty, just as farcical as ours. The only difference is we admit it.
Can I jump in with my North Star briefly? So absolutely, I agree. Russian propaganda is selling a flavor, or these days is selling a flavor of nihilism. Believe in nothing. None of it matters anyway. But what my North Star is the work of Saint Edith Stein, who was a Jewish
Another
convert to
fine example.
Catholicism who was murdered during the Holocaust. And she wrote extensively on empathy, which you brought up earlier. And she describes two states with two German words for person, sort of, the Leib and the Körper. I apologize to any Germans if I've absolutely ruined the pronunciation of those. But
Mangled there, beautiful language. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Slight irony.
As an American of German descent.
I think you just said you are a donut, but anyways, please continue.
Yes, ich bin ein Berliner. The Leib is the human being that grows, the soul, the soul, if you want to use that word, that can learn, that loves, that experiences, that suffers, but that is alive. And the Körper is the human object, the meat, the body. And where the difference lies is where you see people. Are they Leib or are they Körper? And you see in Hitler's writing, he refers to people as, or the people as the Körper, das Körper. And when I see ranks upon ranks of young men and women in marching through Tehran or Moscow or Beijing, what I see is ranks and ranks of Körper, of people turned into meat for the entertainment or the enjoyment, the self-aggrandization of a very limited few. And that to me at the core is the difference between a democracy and authoritarianism. In a democracy, the Leib is encouraged. You are given as much space as possible to grow, to become, to be free. And in an authoritarian state, you can have that to a limited degree, but as soon as somebody changes their mind, you become an object to be used, to be abused, to be thrown away in a war, if they so decide. And that to me is the really essential difference. Is how people are treated, how people are seen and considered. And I really fear that we're losing sight of that, and we're losing sight of the, as you brought up earlier, Phil, the value of empathy. I mean, I served for 7 years in London as a police officer, and empathy was always my North Star. And I left when I began to lose it because I realized I shouldn't do this anymore. There were other reasons as well.
And the
It's another
Ukrainians
problem.
remind us of that every single day. I know, Cormac, you want to have something to say, Jonathan, but
Yeah, just quickly, this kind of talking about our North Stars, this is new for me, but you made me think. Over 40 years ago, when I did my politics degree, I studied a group called the Frankfurt School, who were a group of German Jewish intellectuals in Germany between the wars. I can't remember. Erich Fromm comes to mind. Theodor Adorno comes to mind, and a few others. But they had what really impressed me at the time. They had a cultural debate between high culture and low culture. And I remember at the time, and I did a paper for my finals on, comparing what they saw as high and low culture with what we saw as high and low culture. And it was almost like at the time, and this was in the 80s, broadsheet compared to tabloid. It was instant sense gratification was the term that I remember. It was giving people something that they didn't have to work too hard at, that they didn't have to intellectually engage with. History doesn't repeat, but it certainly rhymes. I also, at the time, I was looking at the rise of fascism in Europe between the wars, which are lessons that I remember. And coming back, coming forward nearly 4 decades, one of the first big lessons that I learned in my time in Ukraine, the first trip that I took with the Ukrainians, with the Ukrainian delegation, was out to Helsinki for a meeting called the Friends of Ukraine. And this was a group that was set up after the Maidan Revolution, and it was basically every country in the European Union. It was NATO, it was Canada, it was the United States, and it was these meetings were attended at fairly high level. And, in our delegation, I traveled over with a senior diplomat, and we met with Ukraine's ambassador to Finland, and a senior colleague of his, and we sat in a delegation of 4, and we were talking about disinformation, because the whole purpose of this group was supposed to be to support Ukraine in the fight against disinformation. Did I experience it as a bit of a talking group? Unfortunately, but that's another story. But in this particular meeting, we had some very interesting people. It was hosted in Finland's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And for me, being a first-time diplomat, it was a massive pinch yourself moment, sitting at a table effectively representing 43 million Ukrainians, and then my British colleagues beside me, and sitting around this big table. But we had some great conversations on disinformation, which I had really started studying in 2016 before I went out to Ukraine. And, I'll say to anybody listening in, it's not disinformation, and studying disinformation is not the preserve of those of us sitting in this room. It's all out there in open source. If you want to know about it, Google Gerasimov doctrine, read Peter Pomerantsev, the list goes on and on. It's all out there. There's no secrets. There's no secrets in it. But going back to my lesson was somebody from Finland talked about how and it was the lesson that fact checking doesn't work. Rebutting doesn't work. We've all heard the old saying that a lie is around the world 7 times before the truth has its trousers on. You've got to have a strong counter narrative, but also you've got to inoculate your population against the fire hose of falsehoods that we're getting strategically from the Kremlin. And the key point I'm coming to is critical thinking. And for the Finns, the key thing was critical thinking, and teaching critical thinking in the schools from the age of about 14 or 15. If I look around me in the UK, we have a population that is devoid of critical thinking, both adults and children, and they are just so vulnerable to the absolute, well, we'll just say fire hose of falsehoods that's put out either from the Kremlin or by Elon Musk or the algorithms or whatever. And, it's back to high culture and low culture. People have short attention spans. They are sold by sound bites. Make America great again. Take back control for Brexit. And there seems to be less and less demand for the substance behind those sound bites. One of the things I do is to coach public speaking and also media training. And we say, look, if you want to get a message across, you use the message sandwich. Yes, you get your soundbite, but then you should put your proof points in, your data in, and prove what you have actually said. And maybe you come around at the end. So I think you can see when I say that Russia lies on an industrial scale, indeed they do, because I've given you several examples with the data. But it seems to be increasingly, whether it's MAGA in the States or whether it was the Brexit campaign, which of course we know Russia was involved in because it was a campaign to weaken not just the UK but Europe, that increasingly the detail just didn't matter. It didn't land with people. People wanted the easy answers to the difficult questions. Therefore, take back control, 350 million for the NHS on the side of a bus, and 70 million Turks will have the right to come and live in the UK if we don't exit the EU. These were the things, and I've studied what Dominic Cummings has gone out and boasted about since, when he talks about how Leave won the referendum, apart from the fact that we know there was Russian money behind it. But I hope I've been precise. I'm saying two things: high culture and low culture. It's not new. The only difference between now and the 30s is the amplifier on our music system is so much bigger and the speakers are so much bigger because we have the digital revolution and we have artificial intelligence, and pretty soon we'll have quantum computing, which will put all of that information in the hands of, well, it's a question who it's going to be in the hands
And
of.
a quick addendum, I swear quick. As somebody who knows how the sausage is made, I would add to your point about critical thinking, my addendum would be media consumption. We teach our children how to read. What we really also need to be teaching them is how to consume modern media. So
yeah,
I was going to say as well, with the speed and scale of modern media, it's not enough to be a consumer of democracy or a consumer of information. I think this is the point I'm going to throw out to all of you, and how whether this is true or not. I mean, you described Theo, people in a crowd, whether it be a religious or politically inspired, or whether it's in China or North Korea. It's not the same as, say, a nightclub or a crowd doing this or that, but actually it talks to a similar problem, which is if you are a net consumer of freedom and you're not actually engaging or adding freedom back into the system, then unfortunately you're all fodder. You're all simply a product that can be marketed to and manipulated. It seems to me that in this age of hyper the hyper content tools that we've got, where there can no longer be single authoritative media, unless we're actively engaged in democracy, it will wither and atrophy, and that's the biggest challenge of our times.
Be attacked.
Yeah, I mean, freedom. It's not something you have, right? It's not something you possess. You can't put it on your mantelpiece. It's something you do. You have to go out there. You have to, if you can, practice physical politics. Go out, be involved, and donate. Donate to Cars for Ukraine for a start. And the difficulty that we're facing, and this is something I wanted to ask you, Cormac, is yes, all the news is out there, all the facts are out there, but how can we, even with all the best critical thinking skills in the world, get Jim, who works a 9 to 9 6-day a week schedule with 2 kids and a mortgage, to give a damn enough? and to be able to cut the wheat from the chaff, because
Look, I mean,
truth is out there, but so are the lies.
can I make an effort to at least get to your question? Again, I said earlier on, my education started, well, no, it didn't start. I had a great education. I had great parents. I grew up in a great household. I consider myself a student of history and politics all my life. But when I went to Ukraine, my education went to the next level. Because what I very, very quickly started noticing in Ukraine was people talk about freedom all the time. There's that great mural, I don't know if it's still on the Maidan, with the broken chains, and it says freedom, freedom is my religion. And I noticed how people were talking about freedom. They were talking about something that, quite frankly, as a cosseted youngster born in the early 60s, you know, I had taken for granted. Yes, I knew my history. I knew my uncles had fought for it. I knew the history of my own country, how, yeah, let's get rabble rousing. We'd fought against the Brits for 800 years to free ourselves from the etc., 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 and the 1916 uprising, and I had the Declaration of Independence inside my front door. I was aware of that, but I'd taken it for, this was something that we now had, and we had forever, and we took it for granted, and everybody that grew up with me. And then I went out to Ukraine, and I met people of maybe even 10 years around my own age, and they started telling me about what it was like to grow up in a word unfreedom. And one of my friends said to me one day, a senior Ukrainian diplomat, we shared an office, and he said to me one night, he said, man, it's not, he said, you know, you think that it's just the wealth of the EU that we want. It's not. It's what we want to get away from. Now, this man, his father was a colonel in the Soviet army, had fought in Afghanistan. I later met the man, great, you know, Ukrainian patriot and so forth. He had, but it was that everybody talked about freedom. And the final thing I said, when I first met my minister, he was out of the country when I went over, Pavlo Klimkin. When I first met him, we sat down and we had a meeting for an hour and 3/4. And towards the end of the meeting, which was going quite well, he said, you know, is there anything else you want to ask? I said, yes, there is one question I want to ask you, Minister. I ask it of every leader when I meet them at first, you know, whether it's a council leader or a chief executive or a government minister. I have one question that for about 20 years I've always asked leaders. And that's quite simply, what do you want to be famous for? And I said, Minister, what do you want to be famous for? And it's a very exposing question. Sometimes you get boys' own fantasy rubbish or girls' own fantasy, if you're talking to a woman leader, of how they want to see themselves. I've had other people refuse to answer it because they said it was too exposing and it was too personal. Fink looked at me and he said, this is a very good question. I need to think about it. And he thought for a while, and he went to deliver a monologue basically for about 10 minutes on freedom and what freedom meant for him, what freedom meant politically, what freedom meant for his country. And it was like the man opened a window to his soul, and in some ways to the soul of his people. And that was burned into my very soul from my early days in Ukraine, that here were a people that didn't grow up soft and have it easy like I did. They had grown up in unfreedom. They had never got used to unfreedom. And they wanted something better for themselves. They knew the value of freedom. They knew the price of freedom. And as they have been proving since 2014, and as they have really proven since 2022, by God, they're willing to pay the price of freedom. Are we? Do we know the we know the value? Do we know the, you know, do we know the meaning of freedom? Are we willing to pay the price? It seems we're not. So that's
only when you lose it, only when it's almost gone or actually gone, I think, do you realize, oh, hang on a second.
And then it's going to cost us a lot more, Jonathan.
Yeah.
And it's going to cost us a lot more.
Of course.
I see we have, yeah.
Let's introduce our lovely guests.
I was just going to say, I see we have two new guests, one of whom is one of my absolute favorite Crimeans in the world, and I'll let her introduce herself. But I think this was also give me an opportunity, because while I have not had a couple of pints, I have had a couple of no piets, and I have a train to catch in the morning. So I will say bid you all adieu. This has been a wonderful day of discussion, and I don't know if it has been said enough, but Jonathan, I hope you know that you are appreciated for the efforts that you have done today and in organizing this. And I just wanted to say thank you for doing that. And of course, the primary reason we are all here is to make sure we get those vehicles. So if you have enjoyed any of the discussion, which I think has been fantastic, I suggest strongly that you show your support and you show your appreciation for the discussion.
And here are some
by
wonderful
contributing.
people who have put stuff in. The recent one, I can't
Fantastic.
get over that. That's incredible. €500
Keep it up.
is
Keep it up.
absolutely
Keep it up.
unbelievable. So thank you.
So
there.
I am going to take off. I'm going to get some sleep before my train back to Kiev tomorrow. Hopefully we won't get hit too hard tonight. But thank you everybody, and hello Nina. Lovely to see you.
Philip, great.
All
Great
right.
to see you, Philip, my friend.
Thanks, Philip.
Ta then. All right. All the best.
So it's over to Lena and Kevin. If you can introduce yourselves, say a couple of words of introduction, what you do, etc. That will be hugely appreciated. Kevin disappeared. We're bringing him back in. Oh no, hang on a second. There he is. You're back. If you can, let's have an introduction. Lena, you kick off, and then we'll have a couple of words from Kevin.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hi, Jonathan. Pleasure to be here, and sorry that my sound may not be the best. I'm not home. Today I'm in Czech, presenting the documentary about Ukraine's national minorities. So my name is Lena. I'm from Crimea. I live in Ukraine, and I work in cultural projects related to Crimean and Ukrainian cultures, I'd say. And also I try to share information about Crimea in English in social media or in YouTube. I'm a friend of Rick the Ukrainian, and I'm extremely happy to get to know you guys.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Lena.
Lena.
Lena,
Yes.
and I also don't know the new gentleman.
Hi, yes, my name is Kevin Leach. I'm the founding director of Sabre Training Advisory Group, and been on Jonathan's podcast a couple times. But what we do at Sabre is we bring ex-NATO instructors to come out here and train Ukrainians, all in the effort to improve the quality of training that's out here and to help with the Ukrainianization and modernization of Ukrainian forces.
And what a splendid job you're doing there too, Kevin.
Hello, Kevin.
Kevin's been kind enough to come to some of the events that we've done on the ground, especially in January, which was great being able to sort of meet up there.
Yeah, I think that was the first time we met in person, wasn't it?
I think it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to get you back out here soon.
And it will be.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
I'll just say one line. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, just for the new folks who I haven't met. Cormac Smith, a former British diplomat, and as such, I served for 2 years as a special communication advisor to Pavlo Klimkin between 16 and 18 when he was Ukraine's foreign minister. I do what I can in terms of media, interviews, podcasts, etc., to support my friends in Ukraine. And I'm a friend of Jonathan's, and I've been on his platform on a number of occasions. That's all I'll say.
All right, I'll go. Given the opportunity, listen, I have never in my life passed up an opportunity to talk about myself. My name is Nick Suter. I am the executive producer and senior host of In Time. We are a news and educational program in the U.S., but we work very hard on global news. We also do breaking news. We cover Prigozhin's romp into Russia and beat most mainstream organizations to it. So I personally think that the silver bullet to we've actually kind of danced around and talked about this issue, but the silver bullet to most of the world's problems is education. It's knowing how to think critically. So I used to I used to teach high school, and we are above all else an educational program. So we'll take a look at how mainstream media is representing news in the U.S. We break it down. We say, here's where we think it's right, here's where we think it's wrong, and here's how we should look at it. So that's my show. It's In Time Show, youtube.com/In Time Show. And I think Jonathan said he would put all of these up. So that's who I am.
Jonathan, if I could just say, I'm going to pop out in the next 10 minutes, but I'm going to come back in and join you probably about 10:30, 11:15, and are you through till midnight? Is that it?
That's right. I think then we'll have a cut off at that point. But we're carrying on until that point.
So if I disappear, I won't interrupt anyone. I've just got to go and get a bit of food.
That's fantastic.
I ought to introduce myself as well. I am Theo Althorp-Mullis. I'm a British journalist in the United Kingdom, and I go to Ukraine, report from there as well. I run the platform Dictators v Democrats, also on YouTube and on Substack, and a podcast linked to that called Dictators v Democrats, Why We Fight, where I interview the people who are stepping up to defend democracy or fight for it if they don't have it from around the world, and find out their personal story, their human story, their motivations, etc. That's me.
That's fabulous. Right, I just lost my buttons there. While we've got Kevin and Lena on, I'm especially because we haven't interacted before with Lena, and I've done, I think, only one episode actually on Crimean Tatars. And I'm not even sure that, I think that was a Ukrainian expert talking as opposed to Crimean Tatar. But this is an absolutely fascinating topic, and the endless persecution. And of course, the huge myth that somehow the invasion of Ukraine was wrong, but somehow the invasion of Crimea was okay. Somehow that was liberation as opposed to a straight out invasion, a genocide, a brainwashing, and all the usual tools. What's your history? What's your perspective on this? And how can we overturn some of these lazy, pernicious Russian narratives that still have immense power, unfortunately, vis-a-vis Crimea?
That's quite a complex question. I would say someone has already mentioned this idea. Education is the key. And I totally agree here, because each person who read some history books would know that Crimea has not been a Russian land for ages, that Crimean Tatars are not, traitors, collaborators, and they deserve everything that happened to them, or that Ukrainians are mistreating Crimean Tatars, or I don't know what else people say these days about Crimea to make Russian narrative sound louder. I was born there, and I've lived in Crimea up to 2016, so I've seen the occupation, and I definitely can confirm that when Russian military personnel is marching through streets of your city, this is not a peaceful process of deciding that you want to join another country. Yes, and I know people still living in Crimea, and the level of persecutions is insane. Like, Russia is violating human rights and liberties, and that's really a horrible situation over there. So I believe all we can do is share like real Crimean voices and support Ukraine, because without free Ukraine, there will be no free Crimea. And without free Crimea, there will be no whole, like, peaceful, harmonic Ukraine.
One of the other pernicious narratives is that somehow history began, and including urban history began, when Russians appeared in Crimea, as if suddenly, it was empty prior to that. There was, there was nothing, maybe some huts or whatever, but there was nothing to speak of, a few little fishing huts or whatever. But actually, there's layers and layers and layers of history. Some of it seems, eradicated under occupation to try and and get rid of that. Is the process here just about, education, or does it take a particular kind of activism to actively try and demolish these kind of myths?
I would say people who don't know the history of Crimea, they're really excited to hear what actually happened there. And as you said, the myth that Russia started developing the peninsula is insane. Because right now I have a postcard with Crimean Palace. It is Bachistera Palace, built in, if I'm not mistaken, in 15th century. And there was a modern country in Middle Ages from the mid 15th century to 18th century. They had really big political influence on Europe that time, and so it makes me really laugh and smile when I hear this myth, because that country even forced Russia to pay money to them. Sorry, my English is not the best. I don't recall all the words, but they had to pay money until 1700 for being a vassal to them. So I'm really sad that this situation changed drastically, and this part of history is unknown. It takes yes, as you said, activism, but also I would say open heart, because these people who believe in these narratives, they're not our enemies. They were just heard some information and they believed it. As soon as they hear my point of view and I don't know, some true historical facts, they're like, okay, I didn't know that. So they're open, as well as I'm open to listen to that points and to discuss them with open mind.
Jonathan, could I come in quickly?
Please to
You've
jump
gotten
in.
very quiet.
You've gone quiet. You've gone a wee bit quiet there.
Can you hear
No,
Well, I can hear you barely.
no, you're there's something wrong with your mic.
I've no idea.
There you
You're
go.
back.
Got
You're
it.
back.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're
Yep.
back. Yeah.
Right. There is another pernicious myth, Kremlin lie, about Crimea, and that's one that the Kremlin has succeeded in getting into the minds of Ukraine's Western allies, and that is that getting back Crimea will ultimately be a step too far for Ukraine. And I have spent the last 3.5 years telling anybody that would listen that, having lived among and worked at the heart of the Ukrainian government, that the Ukrainians would never give up on Crimea. It was Zelensky who said, I think a year ago, maybe more, he said this war started with Crimea and it must end with Crimea. Something even more existential. General Ben Hodges, retired, said, about 2 years ago, he said, so long as Russia holds Crimea, Ukraine will never be completely free or viable. He described Crimea being held by Russia as like a dagger stabbing up into the belly of Russia now, or the belly of Ukraine, rather. So I think we really need to challenge this absolute ingrained story that's in the heads of so many in the West, and so many have told me, is Crimea is always going to be a step too far. Ukraine will never get Crimea back. Ukraine must one day get Crimea back. And, just to finish and just to give a eulogy to one of the most impressive men I have ever met in my life, was a man called Akhtem Chigos. He was one of the leaders of the Crimean Tatars, and he came to visit the foreign minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I was fortunate. I was given half an hour with him and his wife and his Russian lawyer, actually. And I needed to speak to them through a translator, but he was just one of the most impressive, humble, brave, men I have ever come across in my life, but I think that's what I wanted to say. I mean, Axem Chigos made a huge impression on me when I met with him and his wife only a few days after he was released from prison. But we must remove this myth from the heads of Ukraine's friends and allies. Crimea must be taken back. There's the campaign that I took part in, hashtag Crimea is Ukraine. Anytime you're talking about it on social media, use it, because we need to fight very hard for this. I was reminded every single day I came into my office on the 6th floor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When I came out of the lift, I walked straight into a little shrine with the director's chair, and it said "Free Senstov." It was dedicated to a filmmaker called Oleg Senstov, who was in prison at the time. He has since been released, and indeed I had the great honor to meet him in London. This was before the further invasion, but the whole sense from my time in Ukraine of how existential Crimea was for Ukrainians. In the West, we don't see that. We think that Crimea is a step too far. Ukraine must ultimately, and I don't know when, Crimea must be taken back. I hope to see that Ersh Bridge go any day soon, maybe if we get the Tomahawks.
Let me know. I can ask you a question before you go. Let me interrupt and disagree with you. It is true. Crimea is too far so long as Russia exists. This is why the sanctions are so important. Russia will never give it back. So if we do not sanction them completely, you had said earlier, we've never sanctioned them completely. You are 100% correct. And if we do not do that, we cannot win. Correct. We can't win because we can't get Crimea back. So and so that's where the disconnect is. The people
agreeing with you.
Yeah, so yeah, the people who say we can't get Crimea back, the reason they're saying that is because they don't realize Russia is the problem, and as long as so it's the sanctions, and if you don't understand that, then yeah, of course we can't get Crimea back. But that's so there. That's it. That's what I'm.
Well, we have a military guy here. I know, Kevin, you're not necessarily a sort of 4-star strategist, etc. But from a military perspective, it's a tough one, isn't it? The idea of taking Crimea by force and what you'd need in terms of manpower, armor, strategy, training, air power is potentially a tough one.
It's not something where you would go rushing in. You're not going to have you're not going to achieve anything that way. You need to besiege the place, and in that case, it's doable, but there's lots of externalities when you're cutting off a whole area from any kind of resupply or travel. But you like, were we to try and invade Crimea, that I think probably, certainly in the shape that we're in now, would be suicidal and pointless. But if we were able to capture the isthmus that connects Crimea to the mainland, then blow up the Kerch Bridge. The Ukrainian Navy already has fire control of the Azov Sea and the Black Sea, so there's no question of Russian resupply via ships. And in that case, you allow in things like water and food. Probably that's going to be handled by the international community. But you say, look, there are no military supplies going in. We will allow disarmed soldiers to leave. We will allow Russian citizens to leave through this, XYZ humanitarian corridor. But any Russian soldier that retains their arms will die. And whether whether it's through whatever means. Anyway, I don't want to get too bloody minded on here.
It's a long haul, though. It's a proper siege. We're talking about a considerable period of time to bring that to effect, I guess.
Oh yeah. Look. I mean, a lot of people call me a pessimist. I'm just out here. We're in this for. I was always saying, like, this war's got 4 to 6 years in it. I think now we're looking at 6 to 10. Just a lot of decisive actions that could have been taken early on weren't. So now we get to deal with the repercussions of that. And yeah, I mean, fuck it. Like it worked for Syria. The Syrians held on, and now Russia has one little base left there. I'm not going to make any comment on the current Syrian government because I don't know anything about
And
them.
it collapsed suddenly. I know a lot of preparation went into that, but literally 1 minute it seemed impregnable, although behind the scenes probably it's hollowed out. And then the next day it's literally gone and all its vestiges swept away. It's
there were people that thought the Soviet Union was going to last 1,000 years, and these getting a little philosophical here, but I mean that there are certain systems and there are certain political arrangements that are, I think of them as high artificiality and low artificiality, and most authoritarian systems are they require a high amount of artificiality. What I mean by that is they require force to keep people in line and keep people compliant with that system. High artificiality systems are fighting against reality. They're fighting against people's natural inclination to be free. They are fighting against they're fighting against just entropy. And the thing that makes sort of free, what we would think of as free societies, really successful is kind of that, I would say, counter entropic force, that creativity. People are free to start a business. People are free to invent things. People are free to express themselves, create art. Those things are, creation is counter entropic in every way, and so when you stifle creation, you create that fragility and that high artificiality, and then it's just at that point you're just on a countdown.
Yeah.
Some people think they got a 1,000-year countdown when really it's 80, but
that's the thing with sanctions, isn't it? It's like the arguments for, like, I think people don't have the attention span to necessarily understand the mechanic of sanctions. Like, well, why hasn't it toppled? Why hasn't the economy collapsed? Why hasn't this happened? But what you're doing is making a regime far more brittle. You're taking away some of the options that it would have had to build its own resilience, and you're making it extremely brittle. So you can't know the day, the time, the hour, or even the way in which it's going to collapse, but you're making the probability of your enemy crumbling more likely. That's
it's something. I mean, it reaches back to something you guys were talking about before. I think it's like parallel to say lack of critical thinking is a lack of we'll put it this way: people have a high time preference. People want things now. They want things that are immediate, instant gratification. You don't meet a lot of people that are willing to commit themselves to a generational project anymore, or say you don't meet a lot of people that are willing to plant trees under which the shade of those trees they will never rest, and that's what something like this is. I have a lot of faith in Ukrainians. I believe that many Ukrainians are capable of committing to a generational project. The question is for those of us, I'm not in the West, but those of us from the West and in the West, can we commit to our own generational projects? Do we believe in our values enough to commit? And who knows? We're going to find out.
Jonathan, can I make two very quick points before I jump out, and then I'm going to come back to you for the last half hour. I think just addressing directly what you have just said. When I was out there, I ended up doing an awful lot of work in leadership. Leadership and communication has always been two sides of the same coin for me. And what I saw was how the Soviet legacy, which 30 years after independence, was still had a very, very firm grip on parts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But I later learned, as I befriended Royal Canadian Mounted Police, working with the police force, Operation Orbital, which was the British project working to train the military, and other people I found that people telling me the exact same stories about how the Soviet legacy was both ossifying and paralyzing people and slowing down and making real decision making and agile decision making absolutely impossible. That's the first point that I want to make, and that is one of the journeys that Ukraine is on, is to adapt real leadership where leadership is devolved down and permission is given from the top. I think the reforms that were made in the Ukrainian armed forces, specifically to the NCO section of the army around 2019, were probably very significantly responsible for Ukraine outfighting man for man, unit for unit, the Russians on so many occasions. The NCO section in the Russian army is notoriously corrupt. That's the one thing I want to say about the Soviet legacy and ossification and paralysis. The second point that I wanted to leave you with is, Ukraine can win. And in many ways, Ukraine is starting to win, and Russia certainly is not winning. But Ukraine's greatest weakness at the moment lies in the minds of her Western friends and allies. And that's why I started talking about Crimea just being, Ukraine will never get Crimea back. I accept it will take a long time and it's not going to be a simple land invasion. But we must find a way in the West for our leaders and our people to actually believe that Ukraine can win. Because let me tell you, from the first horrible days of this invasion, I was speaking to friends in Kyiv. And nobody ever told me that they weren't going to win. And I spoke to one friend of mine with parents in their late 70s, and I said, "Have you got, your mother and father out?" And he said, "Man, we're going effing nowhere. Because if we don't stay, who's going to fight?" And so many people, so many Ukrainians, when the world had written them off and said Kyiv had fallen 3 days, and after that I was being told they're going to be overwhelmed and so forth. Ukrainians never told me they couldn't win, but so many people in the West have been telling me for over 3.5 years that there's no way Ukraine can win. Russia is much bigger; they can outlast Ukraine, etc., etc. I'm gonna go. Ukraine's greatest weakness lies in the minds of her Western friends and allies. Jonathan, I'll come back and join you in about an hour or so.
Fantastic.
See you, boys and girls.
I need to get going too, actually. So,
yeah.
Do you want to talk first, real quick? Because I think she wants to respond to that while it's still hot, and then I'll go. Did you want to?
Go for it.
My name again, Nick Suter, In Time Show, YouTube / In Time Show, and this has been actually, Jonathan, it's the first time I think I've been on a stream with you. I've been on with Greg a lot, and I think we all sort of think the same way and have similar interests. So this has been a delight. It's been a delight meeting you, Theo. Sorry that I'm just getting to know you guys as I'm leaving. I don't do fundraisers a lot, and there's usually a number of personal reasons for that. And if you follow me, you already know we've had this discussion before. My show has only ever done one in 4 years, and we still really try to avoid it. Me personally, I do a couple for if I think the cause is really good. So the fact that I'm here, if anybody knows me, if there's any of our audience here, which we sent the link along, I hope that there is, they'll tell you I pick and choose. And the reasons I chose this one was because they're serious. First of all, it reminds me of there was a episode of The West Wing, an American show that I thought was spectacular, where somebody went to C.J. Craig and said, "Okay, if I had $1 billion to invest to make the world a better place, who would I give the food to? Where would I send food?" And this and that. So, "Oh, no, not food, roads. You need to build roads. You need to build roads in Africa. You need to build roads so that people can get. We've got food. It's the roads." And so people are sitting here saying, "Where do I send the guns? Where do I send the bullets?" Cars. They need to be able to get to the troops, to the places. So when there was an organization that said, "We're taking cars seriously," I was just like, okay, these are people who know either they're complete They're just like, hey, let's send cars, or they know what they're doing. And it turns out they know what they're doing. And they armor the cars. They make sure that each car goes to the right unit. The unit gets what they need, not just some random vehicle. It's the custom tailor fit. They take their time. So I was delighted to be asked to come. I've been asked to do a lot of fundraisers. Very few I ever say yes to. And to boot, instead of just coming on for a half hour and talking about Trump, I got to stay with all of you guys and have just an awesome time. So thank you all for that. I hope those of you listening will donate. I know they're getting very, very close. You put that spreadsheet up about a half hour ago. So
we're moving it forward. We're getting close to the topping the campaign out, and hopefully we'll get there by the end of the day. You've been here for a good couple of hours. I mean, a tremendous staying power.
I've been delighted. When I signed up, I thought I was signing up for an hour, and then it was a half hour. I was just like, oh, I want to talk more, man. Getting me to talk is easy. It's getting me to shut up that's the trick. But I'm going to ask one final question before we go. It's slightly off the current topic, but it's relevant to where we've been, and I think it'll dovetail nicely. I want to ask it primarily of Theo, because it was what he and I had been discussing, but it will appeal, I think, to everybody. You had mentioned that one of the reasons that people talk about regime change and are susceptible to authoritarianism and susceptible to Russian propaganda is because they're told, look how bad it is compared to, you can't give your children better than you had. Having said that, there was a study that came out in 2017 that said that violence across the planet is down from any time in human history in terms of as a percentage of people alive. Mm-hmm. Not only that, but life expectancy is higher than at any time in the 100,000 years that we've been alive. Life expectancy is higher. Now, life expectancy is actually meaningless. The reason it's meaningless is because if you're in jail that entire time, it's not really a good life. So with life expectancy is what kind of freedoms do you have? And with technology and with free governments and with more people on this planet have been freer as a percentage of the population than at any time in history. So with all of these things being true and with so much success, how is it that Russia is able to propagandize and convince people to go for that their lives are terrible, that somehow we're missing what we should be getting? And how does that propaganda work? I will take my answer off the air. Claire, nice to see you, but I got to go.
I'll quickly inject an alternative into that is, how does propaganda convince a current generation of Russians that the Soviet Union was a golden age, when actually it was a terribly shit thing? That's the inverse, but yeah, it's the same answer probably to both questions.
Well, it's all about the narrative.
Thank you so much for being here. It's absolute pleasure. Yeah, he's gone, but that was brilliant. We'll follow up afterwards. Let's say a quick hello to the guys that have joined before we head into the next answers. We've got Claire, who is one of the movers and shakers in Car for Ukraine, and everyone's been kind enough to say, thank you to me for putting this together. Honestly, Claire's done most of the negotiation and donkey work behind the scenes, because I'm literally useless at organizing things in the real world. That's not my talent. I'm not sure what my talent is, but organization is certainly not one of them. And we also have Johnny here as well. I'm delighted to see on the stream. Let's have a couple of words from each of you about yourselves, and then we'll jump back into the to the banter and hopefully fire a few more questions at Kevin and Lena as well.
You go, Johnny.
Hey guys, do you want me to say a few words? Oh, we have Slavi.
Yeah, we got Slavi as well. So let's get everyone to say hi. And
so can I just say that Johnny only came in at the last minute. I asked him actually days and days and days and days ago, but he posts an email on his YouTube channel, which apparently he doesn't have or something. Anyway, he lost my email. And I only got a message like 5 minutes ago on, can you send the details to Instagram? And so I did, and so he's here. Johnny's from a channel that's pretty much fairly new, I think, called Young Ukrainians. And I think he has an interesting point of view. So sorry, Oleg, Lena, and Kevin. I'm Claire. I represent the organization, and I'm here to boss Jonathan around as best I can. But let me tell you,
she's the boss.
he's a stubborn hunter. Go, Johnny.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, is that a freak?
No, I never check. I only get the messages. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Yes, can now.
Okay, perfect. I only check like Instagram. So if you want to get in touch with me, DM me on Instagram and I can respond right away. So yeah, if I'm Ukrainian, living in the United States citizen, but I follow everything that goes in Ukraine very closely. I have fun content on YouTube as well. You guys are welcome to check it out at Young Ukrainians on YouTube. And thank you for inviting me. As far as a car for Ukraine goes, I'm very excited about this idea. This is exactly what makes this war and everything in Ukraine so much different than any war in history. And that's something that Russia cannot account for. And this is the volunteer work that's being done by people like Claire, that people who just chip in on the internet. And that throws everything that Russia has been getting ready for, all the, any kind of information warfare that Russia is putting. A car for Ukraine kind of negates everything. And all the volunteer work that's been done, that's what tilted the scales in Ukrainians' favor so far. And that's what allowed Ukraine to survive. So I'm really excited to be a small part of this right now. And thank you guys for organizing this.
Well, thanks for being here as well. And another new face for me as well, Slawi. So say a couple of words about yourself.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, Claire. What a great job doing this marathon. And Jonathan, you hosting for, I don't know how many hours now, 10, 11 hours. It's incredible.
Midday, yeah. It's quite
You guys are rock stars. But I'm Slavi, Ukrainian by birth, American by choice, and forged somewhere between the two. I was born in Kharkiv, a city that learned what resilience sounds like long before the world was listening. Now I live in Los Angeles, and I have a YouTube channel where I explain Russia's invasion of Ukraine to English-speaking viewers, and hoping to reach those who don't really follow the war or understand kind of what's at stake.
absolutely fabulous. And I'm going to say a couple of words for Car for Ukraine, because I know what Claire's going to do. She's going to remind me that I'm not saying the link enough and I'm not drawing attention to the link and the amazing work. So I'm going to get Claire to talk a little bit about the 93rd of Holodny Yar, the Black Ravens. I had the flag up in the background, but it's fallen down. We'll put it back in a minute. Again, we're not just supporting Car for Ukraine because they're effective. We also know that Car for Ukraine supports the most effective brigades and battalions. They pick the ones that are going to have the greatest impact, and then they identify what these guys' greatest needs is. And often it's vehicles. You know, they've got the drones, they've got various stuff, they've got those boxes ticked, but these guys need these vehicles to get their equipment to and from the front, to evacuate wounded, to increase their chance of survival. And then if they are, unfortunately, as happens all too frequently, if they're hit by some kind of drone, they need to be in a vehicle that is going to protect life and limb. And it's been proven over and over that Car for Ukraine fit these vehicles out in such a way that it improves the survival chances of the crews that use them. There's a little bit of a cherry on the cake. They also have this lovely branding, Bandera Mobil, which annoys the hell out of the Russians. So that's just a little added advantage there. Claire, though, say a couple of words about why this is so important.
So I think the Black Ravens are a really interesting unit. They're part of the 93rd Mechanized, as you said, and they particularly use the Wild Hornets drones, if anybody's familiar with them. They're a strike unit. They've been taking out the Russian ammunition depots in Donetsk. So not only just fighting and killing Russians, but actually improving the outcome for the all the other infantry and drone units that are in Donetsk area. And I think they're an incredibly significant unit to support. They actually need 2 vehicles, and we're hoping to get 2 from this campaign for them. These long distance or into Russia or behind the lines strike units are really, you know, the ones that can change the outcome for everybody and really save lives. And I think there's something really romantic about their flag, if you could pick it up. But can I just ask, Jonathan, there's a moving bundle behind you on a couch or a bed, and it's really spooking me. But is somebody under a blanket?
It is, but we're trying to ignore that because I've you know, this is let's say slightly selfish of me not to spend time with the small person, but they're playing on his phone in the background. So, but just,
lovely. Good on him. I just
for
thought
OPSEC, I don't want his face appearing on the screen, but you know,
might have had a prisoner. But I just wanted to thank everybody for turning up. I think it's been a really interesting marathon. It's been
maybe say a couple of words about Ivan as well, because I've had the privilege of seeing their garage, their facility in Lviv, where they redo these vehicles. They have a bunch of smashed vehicles that get sent back from the front, so we see the impact of kind of what happens, and then we see how they're fitting them out. We've seen how the vehicles are sourced in the UK, what condition they're in, and how they get. Now, we've seen the whole end-to-end process. But it really impressed me, you know, the dedication and the professionalism of the crews in Lviv.
Yeah, well, there's not only the crews in Lviv. There's the vehicle buyer in London, who's actually a vice president of an international bank, and he spends all his spare time buying vehicles. He buys, you know, somewhere between 2 and 5 vehicles a week, and he does it, you know, up till midnight and 3 a.m. and he's driving up to Newcastle to pick up a car, then appearing at his day job by 7 a.m. and, you know, incredible effort that he puts in. And then there's the guy with the truck who goes backwards and forwards with 3 vehicles in the back of his truck, and he just goes from London to Lviv and London to Lviv and backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. I think his family are in Poland, so he stops for one night in Poland and then he's back on the road. You know, incredibly hard yards that people put in. And then there's the little guys in the workshop that do the mechanical work, and then somebody else puts the armor on. And then there's the family who do the posters, all the little posters, the red banner, the Bandera Mobile banner, and the donor banners on the cars are all done by a family of at a print shop. And the children of the family, who are about between 11 and 13, come over on Thursday, Friday, and stick the banners on the cars that are going that day. And then they're filmed before they go. So they come after school on the Thursday, and the cars are usually filmed on the Friday for the video of deployment. But it's such a closed group. And then there's Ivan, who gives all his, or Ivan, who gives all his time to this plus his drone job. And he spends weekends with his sister's family packaging up all the patches and gifts that go out to donors, and there's thousands of them. And he does so many packages every month that now when he goes to the post office, the ladies at the post office clear the queue and give him a single desk just to himself and bring him cups of tea because he's got to stamp so many packages. And they love him because they're paid on a concession on the amount of packages they send. So they're really thrilled to have Ivan sending off so many packages. And so it's really very much a team effort in Lviv. It's all volunteers. And, you know, none of these people except for the mechanics get paid. And so it's, you know, it really is a labor of love for Ukraine that they're doing it. And of course, you know, same for us, but we're not so, you know, we're not working quite so hard, I think you'd have to say. The integrity, I think, of Oh, you've gone muted, Jonathan.
Oh yeah,
You've gone mute.
I got a bit of delay on the buttons, so when I think I'm unmuted, I'm not. No, their commitment is extraordinary, and well, I guess it's not so public. They have other civil society and projects they're involved with, which are incredibly important. So that always stuns me. You know, how many people, if someone really is engaged in the whole civic society thing, they're not usually doing just one thing. They're usually doing multiple things, which is incredible.
Yeah, sometimes people come into fundraising and they say, oh, well, I'm going to reach out to the Ukrainian society in my area. This might be a Western person or even a Ukrainian living overseas, and think that most of the money is coming from Ukrainians living overseas. But that's not the case, because the Ukrainians living overseas are already giving as much as they can. Everybody in Ukraine is giving as much as they can. And we as CAF Ukraine really actually avoid Ukrainian donors as much as possible, for the very reason that they're completely maxed out with supporting the family, the group that they know, or the soldier they know, or the unit they know. And I just think that most of the money that we're raising is coming from Westerners. It's Europe, it's Scandinavia, it's Australia, it's America, it's Canada, it's countries like that that are giving to us. And we actively avoid approaching any Ukrainian supporters, because they're just flat out anyway.
The other side of it is transparency as well, and I think Kevin will be able to attest to this. It's also difficult for foreigners to know who to trust. You know, who is transparent, and then who is efficient. It's very difficult to be able to tell this. And the two charities that really that I've come across, which have that entire transparency, efficiency, impact thing going on, they're both in Lviv. They're CAF Ukraine and a charity that does drones called Jigaspor. And by an interesting coincidence, they didn't know each other. So we were able to actually introduce them to each other, and both have this obsession with transparency. Jigaspor actually built an entire system that is able to watch donations come in real time and expenses go out in real time. It's an extraordinary tool for donor transparency. But not only that, because they're developers in their previous lives, they're able to build it as a kind of exportable unit, and they're offering it to other Ukrainian charities for free, so they could live up to the same benchmark and the same standards. So I think that idea of sort of competence and freedom breeding almost, and propagating itself is quite a Ukrainian thing, and very, very lovely.
And I think for a long time, Ukraine had a reputation as being corrupt, and certainly in the Russian period, it was corrupted. And there's obviously still elements of that. So people are very nervous about where they should give. And so I think that's why the videos of deployment are so important, and that every car is identified as donated or fundraised by this group. And then you go to the website and you see that Jonathan Fink has raised 11,000 euros, and here's his car going out the door. And and on the car is also a list of the donors that gave to that campaign, so that it's very transparent. It's the cars cost about somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 in UK or Europe, depending on which sort of car, and we round them up to 11. Because after the cost of transporting them across to Lviv, then armoring them and fixing them up mechanically, you've sometimes got to strengthen them up, their suspension and things like that, so they can cope with the roads. And the whole thing costs probably a bit over 10,000 for a pickup, and a bit over 11,000 for a van for big drones. And so we round it out as 11, and that gets, then units have a choice. They either get an armored pickup or a big Mercedes style drone van. And I think the accountability and also the verifications that we go through for the units, because a lot of big card owners will give to commanders or senior military people, and they don't actually get to the soldier on the ground, whereas we give directly to individual soldiers. The soldier signs off on the car, not the commander, and then they get to use them right on the front. And it's a much more grassroots approach to it. They're always thrilled to know that at the end of the war, they then become the legal owner of the car because they've signed off on it. So they're hoping that one day they'll get a fabulous car. But you know, some of them. Did you see the recent photo, Jonathan, that I sent you of the burnt out?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Quite dramatic that this car is completely destroyed, burnt out, no windscreen, no grille. It's absolutely shattered car, and everybody got out alive because of the armor. And that was under one of those drone netting roads, and there was a hole in the netting, and the drone obviously got in and smashed the car. And then after the guys got out, they came back and they further destroyed the car. So the car photos were quite dramatic, and to think that people got out alive because of the armor. The armor thing is kind of, sorry, I'll turn my phone off. That was Ivan messaging. Going well, guys, he says.
Ivan, where are you?
Yeah, exactly. Come on board, you lazy bum.
It is already obviously late in Ukraine and past curfew, so I don't expect Ivan to join us.
He's got a small child, struggles for sleep.
There's a point I wanted to just make on here that that's really good is that the cars are going to the soldiers. Like the number of stories that we've heard working with our students about commanders just taking things off of their guys is depressing. And so having that accountability in there is incredible, because it's one of those things like we cannot be like our enemy. There's no fucking, pardon me for swearing, there's no point in us fighting this war if we're going to end up just like Russia. And the cultural differences, we got to hold on to them, because the closer we get to Russia, the worse everything is. And I mean, that's one of the things that, in speaking of cultural differences, one of the things which has been totally ignored in the West, because you hear everyone talk about Russian-speaking Ukraine, there's a completely different culture in Crimea, and I think Lena can probably give us a lot more detail on that, on just how different it is. I'm not even gonna. I'll just leave it at that. So, Lena, if you could tell us a little bit about Crimean culture.
Okay, I'll try answering, but sorry if I will be breaking. The internet is awful at the hotel.
You jumping off? Well, what we'll do is, because I know the audience will be interested to hear your story a bit more. Well, let's.
No, it's just the internet.
Jonathan, could you please repeat the
bad.
question?
Yeah, I'd love to do a full interview where we can really dive into your story for the audience. But yeah, I'd love to see if the panel have got any questions for you.
Well, yes, I think Lena was just about to get onto culture.
Yes, the culture. Every culture which is not Russian is being oppressed in Crimea. So we would understand a few years ago, the Crimean Tatars decided to organize a fair of books for children, like written in Crimean Tatar language. And when the propagandist media came to make news about this event, the organizers decided not to let them in, because they could, and they did. And because of that, these propagandists called to police and said that there is a bomb inside of this fair, and everyone had to be evacuated, and they stopped the event, and there was a pause, I believe, like for 2 or 3 hours, and for like a small initiative, it's a big loss of time, of money, of people's attention, and it was hard enough for them to find a place to hold this event because not everyone wanted to rent them, like to give them this space. Um, I know that Crimean Tatar classes and schools are being shut down, and the school administration is strongly asking parents not to ask for Ukrainian or Crimean Tatar classes. They put cameras to the mosques, trying to intimidate people, like to give them a feeling that they're being watched. Um, yeah, if you speak Ukrainian in public, I believe the next day the police will come to you. Like really, officially, Russia says it's 3 languages in Crimea, but in reality, no identity except for Russian is safe over there.
And this is something, one of the first people I was privileged to interview on my podcast was Sheikh Said Ismagilov, who spoke about a lot of the same things. And I think one of the messages that Russia puts out, especially to the global south, is that we're not an empire. We have this multicultural confederation with Crimeans, Icarians, Buryats, Nenets, Siberians, and they all have their different cultures, and look how wonderful it is. It's a lie. And how much, like something I asked the Prime Minister in exile of Ichkeria, Ahmed Zakayev, and I was like, where can people go to find out about real Chechen culture? And he said, well, it's quite difficult because over the centuries, so much has been destroyed. We don't have records of our authors anymore. We don't have, the art that was made prior to the imperial period. And are you finding, with Crimean culture, are you going through a similar sort of struggle?
Oh yes, absolutely. Since the first annexation of Crimea in 1783, Russians started prohibiting education in Crimean Tatar language and oppressing the culture and the language and religion. And many people had to leave, and they, of course, they were valuable for preserving the identity and culture. And the highest point here is deportation of 1944. Like almost every Crimean Tatar person was deported from Crimea to Central Asia and Russia. And after that, they immediately burned all the books in all the libraries of Crimea in Crimean Tatar language. Like we don't have much things preserved from old days. Some of the materials are available from abroad, for example, Turkey or Azerbaijan, because people used to relocate and they had some, but our language and our culture has been significantly damaged by Soviet Union. Yes, and that is why our language is considered severely endangered according to, and we really need to put a lot of effort not only to develop it but also to preserve. And so, yeah, the situation is not that horrible compared to 1944 nowadays in Crimea, but believe me, no one is feeling that Russia is like trying to develop some ethnic minorities cultures. That's really interesting that they send the representatives of Russia's indigenous peoples to UN Forum for Indigenous Issues, trying, and they, like, these representatives, they're asking everyone to remove sanctions from Russia because their influences indigenous people's lives. Like, really? Yeah, we believe you guys, of course, 100%.
It's the same kind of sorry. I just it's first of all, that's what Russia wants for Ukraine, right? They want to be able to come in, burn all the Ukrainian books, destroy all of the, stop people learning Ukrainian, destroy the history, and then that cynical use of indigenous people. It has not changed from the way the Soviet Union interfaced with the non-aligned movement before. They're just sitting there talking about how they're the champions of the global South, while doing everything they can to annihilate minorities, or I should better to say really sublimate minorities within Russia. It's disgusting. But I did have a question, Lena. It's a small question, but I understand. Do I understand correctly that the Crimean Tatar language is like a Turkic language?
Yes.
So this is just a fun one. Is the Azeri, or are the Azeri and Turkish languages mutually intelligible to Crimean speakers?
Oh yes, the RB has because we have the same words. I'd say almost. We have slightly different grammatics, but usually I would say Azerbaijani and Turkish-speaking people could understand Crimean Tatars for like 70%, maybe 80%, because my mom, I have this experience by myself. I've tried to speak to Turkish people, and we mutually understood each other. And the same situation was to my mom. She spoke to people from Azerbaijan, and they didn't need a translator. But the fun fact here is Crimean Tatar language has also it is connected to other Turkic languages, like in Central Asia, for example. Uyghur people who are being currently persecuted by China, we also don't need a translator while talking to them. Of course, we won't understand like 100%, especially with people like from Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, but I believe you would catch the general idea of conversation and give a few arguments that would be, I would think, doable.
That's so cool. That's like so my wife is Ukrainian, and we would go to Poland, and Polish people would be able to speak to her, and she would get the gist of what they're saying. Even
Yes.
for me, like I can pick out the odd word, but no, I just that was always something that I was curious about is how close those languages are, because I knew they're all roughly in the same group.
Crimean Tatar language sounds for Turkish people at least as some old clean language, because Turkish was influenced by Arabic and European languages a lot. And when they stumble each other, like on the street, they say pardon. And when I was in Turkey, I was like, don't you have your Turkic word for that? So yeah, they really love Crimean Tatar language for being so pure, like pure Turkic language. And that's the beauty. And that's, I hope, is the thing that makes them interested in our culture, language, and motivates them to help us, because Ukraine, of course, needs all the attention and help from the world, but also its people as well, because I believe the topic of Crimea is being discussed much less than it used to.
And here's a delicate question. What is the attitude, and this is a very broad question, of Ukrainians to Crimean Tatar culture? Because when we look at the imperial attitude to minorities, which you've touched upon a bit in the Russian Empire, it's very much, well, we'll tolerate you as long as you don't challenge the imperial culture, which is Russian culture. You can have your little, provincial, almost rural agricultural identity, but it can't be an urban, sophisticated, primary kind of cultural identity. We'll erase that a bit and pretend it never existed. What's the differences there between the way Ukrainians who are actually engaged with the idea of Crimean identity, is it in a sort of non-imperial kind of attitude? I mean, how would you compare the two?
Considering the fact that I used to live in Russia for 4 years, I totally get their attitude. as well. But yeah, I'm happy to be in Ukraine and to be among Ukrainians, because they do not have this imperialistic point of view. And actually, it's Ukrainians who got me thinking about my identity. They were the people who told me, don't ever be ashamed of your heritage. You are cool for being who you are, and we are totally supporting you. Like, I haven't heard anything bad or disrespectful from Ukrainians toward Crimean Tatars. Of course, there are some trolls on the internet. I don't believe they're really people. Yeah, like I live in Kiev, and I visit a lot of places and cultural events, and every person uh, is giving me the feeling that they care, and they, like, their hearts ache not only for Crimea as territory, but also Crimea as a place for its indigenous peoples. Like, they really care, because when I was living in Russia and I told them that I'm from Crimea, they asked me, "So, is the life better nowadays? Like, are you satisfied with the bridge?" And Ukrainians, when they get to know that I'm from Crimea, they say, "Whoa, where are your parents? Are they there? Like, are they okay? What's happening to, like, your people?" And I value that a lot.
Do you like the bridge? I'm sure you prefer the bridge when it's on fire with
Absolutely.
some rail
I have
cars.
a
Yeah, there we go.
picture
There
from
we
the
go.
first.
How did I
Yes.
know? How did I know you got that pinned on your wall?
But aren't we also desperate for the end of this fucking bridge, this hideous bridge? But I did watch an engineering YouTube on bridges and why this bridge is so difficult to destroy. And he talked about the layers and layers of cement that are in the foundations of the bridge and how really massive the structure is. It's really almost impossible to destroy it. And so I'm not sure what will become of the bridge. I mean, it's obviously possible to destroy anything, but it's a very difficult bridge to destroy because it's been built so strongly.
Well, I do believe Ukrainian army will surprise us one day.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, even myself in Australia has been waking up every morning hoping the bridge is gone.
Now, Kevin, you're not going to give away any secrets here, but are you pretty confident militarily that this thing's coming down soon?
I think when the time is right. I think there's a lot of very good strategic thinkers in the Ukrainian military. I think that there is a general plan. I hesitate to make any prognosis because of I don't know. I mean, just things happen so fast. But no, I broadly look. I'll put it this way. I'm here doing what I'm doing because I believe that it's important for my future, for children, my children, when my wife and I have them, and I believe that one day I'll be able to take those kids to every single region of Ukraine and tell them, this is your land. Because we fought for it, because we said no, and that's a very broad thing. I'm not even addressing the question that you answered, but I believe in the liberation of Ukraine, and I believe that it is going to come in time. But we have to stick with it, because it gets demoralizing sometimes to be down here in the detail, seeing everything kind of up close and having, like, we talked a little bit about corruption before, and there's still, like, it's still a huge problem. Half of Kiev has no light because a transformer station that was reported to have been defended properly with hardened concrete was not. And some son of a bitch is driving around in a new car with the money that was meant for those concrete defenses. Yeah. So it's one of the things that like we have to remind ourselves that there's a larger goal, that we're not on, like as I mentioned before, this is a generational effort. We are not on a timer. I hope to God that my children don't have to take this challenge on, but frankly, if I have any sons and they're as troublesome as I am, they will, if necessary, take this struggle up, and that's the way that we have to think about this. We have to outlast, and we've seen it done before. Not to go too far astray here, but I mean, the people in Afghanistan basically outlasted two global empires. Well, several global empires, and there's no reason that we can't do that here. I just hope that we
British twice. I think we had 2 pops at it and failed.
We had 2 pops.
Well,
and
yeah. So the British were out there along, and then the second time was with the Americans, and in between you had the Soviets trying. And frankly, I'm sure others that I'm just ignorant of. My knowledge of Afghan history is near to zero. But anyway, the point is that this is something that can be outlasted. But I hope that we're able to crush it sooner. I mean, that's the whole point behind the work we're doing is to make Ukrainian forces as lethal as possible, and to do that by merging what we know works in Western militaries with what Ukrainian forces have learned and developed that works. And I guess I'm just wandering into my own bailiwick here because I'm most comfortable talking about that. But it is something. I mean, I talked about corruption. There's a lot of deficits in training here in Ukraine. Come Back Alive put out they put a tremendous effort into researching and creating a report on the quality of training, the motivation of soldiers in training. I can't say where I was told kind of like Chatham House rules. It wasn't for attribution, but a foreign attaché with a reason to know told me that like 60% of mobilized troops will go AWOL at some point. And certainly some will return, or some will try and go to other units where they feel they're going to be better prepared. I mean, units within 3rd Army Corps or 3rd Assault Brigade itself, Khartia, the brigade or the corps, Azov, again, the regiment or the corps.
But that's interesting. That's not your usual AWOL, is it? That's people looking for somewhere where their chance of survival and impact is better. Whereas the press will often just label it as AWOL and they won't give context.
That's exactly it. I mean, it made the news here a while back. There was an entire company of guys. They got mobilized. They went back to their village and they said basically, we'll go only if you train us properly. And we've seen all kinds out here. Like I'll tell you,
I met one of them. I met one of them at one of our events. An incredibly impressive warrior who made an ultimatum and said, look, either you let us fight the way we need to fight because we know it's more effective, or I'll resign my commission, and you lose this talent.
It's very Ukrainian. Ukrainians are free people, and that even when they're mobilized, they're not just going to go into it and I guess I'll die now. And that's why, like, we respect the hell out of our students because they put in the effort. But you can't go in yelling. You can't go in like I don't teach as much these days. I'm doing much more administration, but my instructors, we don't go in like Western drill instructors shouting at people, oh, sure, listen, private, go do this. Dudes will shake their heads and walk away from you because it's ridiculous. But you have to go in and explain the why behind everything that you're teaching. And we've seen, like I said, we've seen some real nightmares out here. We've seen Ukrainian instructors that, they were told, okay, go teach navigation. All right, do we have any compasses? No. And okay, I guess I'll just go to hell. And the point being is that the reason that you get these people going AWOL is because they are basically insulted by the training because it's not worth having. And that's not everywhere. For example, you go out into Kharkiv, the 151st Training Center, I believe it is. They're phenomenal. We spoke with their team a little bit, exploring collaboration with them, and like you look online and the commander is showing in an OPSEC safe way, showing the improvements they've made to their training center. So they have entire classrooms. They have bunker networks of living areas connected to eating areas connected to classrooms, because they're in the Kharkiv region, so that they can do all the training they need to and have the guys sleeping in a way that's nice and that's relatively safe. I mean, it's not going to, you drop a Tochka on top of them and it's going to have an impression, but a Shahed, they'll sleep straight through it. And that's a nice contrast compared to some of the camps we've slept in, which is, you've got a tent and like maybe some HESCO barriers, and the Shahed flies overhead and you're like, well, I'm glad they didn't pick here. But it's to just make a final cap off on my point, it's one of the things where we've got to get the knowledge out there in the Western supporters, in the wider international community, as well as into the Ukrainian community, is to know that like it is possible to train. It is possible to have your troops come home alive because they've been prepared properly. The Come Back Alive report that anyway, they've got such a great name because you say it so many times in the context. But anyway, the Come Back Alive report painted a really bleak picture, but they also made phenomenal recommendations. And it's part of like for us, it's great because I can use this as the value proposition when I go to Western governments and say, hey, wouldn't you like to spend $1 million and get like these results, 4,000 more troops trained, like junior leaders, people that can go on and train others, 60% reduction in casualties. We've seen the effect that our work can have if it's properly facilitated, and it's one of those things. We alluded to it earlier in this discussion, is that if we're gonna defeat Russia, it must be by fighting better. We're never this Soviet versus Soviet strategy is completely useless and doomed to fail, because a large Soviet army defeats a small Soviet army because it grinds the small one down more. So we need to bring in things, mission command, maneuver warfare. So a lot of my friends, a lot of whom are climbing into influential positions, which I'm very excited to see. But a lot of them, they fought as partisans in the defense of Kyiv right at the beginning of the invasion, and they were incredibly effective because they were able to move, they were able to communicate, and they weren't trying to fight the Russians head on, as they would come and hit them here, and then they'd move and hit them here, and then move and come around, or they'd fix the Russians somewhere in that they'd stop their movement, then call their buddies up in the regular military in the artillery units and say, hey, this intersection, I just want you to wipe it out. And that's where, like, that was when the Ukrainian military was at its freest and moving and fighting in what I would say is a Ukrainian way, which is decentralized, mission command oriented, and using a maneuverist approach. That's where we really saw that, and it was tremendously effective. I'm doing my best not to swear here, by the way. I'm a retired sergeant, so it's like punctuation for me. So anyway, it was amazing. It was beautiful to watch, but unfortunately, we rolled back on that in large part, and you saw kind of a reassertion of these pot-bellied Soviet colonels that only know one book, the Zhukov hero recipe, which is just get millions of my own guys killed and then take, say I did a great job. Anyway, we can't fight like that, and we have to pile up as much pressure behind improving training and modernizing and Ukrainianizing Ukrainian forces as possible. I've been very blessed this year to have a lot of high-level meetings with Western government representatives, and that's the same song I sing everywhere I go. Is that we've got the recipe for Ukrainian victory, and it's the great part is it's incredibly cheap. Training inside of Ukraine is a fraction of the cost of training outside of Ukraine. So just to give you guys an example, to do a 2-month training course for us costs about at the level we're at now about $870 per student. Now, keeping in mind we're not having to feed and house the students, so we're not taking those costs on. However, it costs the Ukrainian government $4,800. Now, some of that is that's counting the wages of the troops, that's counting the equipment provided to the troops, but these are things that we can do as well. Like, for example, a lot of NATO doesn't put a lot of money out here as the organization, but they do a lot of coordination between member states. And, coordinating between member states or finding donors in the West and saying, hey, can you give us $200,000 to buy this amount of equipment, body armor, plate carriers, most of extra uniforms, most of this stuff is already made in Ukraine and can be sourced in a very cost-effective way. The point being is that I'm very the cost of training inside the country in the NATO format and providing everybody what they need is it's very small. It's something that governments can achieve, even if I know governments across the West are really cash strapped now, but the point is that this is part of the recipe for Ukrainian victory, and it's just kind of convincing enough people in the West to actually support it, and it's getting there because I'll make this my final point. Speaking with the EU delegation a couple of weeks back, the EU military assistance mission has been asked to move 50% of their training that's going on outside of the country into Ukraine. I doubt very much that a lot of member states have the political will to put uniformed service members into the country. The beauty is that they don't need to. I'm not a very special person. There are thousands of guys like me who are willing to come out here and do this work. And there's a lot of organizations that can provide the framework for that. We just need frankly, we just need the resources. That's kind of me. I have to shill for my work, but that's the point that I want to make, is that we've got all the pieces across this kind of ramshackle alliance. We just got to put them together. And yeah, anyhow.
Jonathan, I've hopped back on. I swear to God, I've been listening as I've been packing to get ready for my early train tomorrow back to Kiev, and I just couldn't resist, so I had to hop back on because you are all making so many interesting and important points that I had to hop on. But I'm not going to stay long. I'm just going to respond to a couple of things.
And then just the guys who are waiting in the room. I've got a limit of 10 people to add.
I promise I'll be quick. I promise I'll be quick.
I'm cutting over the top of everyone. We've got very special guests coming in, and they have
I'm out in 2 minutes.
Let the man finish.
Firstly, Lena, you are absolutely right. Crimea as a Turkic nation and as part of what happened in the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire, it's very important to recognize that is still very much real, and that's very much why Moscow still wants to dominate Crimea. Ukraine recognizes and respects the Mejlis, the democratic body that is inside Crimea, and Moscow does not. So you are absolutely right there. Slavi, hello. The last point that somebody was making quickly about mobilization and the problem with people leading the front lines. Ukrainians will fight this war if it is fought correctly, and they are leaving not because they don't have patriotism or support of their country. It is because there is an old Soviet officer class that is absolutely screwing the pooch. So I'm sorry I know important people are coming. Had to hop back on. Had to say it. Jonathan, thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you so much.
So sorry. I'm leaving.
So thank you, everybody. We've got a very special event about this group of history academics and history buffs are going to rumble this show, but they've brought with them their avid fans, their donors, and we might get an extra truck if we clear the room and let them take over. Good luck, Jonathan. They're out of control.
It
So thanks
sounds
for
like it's going to
everybody.
be fairly crazy.
Sorry for pushing you out, but let's all go and enjoy the role.
And we'll
See ya.
catch up with everyone individually in separate streams and
Sure.
do proper interviews.
Good luck, Jonathan.
And I also believe in. Thank you, guys.
Lena,
And I wish
brilliant to
you-
see you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you a lot.
I'm going to be hopping off as well. Thank you so much for doing this, and I'll see you guys around. And Slava
It was a
Fink.
huge pleasure. Thank you so much. I think we've got everyone in the stage now. There we go. We got a few people jumped off. And guys, I think the chaos is beginning. Do you want to introduce yourselves and kick off what I know is going to be a chaotic hour and a half?
Can you hear us all right? Can you hear us all right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we good. Fantastic.
Let's
Because
test
we've had
microphones and go around the room.
we've had several hours of really intelligent expert analysis from all these wonderful people who really kind of know what they're doing and talking about the history and the kind of ground situation, the politics of Ukraine, and everything. Now it's time for the clowns. Hello, I'm Laserpick.
Oh, fucking glorious.
Hello, I am Falcon, and I am absolutely humbled to be called an academic by Claire here just a little bit ago.
You have a semi-serious, yeah. You can kind of do that, mate. But yeah,
She doesn't know us. She doesn't know who we are.
True,
She
she
thinks
doesn't know
we're
who we are.
intelligent. She doesn't know yet.
We've got my dear friend DW Phillips here as well. Yeah, I don't know what chaos you've entered here and what we're going to be treated to, but I'd say let's sit back and enjoy it.
I did say to you,
You're
if you want to
muted,
speak
sorry.
off for a little coffee break because you've been going for
You're
a while
muted,
now.
sorry.
I'm muted.
no, you're all right, Peg.
Oh no, your friend's muted.
Oh yeah, we still can't hear you.
Come on.
Technical.
Uh-oh.
Technical
Oh
hitches
no.
are the way.
Oh no.
It's the gremlins.
There we go.
We'll
Can
wait.
you
Hang
hear?
on.
Can you hear me now at all?
We can hear.
Yeah, there you go.
Great. I was saying that I'm so glad to be part of the chaos. I welcome it. Hooray! Glad to be here. D.W. Phillips. I'm a filmmaker. I'm a director of Ukraine Story and an executive producer for the film series Kyiv of Mine.
And Kyiv of Mine is, if you guys haven't seen this is a tremendous piece of work, a very different kind of slant, very positive view, I'd say, of Ukraine. Well, it's got light and dark, but it's not the usual, victim depressing stuff. It's incredibly uplifting piece. But I just want to do a little plug there because it's tremendous work, and there'll be a link to it in the thing. But let's
imagine 8 years ago if you happened to be an international visiting Ukraine and you went to Kyiv and you looked around and you said, wait a second, this doesn't look like Borat land like they told me in Hollywood. This looks like a vibrant, beautiful, powerful city of innovators and incredibly culturally diverse aesthetics and restaurateurs and tech nerds and all sorts of great things. Well, that actually happened. And this group of internationals came to Kyiv, fell in love, and said, we've got to set the record straight. So we started filming in 2018, telling the story of 12 different Kyivans, Ukrainians. And it was incredibly optimistic, positive, hopeful, interesting, funny. What we didn't know was that we would be walking with those dozen plus Ukrainians from 2018 to 2025, filming them every step of the journey through COVID and through the full-scale invasion. So as far as I know, we're the only film team that is captured in real time as it's happening. Restaurateurs opening up their restaurant, having them blown to bits by Russian shaheeds, reopening them again, and just telling the story on a very personal basis in a way which is funny, humorous, a lot of tender power throughout the course of the film. And we just released the series. It's going to be 6 episodes. The first 3 are finished. It's on YouTube. And the first 3 takes us from 2018 to 2015. And eventually we'll be filming after victory. and then the rebuilding of Ukraine as well. In the stories of the actual people that we've been following for the entire process.
Before there was some mention of Crimea. Now I caught the tail end of it, but it was called Turkish explicitly. Hi, complete fucking dork here when it comes to Eastern European history. I did my degree in it. Crimea is not specifically Turkish. It has linguistic and cultural ties to Turkey, but it's actually born out from the Mongol Empire. It's a leftover khanate from the Mongols when the Golden Horde was forced to retreat and the Poles pushed forward. It sort of existed as a quasi-independent state before eventually succumbing to
history, everything.
I think we've lost him.
You blocked up there for a second.
For a while, it was the Ottoman Empire because there were some links culturally and also for the fact that ethnically a lot of the people originally migrated from Central Asia, particularly the Kazakh region and to the northeast of that and through Turkmenistan, the Turkic-speaking countries. But calling Crimea explicitly Turkish is kind of an insult, actually, because a lot of Ukrainian women, particularly Cossack women, were taken as sex slaves through raiding from the Ottoman Empire specifically, and that includes a lot of Tatar women as well from the Crimean Peninsula. So just putting that out there, just a little bit.
I think we've got somebody with an actual history degree in the room, which is a bit worrying.
We actually do.
I expected chaos. I expected clowns and chaos. What the hell's going on? This is not what I signed up to.
You need to understand, it was an absolute nightmare going around Ukraine with this guy because he knows a lot about Ukrainian history and everything, and he was just randomly telling it to all the people that we met and everything, like we people in bars, random people on the streets, taxi drivers, wherever we ended up, he would just start sprouting Ukrainian history, and they all loved him for it. Because they would all come up because they were like, this is a Western guy who knows our history and our country and our people and everything. They're having a great time. And then there's me, the little goblin in the corner who barely knows anything, just like I'm also here.
Sometimes you can just follow him around in his wake, right? It's all cool.
Basically, yeah. I mean, I know about tanks and stuff, and that's more fun to me. I'm sorry. I tried to do the human stuff. I try to do the human stories. My heart goes out to a user who made the film. Feel free to plug that in chat, by the way. If any of my subscribers are here, fucking watch it and subscribe to it. It's an absolutely beautiful piece, and this man deserves all the attention that he can get. My heart goes out to you for being able to do that, for being able to follow these people around for so long, because I don't think I could do that, if I'm completely honest with you. Oh, the screen's changed. Hello.
Ooh.
Oh, my Let's give it up for history of everything, then.
Our friend, the film director, is on mute again, I'm afraid.
This is Johnny Pierce is fiddling with the screen, I'm sure.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought I'd pop back in and show the audience where we're at.
You're an inveterate fiddler.
Yeah, but yes. Just showing everybody where we are with regard to fundraising, and
your tabs are giving me anxiety.
We're just about to hit 10K on the Silicon Curtain, so let's.
Somebody's got a lot of RAM in their computer, which is great.
You're worse than my wife, and that's saying
something.
A
lot of tabs there, my man.
That is nothing. You should see when I do my hits and losses video in the morning, or I have like four different tab groups, and sometimes just obscene. I've got 3 other browsers open with videos worth of content to do, so I've probably got about 100 and something tabs open at the moment on different browsers. I've got 3 screens and more browsers you can poke a hairy stick at, but there you go.
All right, don't show off.
It would be remiss of me to say that if you've got that many tabs open, could you just do us a favor and constantly stream our videos in the background on at least one of them? Would that be okay?
Do you know what? When I first started my channel, in fact, it was when I was a tippling philosopher. I then split into I do philosophy as well as like geopolitics. I split into ATP geopolitics. When I was doing philosophy, I did have when I was working from home before I lives. I had to give up my job and whatnot. I did play on like multiple incognito tabs, like videos of my other channel to get up to the amount of videos you need to watch within a year to be monetized or whatever. I was like,
God loves
this
a
is definitely
try.
working. Yeah.
No, I respect that entirely. It's a good strategy.
Yeah.
My solution to that was to turn around and call the Kursk a piece of shit. That worked.
That worked for you. Yeah.
So anyway, sorry. Hello, everybody. Goodness me, there's a lot of people here.
I know we haven't had proper introductions. Should we do introductions with the chaotic crew that have joined? We've
I
had
think
a
they know
nice
who we
introduction
are.
from DW and the film there. But you guys, for those who are in the audience who aren't sure what's happening, a quick introduction, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right,
Falcon.
who wants to go first?
Falcon.
Okay,
Go,
well,
Falcon.
I am Falcon's Fighter Tales. I mainly cover military aviation history. I like to think I know a lot about airplanes. A lot of the time I'm just blowing smoke, but every now and then I'm right. Yeah, that's what I do. And Thrash, you're next.
Oh, yeah, you bastard. Hello, I'm Lord Hardthrasher. I spend a lot of time talking about planes and aviation, but my real passion, if I'm honest, is talking about bits of World War II history that people don't really know a lot about. So I've just done a thing on the Burma campaign, for example. And currently I'm stuck into what I can only describe as my magnus opus, which seems to be an endless series of videos about the Bomber War, for which I can only apologize, but it seems to be doing okay, and occasionally talk about the bits of Nazi kit that were totally shit and failed. So that's me. Ho.
Yeah, I do a lot about the Russian Navy. If people haven't noticed that.
Really?
Or
Yeah,
their
once or
submarine
twice I've
fleet,
mentioned
surely.
I've
You got the
mentioned
Navy
it once.
confused for.
I've mentioned it once or twice, like back and forward. It's not
Just
like
in
it's a
passing.
theme or anything. It's just in passing. I also talked about.
Right, we've lost him again.
Oh
It's
no,
Australian internet, man.
the Australian internet got him.
Well, in
You might-
case
you might
anyone
get back.
cares, I'm Jonathan Pierce, Jonathan MS Pierce. I do videos on the Ukraine war, and that's pretty much that.
But
You're in one, I respect
I'm
that.
also fucking. I did a
Are you?
degree, and
Yeah.
my academic side is I did genocide studies with a focus on Eastern Europe, specifically Ukrainian and Slavic history. So I do a lot of work on that in real life, and in internet funland, I call the Russian Navy a piece of shit. It's good fun.
He knows what he's talking
happy
about.
reading.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I love the
Pierce, what are
adventures
you
of the
drinking?
Russian Navy in World War One. There's some great tales of absolute, chaos and ineptitude, which are quite entertaining.
You should see the
Don't with him. Don't when it comes to like Russian stuff and the Navy. Don't with him because we'll be here all night.
Stand well
Must
back.
be
You've got the blue
laughing.
paper.
Oh, please enlighten us with some tales of the Russo-Japanese War, please.
Please.
Wasn't there this fleet that went around the world at some point? I can't quite remember the story, Ho.
Yes.
I'm just going to get a drink.
It didn't
That's
have
a
to get
beautiful
like
one,
coal
though.
poisoning and eaten by animals and stuff.
I actually made merchandise about that. It's called the Tsushima Cruise Lines. It's the Kamchatka on the bottom of the ocean, surrounded by binoculars, because the admiral kept throwing them at it.
That's beautiful.
That was a very successful shirt run.
Well, didn't they also fire on a bunch of British fishing vessels as they crossed around? Oh my
they thought they were
goodness.
Japanese.
Along with the Swedish merchantman, Russian merchantman, French merchantman, and also they cut the telegraph cable to Tangier in Morocco, and then they also shot at their own ship about 12 times.
Good work, guys.
And they blocked the Suez Canal briefly.
Otherwise, it was completely successful.
Top 10 successful Russian military operations.
It's all in how you define success. You just take a Soviet approach to it.
Well, the thing is,
Yeah.
the thing is,
Redefine the
it was
parameters.
successful because they got to where they were trying to go.
Yeah,
Well,
and they got the shit kicked out of them.
Actually, Pig, that was kind of the problem, because after the years-long cruise and all the disasters and everything else that had gone wrong, when they finally did actually get close to where they were going to, they signaled into the dark at a boat that they thought was another Russian boat. Watch out, we think there might be Japanese about, at which point it opened fire, because it was, in fact, Japanese.
I mean, they succeeded in one way. It's 100 years later, and we're still talking about them. So
That's true.
That's a form of success, right?
Yeah.
Infamy.
Actually curtails onto. I just have. Hello, I'm Laserpig, by the way. 4 years ago, I made a funny video on tanks, and it's all been downhill from there. It sort of curtails onto a. Because I'm just gonna start throwing random topics at these guys and just see what happens. But we've had a couple of images come from the front lines, and one of them was quite interesting. I can't see if I can find it again for you. But it was of a Russian officer holding an MP40.
Is this the Nazi one?
Yes, the Nazi SMG from the Second World War. Really kind of interesting because unlike, I mean, when you're in that kind of area of the world, like you do tend to find stuff like this. You find caches that have never been discovered, that's been like buried in basements for like 60 odd years. You've got artillery shells will occasionally dig stuff up, and you do occasionally get people on the front line who will pick something up and it'll go, oh wow, that's cool, I'm keeping that. But this is pristine. It looks like it's new. It looks like it's just been made, and that's kind of it's a bit odd. It is a bit odd, and you look at it and go, well, why is that there? Why has he got that? Now, we heard rumors way back when we were doing preparations for our live stream of Putin's disaster CGI parade. We'd heard rumors that Russia was running out of small arms. Now, I absolutely refuse to believe that's happening because Russia has stockpiles of small arms, like buried in ditches and mines. I mean, they've got AKs coming out of
the AK world, right?
Yeah,
they just make the bloody things.
There's no way. Like they can fire out about 1,000 of those in 20 minutes. You know, there's no way they're running out of small arms. But here's the thing: there is a warehouse in the middle of Moscow. And it's one I've been trying to get into because I can't get into Russia right now for obvious reasons, but I want to go to this warehouse. And it is all the stuff, all the guns and stuff that the Soviets looted off the Nazis during the Second World War. Like, we're talking largely MG42s, but a lot of rifles, a lot of SMGs, all in pristine condition. Have all been sealed in boxes and left in this warehouse. And we always thought when they crack open that warehouse and start distributing those weapons, that's it, it's over for them. But we were thinking more the lines of like, okay, there's nothing left. They're invading Moscow. That's when they crack open the warehouse. Now we're seeing images of Russian soldiers with these weapons, with like MP40s that genuinely look pristine. We've seen a couple of MG42s. We don't really know where they've coming from. Is there a slight possibility, given Russia's logistic situation, given the problem that's having with all its warehouses and everything, have they cracked that warehouse open and are they distributing those weapons?
Maybe for reserves, I would say. It's not the worst idea for reserves. Like, just they couldn't get anything on hand, so they just give them to them straight away. And, you know, it's good enough, comrades. Send them off.
Well, it's also very interesting because it raises the question of how are they maintaining those weapons they have now? Because it's not like they have, you know, AK armorers out there who have an intense knowledge of maintaining MG42s and MP40s and all that. I have to wonder what they're going to do if they start running into malfunctions and whatnot. But
yeah, no, exactly right. And where the hell do you get the ammo from? That basically, I think the reason that guy's got that gun, I suspect, is because he whipped it out of a museum somewhere and thinks he looks double hardcore because he looks like his dad. Like a.
So what you're saying is, Crash, that he's got the right kind of idea for the family tradition.
For the family tradition, I think he's got exactly the right idea. Yeah. Because as we all know, the Nazis are on the... Wait, what? Anyway, yeah, I think the guy stole it from a museum. That's the most likely thing. But, I mean, if they have started to run out of small arms, where the fuck are they going to get the ammo for those things? Because
I've got a question for you guys, because I did hear a kind of a suggestion or a hypothesis that actually, you know, with North Korea providing around sort of 40% of the artillery shells, supposedly, someone suggested that actually some of those are being laundered, as it were, like China's providing them and then kind of laundering them through North Korea. Is that plausible? And is that possible with small arms, or is it far more difficult to sort of launder certain classes of weapon and munition?
That doesn't seem unrealistic because a lot of those German weapons were given to like China, who would have supplied North Korea in the 50s, and now they're resupplying the Russians. I don't know. It is a hypothetical question at this point, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
It's like people that buy cases of wine and lay it down as an investment, but nobody could ever open it because if you try to drink it, you're going to die because it's vinegar, but it's worth thousands until you open the box. Genuinely, I think some of this ammo has been passed round and round and round and round and round and round and round, and you shouldn't be firing it. And if you've seen some of the pictures of some of these shells being opened up, particularly North Korean stuff, I mean, it's basically cockroaches and fucking sawdust, right? I mean, it's not, it's not proper stuff. And I think some of this is just a hit and hope. They're opening a box up and hope it fires, and they don't really. What's so terrifying? They don't really care if it doesn't work. The guy dies, never mind. It's just so callous.
They had some. There were even some videos of they're trying to use that North Korean ammo or older Soviet ammo, and it just explodes in the breach and just wipes out the gun crew.
But isn't there a shortage of gun barrels? Isn't that like ridiculously profligate with because they're surely difficult to tool a bunch of gun barrels up, right?
The gun barrels have been the biggest problem for Russian artillery for the longest of times. The point where they have basically been ripping the gun barrels off of like older artillery units that they've got locked away in storage, as well as reactivating T-55s and T-54s in storage to be used as mobile artillery pieces. We actually had news, I think it was last year, or maybe now this year, where they were reactivating tanks from a very, very strange storage, dump. It was one that was used by a television studio. And these were old T-55s and T-54s and everything that had been dressed up to look like period tanks for use in war films. Specifically, period tanks from a certain period in Soviet history, from a certain faction, you know.
What's the certain faction? Sorry, I don't know.
It was the Nazis. It was the Nazis.
Oh, right, sorry. It was the
These
Nazis.
T-55s that were painted
I thought it
grey.
could be the
They
white
had Nazi
forces.
symbols
White
painted all
forces.
over them, and now they're bringing them into factories and reactivating them to put them on the front lines in Ukraine.
The fact that
I thought it
T-55s
could
in
be the
general are
white
being used is
forces in the
wild.
Civil War potentially. That's the other,
maybe,
faction that you dare not, mention.
Oh, of course. No, that's
We watched a good movie with a Nazi T-55 in it yesterday. That was good fun.
Yeah, that was great. Cece's a great movie. You guys should all watch it.
I had a lovely experience that shared this one. This is I shouldn't really reminisce about my time in Russia because it's not really appropriate. But at one point there was a rather odd sort of lady who wanted to introduce me to her daughter. That happened quite a lot. So anyway, I go along and they invite me.
We've all been there.
We've all been there.
Anyway,
Yeah.
No details.
We've literally all been there.
Yeah.
It's not going to get sorted. So she invites me up for tea to obviously, meet the family. And it turns out that the first person I meet is the uncle, and he's dressed in a full Tsarist officer's uniform, but rather a pantomime kind of opera kind of version. And he's obviously mad as a box of frogs. I'm, okay, this is interesting. Bear in mind, this is the 90s, so this is really rather odd to see someone actually walking around the streets of St. Petersburg, Nevsky, in this, you think he's
that old.
Well, you'd think he was. He wasn't in the Civil War himself. It was his grandfather who I think he was. But you think he's a tour guide in museum. But no, that was just how he went out. But they're a family of artists, so they had one of these extraordinary apartments that was built on 2 floors. So big window with lots of glass, and there was an oil painting kind of partly covered up, but it literally was like 15 meters wide and about 5 meters high, because this was a huge kind of studio apartment, very privileged Soviet thing. They get the tea out, they get the cakes and the scones and the whatever, and put some music on, and then they pulled the little curtains or whatever it was covering this painting up, and it turned out to be a huge battle scene of one of the few battles where the white forces trounced the red forces, and it was painted from a white Russian perspective. And you think, like, they were painting that through the Soviet period. Like, this is not modern. They were painting this in the 60s, and there it is, like white forces smooshing the reds, and it's like, okay.
Does that count as? Do they count as dissidents for that?
It'd be the Gulag, I'm sure, if that was discovered.
I don't think you're going to do well.
And certainly their plush little privileged apartment would not have, that would have been handed over to somebody a little more regime friendly.
But that's although there's a good point though. I mean, in kind of in the circulation of elites, there were definitely a lot of people that made it from elite imperial circles to elite Soviet circles without much transition. They just learned to sing a different tune.
It does vary. During the Stalinist period, bullet to the brain off to Siberia. During the Khrushchev period, you can kind of get away with it, provided you're not overtly anti-Soviet. You can do it from a perspective of I'm just telling history. In the early Brezhnev period, you can do that as well. Late Brezhnev period, it's a bit more touch and go. As he gets older, he gets a bit more paranoid. Andropov and the other guy who died after 6 months and looked like he was a testicle. Not that long, you couldn't really get away with it. And Gorbachev, you could absolutely get away with it. The Soviet Union is not as despotically fuck you, I'm going to shoot you because you thought wrong as people think it was after Stalin. It does
after
thaw a lot.
53,
After 53, it does change a lot. There are still a lot of restrictions. It's like modern China in that sense, but well, modern China 10 years ago before Xi.
Absolutely fucking
yeah. And if you're in the higher echelons of, say, the Art Academy, which has got a very
you can do whatever you want,
classical kind of snobby kind of aristocratic sort of sensibility to it, I didn't see anything really creative come out of it. But
you're related to apparatchiks and party officials at that point, so you don't have a problem. Get away with it. Like the Soviet Union is repressive, but after 53, it goes from stomping on your throat with a boot, goth bummy, to more of a smacking you in the back of the head, angry older grandmother kind of thing.
Which do you prefer?
I mean,
it's not window or tea, is it? It's there's a far starker choice these days.
Modern Russia is so much more oppressive than the USSR. Modern Russia is
with certain exceptions, though. There was the here in Ukraine, there was the whole slaughtered or murdered Renaissance, and Vasil Stus died in a gulag in the 80s.
Oh yeah, Ukraine is always an exception.
That's Brezhnev. Remember, I said it gets worse under Brezhnev.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's depended. A lot of it depended where you were. If you were part of one of the.
I mean, they're always more paranoid about Ukrainian culture, right? If you're trying to express Ukrainian identity, that is far worse than being part of the imperial core identity, as it were.
It was a very confused empire, right? Because it couldn't get its head straight around what was and what wasn't actually Soviet territory. So if you're in one of the states like Lithuania or Estonia or any of those, you got a different treatment if you're in Ukraine. If you were in Eastern Germany, because they were so keen to show the West what they would do, your living conditions were way better, and you earned about twice what you would in Moscow, which is insane. It was such a messed up way of running an economy. Anyway, that's
really comes down to the leader too. Khrushchev, to his credit, saw a lot of potential out of Ukraine because he'd spent a lot of time there, and he'd largely grown up there as the son of immigrant Russian parents during there was an industrial boom back in the late 1800s, late Empire, early Soviet Union, and basically everyone decided to move to Ukraine who was a peasant because that's where the jobs were. Also, it kind of helped that the Russian government was like, "Hey, Russify this place, make it not Ukraine, make it different. I don't want that."
Stop with the thing.
Yes.
I didn't realise Kevin was here. Hi, Kevin. Kevin, yeah, all right, mate. I've missed out on this conversation. I've just got back from the cinema, and I really don't have a clue what's going on. Massive apologies. And I gathered there was some. I don't know. Having missed out the last 4 hours, I've just been seeing this film called.
I'm not going to give you a précis of the last 4 hours. It
was rather a lot.
I just saw this film, I swear, about the famous John Davison with Tourette's and his life. It was an absolute magnificent film. So I just want to throw that out there. Anyone gets a chance to go and see it, go and see it. Have you guys talked about Putin commenting on Trump's non-winning of the Nobel Peace Prize?
It was mentioned, and
right, you have talked about it.
The sheer grotesqueness. But then I also pointed out one which
He's
I think
clever,
some of the people
Putin. He is clever.
Well, there's another one which people on the panel might not have also seen happen, which I find even more grotesque because this is so blatant, right? But it's the Guterres, the Secretary General of NATO, appointing a Russian stooge as his head of civil rights. I mean, this. If you're going to troll at the ultimate level, that's kind of how you do it.
I saw they withdrew from the European Convention on Human Rights just the other day to say that they were going to stop torturing
Days
people.
before their guy gets appointed to head the UN for
Sorry, they were
human rights.
following the Human Rights Charter.
Oh no, Laser Pig, you misunderstand, my friend. They just officially said that they're going to torture people now. Before that, they just posted pictures of putting electrodes up people's winkies when they did terrorists in Moscow, and you're kind of like, yeah, smart one, lads.
Oh, yeah. So now they're being official about it. Okay.
Yeah, now they're being official about it. Yeah,
I understand. Okay, fair enough.
We're officially embracing torture.
That's
it's a rule of law country. You know, if we're going to torture people, it's got to be legal.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Pete Hegseth just stood up in front of the entire American military command and said, international rules of war are politically correct nonsense and we don't have to adhere to anymore. I mean, he's literally just issued the
in a way though.
Crimes, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. What's up, fat lads? Yeah, we're going to do war crimes now. That's basically the summary of this speech.
I got the white paper that was sent around because I have a few friends in the U.S. Army still somehow, and I got the white paper that Hag's Breath basically sent around. It is utter crap. It's complete fucking nonsense. But in amongst it all, he's like, okay, so we're going to cut back on cybersecurity training, and we're going to cut back on sensitive document training, which are the worst things you could do. And then to top it off, we're going to go into the civil service, and we're going to grant monetary rewards for being we're going to grant monetary rewards for doing a good job. We're going to make it easier to fire everyone, and we're also going to make promotions discreet. Now, you're all fairly intelligent people. Please tell me, what would happen in an environment like that?
Only good things.
Lists and,
it's going to be a big boost to the War Thunder forums.
Oh, yes, it is. That was a good one. That was really good, actually.
Oh, God.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait till we live in a world where military technological advancements are just based on watching the War Thunder forums.
See, ladies and gentlemen,
they could just
in a few
label
years,
it the McGregor process after their most successful, general.
I've got a hand
and Kremlin mouthpiece.
Go.
Oh, I was just going to say, and you start adding these things together. So when Hegseth first took over, he got rid of the JAGs. So he got rid of the military lawyers. And everyone's like, why would you get rid of the military lawyers just walking into your job unless you want to be able to commit war crimes, do things without any accountability? And then lo and behold, they've blown up 4 Venezuelan boats with civilians on. It's like, well, that breaks all international law. That breaks your own military rule book. Like, you're literally breaking everything here.
We have an attorney with us, Mr. Phillips. I mean, I'd love to hear what DW thinks of that from a legal point of view, never mind the moral point of view.
Well, from a moral point of view, it's utterly horrendous. But from a legal point of view, America has been in a state of confusion over our War Powers Act and the constitutional authority of the president. So the bottom line is that the Constitution limits the president. He cannot commit acts of war without a declaration of war from Congress. And there have been a bunch of workarounds to try to give the president, since basically, 91, the ability to do more. But none of those apply to what's taking place in Venezuela. In every way you break down the actual law, Trump and Hegseth are breaking the law. They're breaking American law. They're breaking constitutional law. And it's the reason why you have guys like Rand Paul, who's a Republican, who's not with us on Ukraine, who's not with us on a lot of things, but he voted yesterday in the Senate correctly to try to put the brakes on what Trump was doing out there with Venezuela. The world should be completely furious over this. What's happening is basically America becoming like Russia. And it's paving the way for more authoritarianism, obviously. But you throw out the rules of war, you throw out international law, we're Russia. It's as simple as that. In fact, that's one of the big things we're fighting over, right? In Ukraine. Do we believe that we live in a world where there are principles that guide rules of war?
Well, hey, as an American, as long as the president can, totally just tweet people getting vaporized on his social media, that's what this all comes down to, really. I mean, that's, let's throw away all legalities and all proper methods of doing things. As long as he can just retweet it, that's what he wants.
I think we have to keep in mind that a lot of this is political distraction. So when things are going bad politically, let's blow up another Venezuelan gunboat.
Yeah, that'll keep him off the Epstein files for a bit.
It'll keep him off the Epstein files. It'll keep him off the internal conflicts in MAGA. I mean, just to give you one example, this week, Candace Owens, who is, partner to Tucker Carlson and the biggest disinformation mouthpiece in Russia and the United States of America, published a broadcast in which she laid out the case that the murder of Charlie Kirk was done by Ukraine. And she went point by point and explained how Ukraine was building terror cells by sending people down to Brazil to get false passports and then coming up and embedding in the United States. And she quoted the New York Times. The problem was the New York Times article is about Russia doing that, not Ukraine. It's literally what Russia is doing, not Ukraine.
Why are they sending them to Brazil? Just buy them in Los Angeles like everybody else.
There's also the woman that denies the moon landing.
Everything.
One of the things
she's batshit crazy, but the critical point is how it affects Trump. So right now you have a division within MAGA, which is growing, and it's growing over the Kirk assassination, the Epstein files. It's growing over Israel. It's growing over Iran. It's growing over what's taking place in Venezuela. And even a broken clock is right twice a day. So every once in a while, these lunatics who are pushing this basically Russian narrative, they may be accurate that America shouldn't be doing what we did in Iran. We shouldn't be doing what we're doing in Venezuela, but they're right for the wrong reasons when they happen to be right. And most of the time they're Russian mouthpieces. So this division.
What you're doing what you're doing is actually describing an old 50s Soviet propaganda tactic. It's called whataboutism. It's a genuine Soviet propaganda tactic.
Right. Yeah.
And people just don't see it.
Exactly. But what is taking place under a Republican Trump administration? If this were done 10 years ago or 20 years ago under a Democratic administration, Republicans and conservatives would be screaming their heads off that it was such an incursion on the Constitution, on treaties, on everything else. But because Trump is doing it, he's paving the way. And of course, you're seeing it happening with the federal troops in Chicago and everywhere else. It's a form of authoritarianism and imperial power, as well as rule by executive order. There are more executive orders under the Trump administration.
It's not executive order. It's not executive
also
order.
Not constitutionally permissible. That's also a problem.
I'll remind you to use the correct phrase. It's not executive order. It's royal decree.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a phenomenal point. I think we're to call back to something I said a couple hours ago now, but we have these, we'll say, high and low artificiality systems, and we're watching. They're not always bad. International law, humanitarian norms, those require a certain amount of artificiality because, politics is the art of what's possible, and we have, for a long time, many different nations have agreed certain things that are possible are not morally conscionable, and so we're not gonna do it. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like we're also watching like the end of like the final proof that Fukuyama was wrong, that history is reasserting itself. Yeah, everything's opening wide up again, and now we are seeing. I almost feel like we're seeing a regression to the norm. We are watching the presidency become the imperial presidency, become a king, and a king's decree where he's just said, "Oh, I'll make it legal," and who cares if it's legal? I am the will. It's almost like Napoleonism. I am the will of the people.
It's interesting you say regressing to the norm, because actually, like, there is something to say about that. Like, democracy is really hard. Like, it takes extra efforts to get to democracy, right? That's a whole lot of effort over history, and then to maintain democracy takes a heck of a lot of effort. And actually, it's easier to just regress to kind of any form of authoritarianism. I just think it's much naturally easier for humanity.
Yeah, but the thing is, we've got a history in the West or particularly in the UK of and therefore in the US from a point of view of heritage, of having control over a constitutional monarchy, which goes back quite a long way. I mean, obviously you've got Magna Carta, but that's sort of a bit silly. But a bit more recently, you've clearly got the controls under Charles II, and you had then the Glorious Revolutions and so on and so on and so on. We've got a long track record of controlling monarchs. The problem is most places don't. And if you look at France as an example, after they had the revolution, they had Napoleon, who basically set himself up as a little emperor with almost no controls over him because he just didn't have that cultural norm. And the thing is, with the US, you've got the Constitution in place, which does quite clearly define and control certain things, but it was written nearly 300 years ago now, and it doesn't actually allow for the way that states work in a modern world. Everyone else could, and that's a real problem when you get somebody like Trump who doesn't want to play the game and doesn't have any veneration for that document. All the controls that you think you've got in place, you don't actually have in place because they're so fucking vague.
I would make the case that the Constitution does give us parameters, but the problem is the nature of the American system, where we have checks and balances, requires, for example, the legislative branch to hold the executive branch accountable. Our legislative branch has completely divested itself of responsibility. They have a duty to hold the president accountable. They have a duty not to simply rubber stamp the sort of things that the president is doing, and they refuse to do that. So the American system, it's not that our Constitution is problematic, I would argue. It's that the Constitution has always been understood as something that only works when we have a moral and ethical people that are willing to do their job, and presently we don't. One other thing is that we are having a panel discussion with a bunch of guys that care a lot about history. Right now, there is a war in America on history. History is being rewritten. History is hated. I was listening to a bunch of Republicans say that Trump could bomb Venezuelans on the basis of the Tripolitan War, Jefferson's Barbary Pirate War. Well, the Jefferson Barbary Pirate War is exactly the opposite of what took place here, because Jefferson worried very much about the War Powers Act. He went to Congress. Also, it was a declaration of war not just against pirates, but against the Pasha, who was the regional controller who had, in fact, empowered the Barbary pirates to do what they were. So it was a state action against another state. It wasn't this idea that we declare war on criminals. Like there's a federal declaration of war against ambiguous cartels who exist out there, but that are not state powers. So there's no legitimate analogy between the Tripolitan War and what's taking place now. But if you look at it just down the line, Americans right now are rewriting World War II history. They hate World War II history.
Okay. Just on that, America's been rewriting World War II history since 1944.
Oh yeah,
it's been an active thing.
We've all been doing it.
World War I as well. If you ask anyone in the world who won World War I, one of the first people they'll say is America. But in reality, this country of Australia, which was not even 14 years old at the start of the war, did more during the First World War than the United States. It just flat out did.
No argument.
The military effort and the military deployment was far, far more. The largest single army corps on the Western Front was an Australian Army Corps in World War I. It was 200,000 people.
You are talking to a
huge.
You're talking,
and
to
you had whole communities wiped out, didn't you? You had.
Sorry, Jonathan. Point of order: 250,000 men from the island of Ireland fought against in the First World War.
Yeah. No,
hell yeah!
Single army corps, referring to a single army corps.
Yeah.
The largest single army corps was the Australian.
You are talking to a group, a cadre of people who have made it their career.
Slightly humorous in that interjection, by the way.
No, that was fine.
Yeah, that was great.
Ireland never gets any attention during its actions in the First and Second World War, even though they were there.
Yeah, I mean the number of people who volunteered in the second is extraordinary, given that as a state they're under no obligation to do that. It's
let me give you.
Sorry about that.
I've been doing a bit of research. Let me give you all a figure that may well surprise you.
Go on.
Let me have a couple of guesses. How many Irishmen fought against Hitler in the Second World War?
All of them.
Remember,
single one.
Remember, tiny little country, population of about 4 million north and south at the time.
From memory, it was about 50,000 or so volunteered for the British military.
You slightly out.
About that. It's been a while since I've looked at it.
Yeah. Some estimates when you take in the diaspora, and the diaspora is mainly in the United Kingdom, and America, but also in Australia and New Zealand, 300,000. Now, when you're talking about diaspora, it was over 100,000 from the island of Ireland, north and south alone. When you talk about diaspora, 3 of those were my granduncles, my nana's brothers, 3 men from one family who fought in Commandos, Royal Navy, and tanks in North Africa, all survived the war. They had all emigrated to Britain in the late 20s, early 30s. So they weren't counted in the 100,000 from the island of Ireland. You know, so when people talk about Ireland's disgraceful neutrality during the war and so forth, unfortunately,
doing disservice to the bravery.
Unfortunately, if we don't give enough money and guns today, and it is our daughters and sons tomorrow, I'm not sure how many present-day Irishmen will fight.
I think there's a lesson
let's not get into Irish neutrality. It's a great source of shame for me. But
I think there's a lesson about we are not our governments, right? We can't be responsible for what our governments do. We can be responsible for what we do as individuals, and that is
Jonathan, can I introduce myself? Because I know very few of these.
Yes,
folks.
as well. I've got a point of order as well, because we've got Mr. Operator Starsky sitting in the waiting room.
Oh, great!
But I only have 10 slots on the screen, so
it's the perfect time for me to head to bed.
Is this your time? Is this if we had the privilege of your company? And
all right,
and I want to remind people of the donation link as well. So every 5 minutes we have to mention the donation link as we head towards the end. We want to smash the barrier there, Kevin.
I hope you're all donating.
All right, good night, everybody. I'm gonna doorknob somebody who. One final thing, I'm gonna doorknob somebody that did the made the comment about Fukuyama, and I'm just gonna say that the argument's not over yet. And to borrow the financial term, monarchism, Caesarism, Napoleonism, it's a lot more lindy, just because it's been around longer than is democracy. So we can't take for granted. We can't just do the arc of history bends toward democracy. We have to fight for it.
Hell yeah.
100%.
Everyone have a good night, and thank you for having me on.
Kevin,
Hey, keep
Good
it
night.
real, man.
Take care, Kevin. Can I also, while you bring on Operator...
Nope, and he's away.
No, Mr. Pierce, you can't.
I'm
sorry, Mr. Pierce. There, I removed you from.
Did you delete me? Did you cancel?
I did. I cancelled you. Yeah.
Cancel culture around it is terrible.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Willy nilly.
The woke mafia's at it again.
Benny Pie, who helps me out with like AI stuff and tech awesomeness, put this together today, and I then went away. He just spent loads of time putting this together, and then I sodded off and went to the cinema, and he was like, "Well, I've done this for you. Where have you gone?" type thing. This is brilliant. This like gives us a count of what's happened today. 380 total donations today, raising almost 9,000 euros today. In total, between our two channels, Jonathan, we have raised 29,500 euros, so almost 30,000 between us since we started here, and almost level pegging what we've done today, which is fantastic. And then there's this leaderboard here of all the latest ones, the most recent ones. He just put this together as a bit of like coding, and it's absolutely magnificent. So thank you, Benny Pie.
Benny's a genius.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I was unable to show this until like half an hour before the end of the live stream. So I am such a loser.
Can I get a hell yeah in chat?
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's really cool. That's really cool.
I thought you were saying hell yeah to me being a loser. I was just
no.
We are.
I mean, like, screw you guys.
You said it for
Screw you guys. Jesus.
And we're joined by the legendary Operator Starsky. OS. Andre, welcome.
Get out of here! I'm not a legend. Legends are those who are fighting right now, and I actually suck because I completely forgot about the stream. Like my days were completely messed up, and today was like a shit day. Like like I used to call it when you have zero time to even think about things and a lot of work. But I literally finished my stream and I was sitting. I'm literally eating sausage right now, and I noticed that you guys were there, and so this is how I got here. Very, very nice to see you guys. As always, a lot of friends there on the screen and in the chat, and it's my privilege and honor to be here with my sausage.
Well, we're privileged that you brought your sausage with you and you're here. I mean, it's
What kind
tremendous.
of sausage is it?
So this is Bavarian sausage. It's smoked and it's really, really good. Actually, I had like 7 kilograms of different pork directly from Bavaria that Angelika Bayer, legendary Angelika Bayer, brought me the other day, and actually I'm munching that for like a whole week.
I also invited Mr. Joseph Lindsley on, but he misunderstood my message, or it was ambiguous. He thought I was inviting him to run a physical marathon, and he politely ignored me. I mean, for those like
That's
Jonathan
amazing.
Pierce who knows me, the idea of me running a physical marathon is fairly ludicrous. But I'm slightly touched that Joe would think that I was capable of such a
You
thing.
say that. You say that. We do live in a period of time. Is it strange that we all here are all thinner and more physically fit than the current batch of U.S. National Guard troops heading into Chicago?
That was the Texas National Guard, DW. So you got to account for these slightly porky Texans.
We're also
Certainly.
probably a bit more fit than like 90% of ICE agents too. So that's a.
The ICE.
Can I
I
just
kinda
say
wanna
from,
get-
Fucking low bar.
from
I
a
kinda wanna
fundraising
get,
point
like,
of
a
view,
big funny ice hat.
from a fundraising point of view, Silicon Curtain's just overtaken me today, ATP Geopolitics, for
Oh, bring
today's
it on.
fundraising. So quite frankly,
Hell yeah.
screw you,
Yes.
screw you, Fink.
Bring it on.
So come on, guys, please. I might just go and make a donation. How much is the difference? There's no way that you can beat me today. It's just not happening. It's not happening. This may be all like lovey-dovey campaign fundraising for a great cause and everything, but this is a damn competition.
It's nasty. It's a damn competition. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fight.
Jonathan, can I do my Bob Geldof impression from 40 odd years ago at Live Aid?
Go for it. Yeah.
Just give us your fucking money.
Yes.
That's
yeah,
what he
I
said.
love it. Yeah.
See, I do it, but I
Perfect
don't
quote.
like doing an Irish accent when there's an Irish person in the room with me.
Well, it's all right. I come from South Dublin, where Bob Geldof comes from, and I can
Just
speak
give us
awfully.
every
Just give
minute
us your,
in
just give us
Afri-
your effing money.
every
But no,
thir-
seriously, quite seriously, folks, and apologies for anybody I might have offended with my coarse language. Jonathan Fink here has done an absolutely fabulous job pulling all these friends together for this 12-hour marathon. It's for a fantastic cause. It's to buy much needed equipment for, it's quite simply the bravest men and women on the face of the earth at the moment. And please just hit that donate button and give us anything you can. Every penny will count.
If there were a
Frankly, I
physical
think
audience
if you
here,
did
we'd hear
it-
a round of
yeah.
applause for that one.
But I think if you did it as the late lamented Dr. Ian Paisley, I think it would scare a lot more people into giving money. I don't know if you-
Paisley.
Oh,
Just tell everyone they're going to hell if they don't do it. Just nothing like a bit of existential.
You will burn.
threatening.
You will burn in hell.
Yes, but so thank you very much to everyone who has.
But you will not say no to giving us your money.
That just reminds me of just like this Catholic priest that I knew that was just so Irish and so genuinely insane, and I loved every minute. It was like, don't look at the sky. God gave you eyes to read the Bible. That's all you do.
Well, you know, seeing as we're going slightly, I'll just go slightly. There was a true story. There was a little village in Ireland. It was a very diverse village. They'd had a Protestant community, a Jewish community, and the Catholic community. And in this village, there was a brothel, and across the road from the brothel, there was an old woman who was the village gossip, and she spent all her days twitching behind her curtains, watching who was going in and out of the brothel. And one day she saw the local rabbi going in, and she said, "Bloody Jews! I always knew they were no good. That they never trusted the Jews," she said. And the next day, the Church of Ireland minister went in, and she said, "Bloody Protestants." She said, "I never trusted the Protestants." And the next day, the parish priest went in. "Oh my God," she said, "there must be a poor girl sick in there."
Yeah.
Classic.
The other day,
very briefly, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Cormac Smith. As a British diplomat, I served for 2 years embedded in Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the special communication advisor to the then Foreign Minister Pavlo Klimkin. I now do what little I can in the broadcast space, TV, radio, podcasts with good people like Jonathan and so forth, to basically support my friends in Ukraine. It's a country I fell in love with, and it forwarded my education somewhat, let's just say that. But just for those of you who don't know me, thank you.
Speaking of the priests, the other day I was making this news review on my channel, and of course, usually we speak about Ukraine, about everything that is related to Ukraine, happening around Ukraine. But there was this update coming from Peru, actually, which I couldn't miss. So there was a Catholic priest that resigned recently. I don't remember exactly the name of the city in Peru, but he resigned because actually there was like a whole investigation launched by the Vatican to investigate like his activities. And the reason for that was that he accidentally shared his private pictures with his maid, with the lady who does like all the cleaning and stuff, because those pictures were actually addressed to like a different lady. And the results of the investigation confirmed that he had 17 lovers, including a nun, including a Catholic nun. And I'm just like, I'm reading that and I understand that actually I'm doing the wrong thing. I chose the wrong profession, you know, because people enjoy life. Yeah. So that was absolutely incredible.
How hung is he?
Hmm?
How hung is he to get 17 lovers, including a nun? Is it like visible? Does he go around wearing like really tight jeans or something?
Oh, bro's packing a baseball bat.
Yeah, is it like he got a pineapple down his front pocket? Or
also,
something?
Jonathan, it looks like we lost Thrash, and he's trying to get back in. If you want to re-add him.
Oh, come on! Yeah, this is my stream, and don't vote for the whiskered guy. Vote for the guy who's
Come on, I'm catching back
clean
up
shaven.
again. Come on, guys.
Let's get this total back up.
ATP Geopolitics was so close.
can't.
If you can help,
Oh boy,
help us beat Jonathan Fink. It's all I've ever wanted to do.
This is like a rerun of Blur Oasis,
with my
isn't
fists.
it? It's all
Mainly
over
with my
again.
fists. Oh, someone's gonna help you out. That's wrong. I mean, that's great. That's
they're-
brilliant. No, that's wonderful. that's all wonderful, and thank you.
Just to bring the tone back to the academic, there's also the if you read the book, the description of the Cathar heresy, Montaigne, there's a fantastic description there of the priest who seems to have sired half the children in this village, which is quite remarkable going.
But you know, Jonathan, there are two names in Ireland which come to mind, and one is McAnaspey and one is McIntyre, which are very common Irish names. And of course, these are slight anglicizations of Mac, which means son of, and Sogert, which is the priest. The one is son of the priest, and the other is son of McAnaspey is son of the bishop. And those names have their origins back in antiquity. So that in itself will tell you something.
That's dark. That is properly dark.
Amazing. Am I allowed to go back to something we were talking about like 7 tangents ago?
No,
of course.
Sorry. So anyway,
I think you probably should before this gets too bloody silly.
Because we were talking about Trump, and I think yes,
my
speaking
favorite
of
topic.
silly, we were talking about Trump, and See, I have an ongoing theory, because I believe that, like, if you look at the previous Trump administration, he was. Oh, by the way, we lost Hard Thrasher. He's trying to get back in.
Yeah, we lost Hard Thrasher and we lost history.
I don't know if you need to re-add him. But the previous Trump administration that came in. Hello, Mr. Thrasher. Welcome back.
Oh, sorry about that. I clicked the wrong bloody thing.
So under the previous Trump administration, Trump was surrounded by a whole cadre of people who were there just to make money. They were there to make money, get political connections, and push their careers forward. And that's what they did. And they were very good at it. And Trump gradually kicked them out and started to replace them with other people. This new group that's coming with Trump now, they're not the kind of people who realize that the culture war is a grift. They're not there to make money off of it. They are not there for the political connections. These are the people who grew up fighting the culture war and think it's real. These are the people who are ripping the drywall out of the White House, trying to find the liberal woke thought machine. I believe, and this is literally just throwing spaghetti at the wall. This is my sort of tinfoil hat theory. Trump has always been a CEO. He's always been surrounded by yes men who applaud everything he says. He thinks he's brilliant. He thinks gold comes out of his farts. He is the CEO. He makes the big decisions. And he makes the big decisions. He says, this is what needs to get done, and everybody else has to do it. And for forever long he's been alive, everyone has done it because he's Trump. And when you work for Trump, you get money. You make a shitload of money. It's really good. It boosts your career and everything. But now he's surrounded by a cabal of people who are, to put it bluntly, absolutely mental and completely incapable of doing anything, like running a country. So Trump's there with his royal decrees saying, do the thing that needs to be done. And they're all going, I don't know how to do that. So I believe this is not dictatorship by trying to, via like Nazism or trying to create the American ethno state. I do believe there's certainly that going on, but I genuinely believe this is dictatorship through incompetence. Like the whole deploying the troops and everything. This is Trump going, get rid of the crime, send in the military to destroy all crime, and they do it. And then the military stands around not doing anything.
Are you guys aware of what happened the other day with regard to Qatar and the signing of the Article 5 deal? Is everyone aware of this?
Oh,
so
no.
So if you aren't aware, apologies if you are, but just very quickly, under the radar, I think it might have been part of an executive order or something. There were some paragraphs that were found out to have been written that show that the US has signed an Article 5 security guarantee deal with Qatar, right? And it is literally, it is an Article 5 deal, right? Like if you read the paragraphs, it is we will provide, blah blah blah. If Qatar gets invaded, and everyone's like, why are you doing that? Okay, they've given you a jet, but actually, it's Trump has committed to a $5 billion golf course hotel investment there. And so it's looking like it's connected to that and maybe grifting deals through the Witkoff family and the Trump family, et cetera, et cetera. So this happened in the last week. And it was, I did a video on it saying, I think this is one of the most outrageous things that's happened in the last 7 months. And yet it seems to have got a free pass in the press. And I'll dig out the text for it in a second. But anyway, I'm just seeing at the moment that Pete Hegseth has just announced, I'm also proud that today we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emery Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. So what now they're literally building like a Qatar like Air Force facility in the US. And that would sit alongside that Article 5 thing. It's just
to service what? What's the logic there? I don't get it.
What strategic benefit who is Qatar dealing with?
So if you haven't read, so I'll just very quickly, just for those who don't know, this is literally the text from this week. The United States shall regard any armed attack on the territory, sovereignty, or critical infrastructure of the state of Qatar as a threat to the peace and security of the United States. So this technically commits American sons and daughters to go and fight in Qatar if Qatar is ever invaded. In the event of such an attack, the United States shall take all lawful and appropriate measures, including diplomatic, economic, and if necessary, military, to defend the interests of the United States and the state of Qatar and to restore peace and stability. C, the Secretary of War, in coordination with the Secretary of State and Director of National Intelligence, shall maintain joint contingency planning with the state of Qatar to ensure a rapid and coordinated response to any foreign aggression against the state of Qatar. B, the Secretary of State shall reaffirm this assurance to the state of Qatar and coordinate with allies and partners to ensure complementary measures of support. And then you get Pete Hegseth saying this. I'm also proud that the Qatari Emery Air Force facilities being built in Idaho, and you just it's honestly just staggering. This blows my mind.
I'm sorry. I've just looked up the Qatari Air Force. This is Wikipedia, so please take it with a pinch of salt. But this Air Force is fucking mental. We've got it's mixed up of F-15s, Super Mushaks, Pilates PC-21s, which are little prop planes, Eurofighter Typhoons, Old Mirage 2005s, and Dassault Rafales.
Are they just going to the arms fairs?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Well, one of the questions that's
Pity
yet
their
to be
maintenance
resolved-
guys.
A question
right.
that hasn't been resolved yet is whether or not we're simply hosting them or they're actually building their military base. And if we build their military base, it would be unprecedented in American history. If we host them, as Jonathan knows, I'm sitting at a table here where 12 Ukrainian F-16 pilots basically lived with me, or night by night were here over the better course of a year while they were training at the local Lackland Air Force Base. In fact, they gave me this beautiful, wonderful
that's
thing.
awesome.
But we became good friends. 3 of the men who sat at the table with me here were then decorated heroes of Ukraine by Zelensky. 2 of them, my very good friends, were killed this year by Russians, and we're still grieving their deaths. You read about them in the papers, but they essentially lived in this house with me, meaning they were here night after night on a weekly basis for the better part of a year. And we talked about U.S. Bringing over foreign pilots, working with other nations, and when they would train here, they trained with people from all different nations, pilots from all different nations around the world that came to the United States to get special training. But the U.S. has never given a base to a foreign nation before. And it smells like we're moving into something a little bit like that. And people should be screaming their heads off. They should be screaming at the top of their lungs. It's not only unprecedented, it's grotesque.
Isn't it outrageous, DW, that like we've been screaming out for Ukraine to be given security guarantees, like any security, decent, half decent security guarantees. The cheapest and most effective way of the world helping Ukraine is to allow them to accede to NATO, right? It is like no one has to spend any money. Literally, it's almost abstract. You can join us. You can bring your expertise into NATO. NATO benefits from you, the most experienced army in Europe, being in NATO, and you don't get attacked by Russia. Like, and we're not spending any money, right? But instead, it's like, oh, should we put 10,000 troops in bilaterally in Ukraine? Should we do this? Should we do all of that? Costs billions and billions of dollars. And yet they go and give Qatar just like that, just because he's got a fucking golf club.
It's not just Qatar, though. Trump gave a speech at Saudi Arabia this year, in which he said, point blank, before an audience of 4,000 people in attendance, he said, we will destroy anyone that comes after you because you're our friends. And he basically made a verbal commitment to help Saudi Arabia, not only Qatar. I want to go back to what you were talking about, Trump's men.
Jesus Christ.
If you look at the people in the inner circle of Donald Trump, they are all marked by 2 things: sycophancy and incompetency. Those 2 things, sycophancy and incompetency. It's the greatest collection of sycophants ever assembled in the White House. Yeah. And they're almost universally incompetent, with one very important exception. Marco Rubio is a very competent man who has sold his soul to the devil. And if there is ever a great disappointment in American politics of someone who could possibly have tempered things, it was Rubio. He's been so bad. It's just extraordinary how bad Rubio has been. But he actually knows what he's doing. Pete Hegseth doesn't know.
You can see it on his face, can't you? You can see that kind of tortured, oh my God, what have I done? Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard is a crazy woman. I don't know how to put
how would you describe
crazy woman?
How would you describe Stephen Miller, because like he's crazy, insane, and dangerous, but I don't know if he's incompetent because he's
I don't know.
managing.
He's not incompetent, but he's not a. I'm speaking more of the cabinet secretaries than the people that are kind of.
But I almost think he's more important. So
Yeah,
he's.
no, I think you're right. You are right
he's
about that. He's
a
an
Grimer
implementer.
Wormtongue to the King Theoden.
Well,
he's the one in the White House right now.
He's an implementer, but when you look at all the king's men, you look at the cabinet secretaries.
Yeah.
They're all
for sure.
people that I mean, Kash Patel. What in the world is Kash Patel doing running the FBI? It's extraordinary. Pam Bondi.
I can tell you what he's doing.
The one thing about Pam Bondi is a woman who Trump likes, who is a sycophant. She's not a competent attorney. I mean, she was an attorney general of the state of Florida, but she's running the Department of Justice, and she's up to her neck in trouble. You just go point by point, person by person. But our DNI, Director of National Intelligence, is the closest thing to a Russian plant in the history of the United States of America. Yeah. No one ever in all of American history has been such a mimic of Russian talking points as Tulsi Gabbard. She is dangerous. The only thing you have going for her is that she's also incredibly incompetent, and she's driven by sycophancy. So the slightest error, she's going to back. And I think that's how Trump picks his people. He wants people who are controllable, who are sycophant. They don't need to be incompetent.
Where does Lormer?
Authoritarian. That's a hallmark
It
of a
is.
dictator.
I was going to come back to that and that incompetence because you said like this is unique. I mean, except that if you look at the Soviet Union and even Nazi Germany, there are pockets of excellence, but generally they're characterized by extraordinary incompetence and sycophancy. And if there's any efficiency there, usually it's kind of inherited from the previous regime. It just hasn't quite died out yet. The other question for you, W, is what's the role of Laura Loomer? Is she something like the Red Lady in Game of Thrones?
That's a great analogy.
Jonathan, you are going to be a great director and filmmaker. I can tell you that. You think artistically and aesthetically. Yes, she's the Red Lady, exactly. She's hated within the MAGA movement itself. She's very divisive, but she's the whisperer. She's the Trump whisperer. But she's all over the map. And it's a right now, you need to understand that we actually have an opportunity. And we should be talking about this on our podcast. We have an opportunity because MAGA is being split right down the middle through their own hatred, divisions, and incoherence. They are really split. Laura Loomer is screaming at Tucker Carlson. Dinesh D'Souza is screaming at Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is screaming at them. Everybody hates each other right now, and that's good news.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene is being a rebel.
Yeah, it's good news because it means that a narrative, which has been a Russian narrative, hook, line, and sinker, beginning to end, is actually being undermined, and we have an opportunity to step in. And the strange, bizarre pivot that Trump took verbally, whether it's backed up by reality, whether he changes his mind tomorrow, the main point is he said things that are anathema to the entire MAGA podcast woke right leadership, and it has caused tidal waves and caused people to reconsider. And that means on our podcast and our shows, we need to be getting out there and making the point and reestablishing what the correct narrative is, especially for Americans. I think Americans actually are winnable. I think if you ask Americans, point blank questions, they oftentimes give you the right answer, but their minds have been curdled. They've been lobotomized over the course of the last 3 years through a constant barrage of falsehood. And that just needs to be taken on right now.
Here's a question from history.
The American lobotomy. That should be my book, The American Lobotomy.
Could I interject very, very quickly? There was he's one of my favorite commentators, Timothy Snyder out of Yale. He did a very good podcast a few days ago on the similarities between Stephen Miller and Stalin. Mm-hmm. I've sent it, Jonathan. I've just emailed it to you. Maybe you could distribute it among friends.
I'd say Beria would be more of a fit there, but who knows?
Yeah,
that's a spicy comparison.
But it's thought provoking, nevertheless.
I can tell you. I was going to say, I can tell you all flat out that even if America does a 180 at this point and goes back to what it was 20 years ago, no one's going to give a shit. No one. That soft power is gone. It is gone. It's not coming back in this generation. Probably not even to the next generation. Australia in particular, we're at the point where you're seeing people choose to not buy brands that are manufactured in Australia because they are linked to American companies. It's happening
Wow.
so often. You go to the soft drink aisle, or soda for the Yanks out there, and you'll see the Australian-made and Australian-owned brands completely sold out, and you'll see rows and rows and rows of Coca-Cola. This, at least
Same in
where I
Canada.
live in the capital region of
How
Australia.
much?
Like this is not a small thing.
Oh no,
Oh,
they
we
got him
lost him.
again.
Got him again. Internet strike
Those,
again.
those gremlins.
Struggling on Wi-Fi.
Well, all I
the
gotta say
Chinese.
is I don't blame
And
them.
South Korea. Like we've turned to Japan and South Korea for military equipment, where we are turning away from the United States, and it's not coming back. Quite frankly, it's a breakup, and we're done with you. Like we're done with the country out there trying to destroy our public healthcare system because the big pharmacy companies demand it. We're not
But,
coming back into the fold.
but the problem is
Like
that the
also,
bully is still really powerful.
just quickly. There was also that in Afghanistan, we know now that U.S. military command was using our special forces as death squads so they could wipe their hands of it. And then they turned around and went into the media and said, "Oh, they're terrible. They're doing war crimes," while they were actively following the orders given by U.S. High Command. In fact, pressure from the U.S. led to a whistleblower who revealed all this being put into prison. So yeah, like, that trust in the US, it's dead. I mean, look at our last election. We blew the US friendly candidate so far out of the water that the opposition can't act.
Give him a minute.
Yep.
Give him a minute.
Dropping in, dropping out.
Give him a minute.
That's happening.
There we
Our
go.
opposition in this country is dead. We don't have an effective opposition because the opposition went pro-American and it got destroyed at the last election in the kind of voting system that, like, it's a supermajority in our house at the moment because, yeah, we rejected everything populist, everything Trump, everything American, and that trust is never coming back for a generation.
Here's a question
one
to
of the
the
most
history. Oh, yeah. You go, Jonathan, and then I'll get a little question in.
One of the most important things, actually, from the Australian point of view, is joining that up with social media regulation. Like I've been, like, my audience will know, I have been absolutely going mental about. I think there's a real threat to democracy due to techno-fascism in the guise of Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, all the tech bros, Curtis Yavin and Mark Andreessen, and then actually further into even Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos. And I think honestly, we are engaging in a very dangerous pastime of like living exclusively online these days. And I've just been looking at the absolute vitriol concerning British politics on Twitter, for example, over the last week.
Oh yeah.
And I've never seen. I know some of it is bots and troll activity, but a lot of it are real people as well, and it's bubbling over into real life. So I've spoken to people who are regurgitating that stuff to me in person, and it's like, wow, where are you getting this stuff from? And I'm really worried about the state of political discourse and about the amount of disinformation, misinformation. So when Australia has success in terms of repudiating right-wing populism there, that I think that the really important part is they're also looking at some fairly aggressive social media regulation as well in terms of all sorts of things going on there. And I think you're starting to see that in Denmark and some places in Europe. But I think if Europe, Emmanuel Macron was absolutely right the other day. He did a big speech on social media and how if we're not careful about American tech, then European democracy is on the line.
So on that, do you want to know honestly what the biggest political story in Australia was this week?
Go on.
No.
I'm curious.
He's cut out again, just as he's going to tell us.
Oh.
Parliament has introduced a law that will make it completely illegal for parents of babies who die in childbirth or are stillborn to not be paid paternity and maternity leave. That's our biggest political story.
As in speaking to this idea that you're talking about real just kind of domestic political stuff rather than being embroiled in international shenanigans.
No, I mean the international noise is still there, but in terms of politics, it's not right-wing populism. It's not domestic shit here. The biggest story in the country this week has been the introduction of Priya's law. Like the outward noise is still there, but the biggest domestic story is that it's just policy.
Yeah. which is good and healthy and kind of what it should be.
Healthy, yeah. That's exactly what
And also the fact that the opposition is killing itself and probably about to knife another leader.
But
Well,
then
the
someone else
opposition in the
pointed
UK
out
is
that
also
one of the
dead, but-
biggest talking points amongst Democrats at the moment is Obamacare. When the Republic is having checks and balances eroded left, right, and center, as important as healthcare is, that maybe isn't the biggest issue to kind of focus on. I know not all Democrats are obsessed with that, but it seems at some point policy's got to take a backseat and fundamentals and fighting for them need to come to the fore. I've got a little question here for the sort of the history buffs and for OS here, because I know propaganda is his thing. For those of us who follow, Russian active measures, psyops, reflexive control, all this kind of stuff, the name of Yuri Bezmenov looms very, very large. But is it actually simplistic to think that we've got a sort of Bezmenization, as it were, of the US system? We called it a lobotomy, as it were. But is it too simplistic to think that Russia's, coercively controlled and helped to accelerate or even bring about this decline? Or is it a multiplicity of different processes? And it's just quite convenient to, focus on someone who sort of articulated this process 20 years ago.
I think it is easy. I think it is easier to concentrate on one person and then blame Russia for the whole thing, because it's a much more it's a simpler way of explaining what's actually going on, which is it's just a whole lot of different cultural things all colliding. I don't believe that Russia created the sort of culture war culture in the United States and then throughout the Western world. I think they took advantage of it, and the way they took advantage of it was very good. But the generation that's kind of grown up now, I'm not talking about the Generation Z, I'm talking about Generation Alpha, as they're growing up. I mean, I know there's this whole thing of us saying, "Oh, the next generation, they're in the dumps. They're not going to survive. I worry for the next generation." That's just, as we all get older, we all just start saying that automatically. I don't know when I started saying it. It just kind of happens when you hit the age of 30. You wake up, your back hurts, and then you go, the children are doomed. It's just what happens. But
I can give you stats why this is unfortunately maybe accurate, though. The average age of my audience is 65 plus, which means a good proportion of them are actually older than 65. These are people who brought up on newspapers, brought up on long form analytical material, who can unplug perhaps. I know it's still online, but it's a form of immersion in content, analysis and detail. Where are the 20-year-olds? Where are the 30-year-olds? Where are the 40-year-olds?
I completely disagree with you on that. I completely disagree with you. I believe that 65-year-olds plus, and this comes from my study of propaganda, are more susceptible to propaganda than any other age group at this point. And take 20 minutes and scroll on Facebook, and you'll find out why. And it's very easy to find it, particularly when you consider that that age bracket is a group of people who predominantly did not have to go and do higher education because they grew up at a time where they could work in trades and make an effective living. They grew up at a time where they could go to higher education if they wanted to and make an effective living. They had more options. And because of that, there are certain levels of analytical studies that they did not have to undertake when looking at the news. And it's very, very easy for them to get caught up in a headline very, very quickly. And the biggest evidence of that is this. I'm dead. Am I back? Yeah. The biggest evidence of that are people who just regurgitate headlines, particularly shit that Trump.
Now he's gone.
And my point wasn't quite that. My point was more that the people of the lower demographic are not that interested in geopolitics. Actually, when it comes to Israel, probably that overturns a little bit. But they're not deeply engaged with geopolitics.
Jonathan, can I come in on 2 points there? One, I mean, we have very, very strong data that the Brexit vote was swung very, very heavily by the older and less educated demographic. We know that. And just a little, I know some absolutely fabulous, I don't have children myself. I know some absolutely fabulous young people in their late teens, early to mid 20s. I work with one producer that comes to mind, a 25-year-old. I know some really amazing young people. But a few weeks ago, we had my partner's niece stay with us for a few days. Now she's 25. She's educated, she's smart, she's studying for her master's in exercise physiology at the moment, working her way through it. She was over in London for a conference at which she was speaking. She is a really smart, decent, empathetic young woman with real emotional intelligence. And we were driving back to the airport, and I was waiting for my time, and I said, so who are who are you voting for in Ireland at the moment in the upcoming president? Oh, she said, I don't bother voting. They're all the same.
I
That
hate
really,
they're all the same.
no, but this was an educated to third level, writing her master's, everything else. And I don't know what the stats are. I've met some really impressive young people, but I do fear very much for this
If I can alleviate that
alienation.
fear.
Yes, please do.
If I can alleviate that fear, I mean, I don't know who said this, but every generation is doomed to fight the same battles over and over and over again. And like, yeah, it's fine to blame the older generation because they are more susceptible to headlines because that's the culture they were brought up in. They believe what they read in the newspapers. They all have their favorite newspaper that they go to. They believe what that says. That's fine. There's very little questioning of that. As the new generation is growing up, largely Generation Z, but also mostly Generation Alpha now, they are growing up in a world where they know that newspapers lie, and that's part of their culture. They know there's this whole cabal of not only Russians, but Chinese, and now Indian bot farms as well, that are constantly making shit up on Twitter and on web blogs and on fake news websites, and that there's a whole cabal of YouTubers as well who are also completely bullshitting absolutely everything to make money. That's the culture they grow up in, and as they get older, as they become more politically savvy, there's going to be a lot more questioning of that. And that is their culture, is that they're not going to trust anything, and because of that, there might be a gradual return to either print media, either to large established news sources that started out quite independent and have the resources to sort of branch out and become larger, or something new is going to come along.
Well, if
We've
it
sort
is,
of
we
been
need
through
to
a dress rehearsal, the radio, haven't we? We're kind of in dress rehearsal.
You bring up that Guardian article there. The first two were far right Facebook. Young people are not on Facebook.
No, that was my point. The reason I brought this up is precisely because I can't remember who it was talking about the age. So if you read this article, and the report says that actually most of the admin people on these Facebook groups that are spreading far-right propaganda are middle-aged people from a variety of interesting variety of demographic backgrounds, but it was kind of the age thing. So that's why I brought that one up, because it fit in with what someone said earlier.
I'm 26 for the record, so seeing my age group, it's
You're
very
a
obvious.
fucking baby.
My age group does not touch Facebook.
Yeah.
No. I mean, Facebook's awful, but also, I mean, going back to this person you were in a car with, are they going to be able to buy a house? Are they going to be able to say to their children and make that promise, which all societies have to, if they're going to survive, be able to make? Your children will be better off than you. And this, at the moment, in the established democracies, we are, and have been for the last 20, 30 years, failing that. We are failing to follow through on that essential thing. So, yeah, some young people are beginning to lose faith in, if not the political system, certainly the economic system, and they are politically engaged. The issue is worries that moving on from democracy. I mean, the YouGov polling earlier in the year, Generation Z, in which I'm not a member of, I'm a tired, back-aching millennial now. 50% in France and Spain are in favor of democracy as a political system, 48% in Poland. It does better in Germany, 75%. I can't recall the numbers for the United Kingdom, though. But those aren't good numbers.
No.
I think it may be helpful also to take a look at what happened with the Trump election. Trump did not win by a lot. The margin was not as massive as he claims it was. And 25% of Trump voters were 35 years of age and under. And of those people that were 35 years in age and under, only a small portion of them gets their information from legacy media and things like that. They're watching Joe Rogan. 51% of Joe Rogan's audience are people aged 35 to 18. So the modern world in America, speaking for America, tends towards podcasts which are conspiratorial, which are rage baiting type podcasts, which cover a whole variety of issues which are interest to people aged 35 to 18. And I don't see in the future them becoming necessarily more interested in academic studies, more interested in real reporting. I went to Georgetown School of Political Journalism for part of my undergraduate degree, and I remember them talking over and over, day after day after day, about journalistic ethics. Nobody even cares about journalistic ethics anymore. They're gone. They're so gone. No one cares.
Because we've grown up in a world where journalistic ethics don't really mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I will say, people like Joe Rogan, they're the print media of our generation. That's, I mean, you've got people who believe these random idiots on YouTube who will say a thing and then everyone believes it. And a huge part of, like, I've done a couple of political videos now, mostly on the topic of cultural Marxism, but a huge thing has been, well, a huge amount of the pushback that I've had on those videos has been, well, this other YouTuber said that you're wrong, so you're wrong, and that's the justification of their entire argument. I had one guy who went on, I took a screenshot because his rant was absolutely glorious, and then YouTube deleted it because he swore more times than I cared to mention. Called me, he thought I was a disgusting, filthy, dirty Jew of all people. My God. I know, right? How dare I? He ranted on for about 20 odd paragraphs, and the crux of his argument was that I live in New York and there's homeless people outside, therefore cultural Marxism exists.
It's a pretty good argument.
Right. That's a hell of an assumption on his part.
The problem. God, don't get me started about cultural Marxism.
Let's not
you're
get
in
on that
good company here, sir.
Yeah. Can I just remind everyone to donate? We've got, we are now over the 12-hour mark, so we are doing pretty well, all things considered. Oh, look! Oh, this has just happened. I'm really happy with this. Leapfrog.
Don't tell me what.
Anonymous. Yeah, $600 from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you. I've always said that Anonymous is the best bloke, woman I've ever known.
Is that you? Is that Mrs. Pierce? It's just,
She's well asleep now.
As soon as we're back from the cinema.
As soon as we went back for the cinema, I was like, I've got to go and do the live now. She's like, oh, fucking hell. So off to bed.
Can I just point out, I always found it very, very funny how Poms say cinema. It's always such a fun thing to point out. Just from an Australian perspective, the way Poms say cinema is really, really funny.
Cinema.
How do you say it?
Cinema.
They add like an R on the end. It's always fun to listen to. It's specifically Poms that do it. It's great.
Yeah, but you'll find that we're pretty much right on most all pronunciations actually. So,
do we want to go there?
Well,
all right. Suddenly we're getting controversial in our little political live stream.
We invented a language.
How do you all pronounce the things that we go to the cinema to view?
Films, not films. Films.
Filaments.
Graham says they're films.
My mother used to say pictures.
My
mother used to say, we're going to see the pictures. Okay.
That's right.
My dad says pictures still. Although my dad and my mother are both like in their 60s, so that would probably make sense why.
We're going to go see a Nickelodeon, guys.
I just recall my grandmother.
Actually, you can combine the two and say, I went to the pictures the other day and I saw a great film.
Don't say that anymore. We're going to the pictures.
My grandmother would say filmer, but in her lovely sort of slightly soft Donegal accent that had been, ground down over decades. But she couldn't pronounce the word Birmingham.
Punjabi to me, was that?
No, she couldn't pronounce the word Birmingham. It was Birmingham. Going up to Birmingham.
Not missing out anything. I love how the fact that we've gone from talking about Ukraine and Trump to just here's a bunch of old men ranting about life.
And you know what?
There's a couple of young fellas among us, isn't there?
It's honestly therapeutic.
Speaking of grandmothers, my grandmother's from Azerbaijan, And by all accounts, she's
from what?
She's from Azerbaijan. You know, Azerbaijan, which is, as we all know, at war. Azerbaijan at war with Albania, which is also simultaneously at war with Cambodia, and. So my grandmother's really confused because, like, she thought she was born in Azerbaijan, but it turns out she was wrong. And Trump's told her that actually it's called Azerbaijan. So there you go. Anyway, I was making a political joke.
No,
all right. Well, just a very quick one. Talking about grandmothers and priests and everything. My grandmother was actually a priest. My grandmother was a priest's housekeeper, and she was a priest's housekeeper till she was 75. And she worked for this one priest called Father Siri. And I knew him quite well because my grandmother used to look after me after school, and I'd sometimes go down to the presbytery when she was working. And Father Siri, Padder was his name. Father Siri came in to my grandmother one day, and he said, "Now, Mrs. O'Reilly," he said, "I think we've known each other a long time, and I think it's about time that you should be Margaret and I should be Padder." My grandmother turned around to him. She said, "No, Father Siri, you will be Father Siri and I will be Mrs. O'Reilly, and that's the way it will be."
So,
Good story.
Like, was your grandmother? I don't want to cast aspersions, but as a housekeeper, was this a relationship with the priest?
No.
I only asked.
I
only asked because my partner works at a Catholic primary school as a business manager, and a Catholic priest associated with the school a couple of priests ago. In fact, the church is now closed down. But he had a live-in housekeeper, and
no, well, initially she lived just around the corner, but then he was moved to another parish, and she followed him, and he was about 2 miles away. So her husband would either drop her to work and pick her up.
I was trying not to go there.
I was wondering how many, because I mean they're obviously in a relationship, and it was just a housekeeper, but this seemed to be a way that, and I was wondering whether this was a common kind of euphemism at all.
No. I mean, it was her job. He came in one day for lunch, and she'd been cooking his lunch, and he said, "Mrs. O'Reilly, I'm not very hungry today. I'll just have a cup of tea." And she turned around to him and said, "Father Siri, I've been making your lunch for the last hour. You will have it in you or on you, but you will have it."
That sounds like me to that sounds like me to my boys.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to leave in a second. Before I go, I have an itch I'd like to scratch. Could you all tell me, are we representing here Australia, England, Ireland, Ukraine, United States? Is there another country I'm missing?
Scotland.
Scotland. Let's not forget Scotland. And am I also correct that generationally, my background on my mother's side is from Ireland. My dad's side is from Lviv, Ukraine. Are we generations going back in Ireland? Generations? I know, Starsky, I'm guessing you are many generations Ukrainian, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly on both sides of my parents, I think we go back quite a few hundred years, but we're all mongrels at the end of the day. I think
that's how very true that is.
Yeah, I think my father's people. My father's father was a Protestant who changed his religion to Catholic to marry my father's mother. So I think my father's people were Huguenots who came over from France in about the 17th century or something.
Cormac, that is literally the story of my mother.
On my mother's side, we can go back to Strongbow, who was the first Norman in Ireland 800 years ago. That was the beginning of the of the British conquest. So it's we're all mongrels.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you for letting me come on. Jonathan, you're the best. Thank God for what you're doing.
Thank you.
And we'll see you all later. Nice to meet the rest of you. Starsky,
real pleasure to meet you,
sir. Enormous.
Real
privilege to see you.
Hey, have a good one, man.
Blessings to
Take care,
Thank
PW.
you very much.
All the best. I'm wondering how many times I can milk the Jonathan joke, because everyone is very nice to Jonathan Fink, but I'm just trying to milk that gag.
There's a reason why I'm here and set my name to John Pork. There's a lot of Jonathans in here.
Yeah.
It's like, this is John, this is John, this is John. My name's John, that's John, and this is John.
And the 5 John show, the 7 John show.
Operator Starsky, can we call you Operator John just to avoid confusion?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to. You have to.
How's the sausage, by the way?
Thank you so much. It's still here. It's still here.
Hey, he's working on it.
Can I just say, ATP Geopolitics is still in the lead here, thanks to Class Hugh Kamer, Ronnie Branken, Simon Townend, and plenty of anonymouses.
Let's rectify that. We cannot have his smug visage at the end of this, feeling that he's won. So let's bring that on. Where in Scotland are you from there?
Geographically? Well, I was born in Leith. I used to live in Edinburgh. I now live in a small island that I will not name.
Okay, for OPSEC reasons.
For OPSEC reasons, but I will tell it. But I mean, I could name it because, if you decide to come here, you're in for a treat. Because in order to get here, you have to take a plane to Edinburgh, get on a train to Aberdeen, and then get on a ferry to the Shetlands, which we laughably call the mainland.
Oh, proper far out.
Proper up in the north. And then you get on a cargo ship, and it takes about 3 days to get to me because it's one cargo ship that goes around. You can rent a cabin on this cargo ship. It's quite comfortable.
That's a bit of a hike.
It takes about 3 days to get to me because it goes around all the islands and in the chain and just drops shit off. And some of these, you can take
you get deliveries of shit.
Yes, you get deliveries of shit. You can't take a direct ferry.
Right?
You can't take a direct ferry straight out here. It's every 3 days. It costs a $5, and it is literally an old World War II landing craft.
Love it. I'm coming. I'm coming. That's brilliant.
That sounds like some man in the high castle fortress island.
It is, yes. I'm in the middle of nowhere. There's no one around me. I'm having fun.
Right. Folks, have we descended? Have we finally and ultimately descended into frivolity?
We have. We are firmly in frivolity now.
We have. Well, I am going to leave you all in a moment, but I would just like to say again, Jonathan, you really are a great guy. Thanks very much for doing this. Thanks for bringing us together. Every time I do anything like this with you, I meet some fabulous people that I haven't met before. And I guess it's just nice to be in the company of fellow travelers who have Ukraine here as well as here. And
brilliant to see you, Cormac.
So I will bid you all good night. And obviously with the do you like the revolutionary colors of Stepan Bandera, by the way? I was going to wear the blue and yellow, but I thought I'd wear these instead.
I prefer the spicier colors, absolutely. Yeah,
it looks hard.
But Slava Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine.
Heron Slava.
Take care.
Good night, lads.
Good night, sir.
Can anyone explain why I'm looking at the moment? I've just got Blue Sky open, and there are loads of these images of, say, it looks like US stock market tanking. I don't know.
It's because do you not know what happened? Trump woke up about an hour ago and then just declared 100% tariffs on China. So the stock market is now the stock market is currently in free fall.
Right. So that's what this is.
A great negotiator at work.
Yeah.
So I haven't read
the greatest negotiator, the best negotiator. Aren't they, folks? I'm the greatest. Everyone says so. They say that Trump really knows what he's doing.
You got to do those sharp inhales through your teeth.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty on the money.
That was pretty good.
That is 100% tariff on China. Oh my God, the man is. But the problem is, like I was explaining, I did a video on how these put tariffs on steel, which then screws UK over because now we're so cleverly out of the EU that they're doing some protectionism, but they're doing that because they're trying to protect because of a glut of cheap steel being dumped on them by China, which is happening because China can't access the American market. So it all comes back to the tariffs over here, and then there's just going to be a contagion of tariffs. As far as I can work out, where the whole world is just going to put up barriers to protect their own industries, and we're going to be, it's just going to be an economic nightmare. I think.
Well, it's hello 1930s, isn't it? I mean, we've seen how this one ends up,
and all for no reason. This is all happening just for no reason whatsoever, other than the fact that he made it happen.
I got some good shoes out of it, though. because my mother lives in Spain, so I went to Spain to visit her, and she lives near the port of Cartagena, and when I was there, the government had just put out a new shop, a big government shop that was just shipping containers. And you give them some euros and you get 20 minutes. You can go to the shipping container and you just grab what you want. Because it's all stuff that was meant to go to America, and because of the tariffs, it can't go there anymore. So there's just shipping containers now that aren't going anywhere. So hey ho, nice pair of shoes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is your silver lining. LP's mom got some shoes.
Yeah,
got the shoes. Thank you, Trump.
I mean, I was really kind of hoping that
It's
like,
all
when I
worth it.
priced open the shipping container, it'd be like a car or something. But, it's like, no, it's full of shoes.
It's just like a loot box. So you think it's like some kind of loot box?
Yeah, it's a loot box.
Yeah,
This is what international shipping is going to become. It's going to become a loot box monopoly.
My mom was complaining that her Amazon order for a pair of pumps got canceled.
Why have them there? That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at them back.
Fair enough. So the world is going crazy, crazier. It's so frustrating that actually to get, cycle this back to Ukraine. So you really want stability to be going on in the world so people can focus on solving Ukraine and helping Ukraine out. And every time like insanity takes place due to whether it's like economic insanity due to Trump, it just takes away from being like not just from the distraction element, but actually like physically or like economically being able to help Ukraine, because everyone's actually now having to struggle to find money, from a governmental point of view to put on, to save the steel industry or to do this or to do that. It's just like, man, everything that is happening at the moment in the world is just acting against Ukraine. It's so frustrating.
It was like this when everything kicked off in Israel. It was just as soon as that happened, just all the fire of support for Ukraine just got sucked away instantly, and it was so depressing. I was like, oh god, because I've still got many friends in Ukraine. A lot of them are aid workers who are basically living on donations, and a lot of them just saw their donations just like die overnight completely, and it was incredibly frustrating. I've been constantly trying to do fundraisings and stuff just to get something out there. And what has been more positive is Ukraine kind of realizing that there's a certain point where they can't rely on everyone else to just come in with the cavalry and give them the stuff they need. And they have been pushing in their own projects a lot more. Yeah. And I've been watching the Flamingo strikes with much joy. I go to sleep sometimes just watching Russian oil refineries burn. It's been magnificent.
Well, I was out with Condor out, I think, near Kupiansk, and they showed me where they make their munitions, and it was incredible to see, but it was mixed feelings, because I was feeling at the same time, well, it would probably be better if these weren't essentially homemade, but the munitions that they were using, and they had so much of this stuff, boxes and boxes of bombs for Mavics with 3D printed shells, things that are 30 millimeter tank, 30 millimeter IFV rounds with the primer change and a 3D printed tail added. And they're saying, we make the majority of our own stuff because we realize that the logistic chain is potentially unreliable. So we had to mix it. And luckily, you can send explosives in Ukropost.
Well, there you go.
Speaking of the crazy people, friends, we were talking about Joe Rogan and people who today mostly believe in conspiracies and things like that. I have flashbacks from the times of the Soviet Union. Back then I was just a small kid, but I remember something about those times. And for example, comparing to Americans, comparing to Europeans, I would say that people living in the Soviet Union, they were more, let's say, infantile, all right? and people in the West were more practical. And the reason for that was basically, first of all, on the West you have freedom of choice, and you think what is better for you. You're analyzing different factors and you're choosing the right choice, right? You're choosing the right decision. In Soviet times and in Soviet Russia, you could not choose much. Actually, you would just follow, and basically that's it, right? So people were more like infantile, if I can call them this way. But one interesting fact about this is, despite the fact that in Soviet Union, religion was always either oppressed or completely used as, for example, reconnaissance, for reconnaissance purposes and intelligence collection. Despite all that, and despite saying that like religion is opium for people and yada yada, and like laughing at the religious people, Soviet Union was full of conspiracist shit. It was literally overwhelmed. We had like a magazine that was printed specifically for pioneers in Soviet Union. The communist youth was called pioneers. Basically, if you're a young guy without wearing red bandana, then you're just an outcast. And one thing I remember clearly, we had the magazine called Unitechnik, and it was dedicated for kids who wanted to learn different mechanics, engineering, electronics and stuff. And in magazines like Unitechnik, you could basically find a lot of different ways of, for example, creating toys, all right, like how to create, a medieval ship out of feces, bushes and leaves, because you could not buy them in the Soviet stores for obvious reasons. And they were very practical. There were a lot of different good advices in that magazine. But what I remember is that those magazines that were made for like Soviet kids with things in mind that, no religion, only like progress and stuff, they posted a lot of stuff dedicated to aliens, a lot of stuff dedicated to like, supernatural abilities, witches. And I would like, I was reading that. I was like a very, very young kid back in those days, preschooler actually. I could read already. But I was reading that Bigfoot, they had a lot of stories dedicated to Bigfoot who lived in like Siberian taiga and stuff like that. And now trying to analyze all this, and also, очевидно, невероятно, Jonathan, I believe that you watched that stuff in Russia.
I knew of it. I tended to avoid it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And tell me if you can observe the same, that basically Western audience is, especially younger Western audience, is basically turning into Soviet Russians, like in this direction, because Joe Rogan conspiracies and anti-vaccination and bad water turns your children into like transgenders and things like that. So we can see this very interesting shift, and it's interesting. It's also disturbing, and it requires actually a lot of attention. I think.
I think when the education system doesn't prioritize critical thought, and where, dare I say, I mean, this is going to sound sort of quite bad here, although maybe Jonathan wouldn't disagree. When you have let's say extremely strong penetration of sort of more evangelical religion, or where you're not really required to think about. I'm not saying religion's bad, but when you're not required to actually think about your belief systems and challenge it and debate with yourself. So I'm not saying you can't be believing and somehow you're irrational if you're believing. That's not it. But if you're adopting these ideas in a thoughtful fashion, questioning them, or questioning your atheism, because you can have thoughtless atheism as much as you can have perhaps thoughtless belief as well. But I don't think that critical thinking, it's the absence of critical thinking in education, combined with all the other things that are going on, the rise of social media, short attention span, all the rest of it, and distrust of mainstream media. You turn to anecdote. The other way that a lot of people in the Soviet Union got their news as such was through anecdote, humor, through kids' fairy stories. So we've also got a process of infantilization. Now, I'm someone who actually rather likes the Marvel films, and I rather like Harry Potter, and I think these are very powerful things. But if that's the only diet of that you subsist on, it leads to a kind of infantilization of your adult population as well.
There's also, I'm wondering, a correlation between having a low trust society and just a rise in belief in things like UFOs, aliens, and conspiracy in general. If you have a low trust society, you know that the information you're getting is either lies or manipulated truth. And it's a very easy jump from that to, okay, well, if they're lying about everything else, they're definitely going to be lying about the cryptos and the lizards living at the center of the earth.
Well, and a lot of this started as far back as the early and mid 1990s. I mean, you had the show X-Files coming on air, which was just full of conspiracy theories that actually permeated. I mean, it was such a big cultural icon that a lot of that just kind of permeated into mainstream media and whatnot. I mean, you also had like shows like the Art Bell Show, talking about all these UFO conspiracies, and at the same time, actual like real events, like Area 51 being recognized as a real place. That a lot of that stirred the pot and kind of, I think, got us on the road to where we are now, and very indirectly so. But it's just interesting to note that immediately after the fall of the Soviet Union, that's where a lot of this started coming up.
My friend, Soviets were actually 2 steps ahead of you back in like 1989 when I was reading those magazines, because not only they were spreading conspiracies about aliens, like literally in Unitechnik, in that magazine, as far as I remember, they had the whole encyclopedia of aliens with like illustrations, made by Soviet artists.
That's pretty cool, actually.
I wish I had. I think that they're still available somewhere, maybe even on the internet. I would like to find it. But like I remember it myself, because there were like a whole encyclopedia of aliens, this civilization has these spacecraft. They look like triangles, and the civilization, they look like lizards, for example. And this civilization that looks like man with white hair and stuff, they're flying these like, orbit-shaped spaceship. And they had like several pages of that stuff with illustrations, with everything else, and like references to medieval paintings or like cave paintings showing like the same stuff or something similar.
Fascinating.
It was 1989, as far as I remember.
That is. I would love to talk about this more. Unfortunately, I have other commitments tonight, and I need to make moves, and I need to be heading off. Jonathan, absolutely wonderful to meet you all. You're absolutely fantastic people. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure.
Yep. And I'll be making my leave as well, gentlemen. Again, I'm going to echo everything Laserpig said. Great meeting you all. I hope we can do some more work and win this fight in the end.
Definitely.
All right.
We're getting whittled down.
Oh no. We've got this. We just got to keep the faith and keep on keeping on.
Yep, absolutely.
Right.
Okay, you take care.
Thank you so much for joining. Real pleasure. So where are we on the running total? Oh, I've overtaken Mr. Pierce again. Look at
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You can't do numbers. 5254 5490. It's late. It's late for you.
It's late, and maths was never my strong point.
I'm probably going to have to shoot through as well because we're well beyond our bedtime time.
I think I might do that
time.
as well because I'm going to end up waking people up. If it's much later. So we'll probably we've had a good innings. We've gone on for half an hour more than anticipated, and we've almost broken the 100K on the overall target. I'm kind of hoping that
Let's have a look at
as
that.
this accrues views over the next couple of days, we could punch through.
I'm wondering
100K
whether
target.
anyone would actually endeavour to click on a 12.5-hour video though after it's done live. I don't know what the likelihood of that is.
I don't think the algorithm will serve it either. I think the algorithm will say, "Ooh, that's a beast, right? That's
They're
gonna
not touching that,
bury
man.
that." Yeah.
But there you go. Well, look at that. We are very close to 100 grand. In fact, you know, to be only 12 grand away now, 11,500. I think hopefully, you know, Claire and Ivan from Car for Ukraine will be happy with what we've done. Jonathan, I hope we've done them proud.
I think so. And
you guys have done us proud out there.
Yeah, what tremendous amount of support. I know we didn't get around to all the comments, we didn't get around to all the fantastic people who, you know, gave memberships and whatever, and who donated. But I know that those names go onto the vehicles, and we appreciate all the tremendous efforts everyone's gone to make this hopefully not a complete disaster or fiasco.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I don't know if you showed any of these. I'm just gonna if you guys want to say your goodbyes and whatnot, and I'll just cycle through these.
Flash up a few of the
yeah. I like a good flash. So yeah, you guys carry on talking.
Flashes and hot flashes, Jonathan. Yeah,
it is well past my bedtime, and I don't know how long I've been on, John. I can't remember when you asked me.
Good 4 or 5 hours, isn't it? Because you fortunately joined, so I could have a little break and have some dinner.
Yes.
With Zarina Zabriskie came, and you very kindly, you know, although I think she's good at holding the fort there. So was that good actually? Did you get some good insights from Zarina?
Yeah, we absolutely did. We had some excellent conversations over the past 5 hours. But at this point, I can't remember. My brain is slightly super.
It is definitely winding down to a close. So I think I did quite a few of the donations earlier, but it's been a good few hours since I brought them on the screen. So I think this is excellent to bring them up.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how the next few weeks pan out in terms of the war in Ukraine, because there's a lot of anticipation that Ukraine is going to be able to bring more missiles and drones to bear, and I think this is a key at the moment. But I do also worry, as I said earlier in the video about 12 hours ago now, I do also worry that a lot of Ukraine's military-industrial complex has been successfully hit. You don't hear because of OPSEC, but when you're getting 30 and then last night 60 drones getting through on a nightly basis, they are doing damage. You know, it's easy to think that they're just hitting apartment blocks and whatnot, but they're not. They are truly hitting some sensitive targets. So I do worry that Ukraine's had some.
People are very disciplined. They don't talk about that. Everyone in the locality will know if something's been hit, or they'll know there's a strategic objective, but they don't talk about it. They don't post it. So
yeah.
On a plus side, we had Jason Smart on earlier. I don't know if you're there, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Jason Smart in Washington says that he thinks Tomahawks are a done deal.
Yeah. So I started that off because the news came from the Ukrainian, I think, Ministry of Foreign Affairs actually saying that they are sort of dotting the T's and crossing the I's, and so that was really good news if he thinks that's true as well. But I think,
but when they're operational is another question.
Yeah, see, the whole point is that they need stuff now, right now. And
they'll be operational as well.
Yeah, Ukraine is hurting now. Like to lose 60% of their gas production in one night, the other night, is absolutely incredible and not in a good way. And so Ukraine need to be battering the crap out of Russia, but I don't know that they've got the production capacity to be able to do that. And even if they do get Tomahawks, you know, time and how many, you know, Yellowbuga needs to get blown up. The only thing that needs to happen at the moment, well, not the only thing, the single most important thing for Ukraine to do is destroy the Yellowbuga special economic zone. and the manufacturing facility there. It's just like that has to be the number one thing to be struck. And Europe and NATO have to help them do that, because there's no good spending gazillions of dollars and euros reconstructing, rebuilding Ukraine, rather than spending a tenth of that by destroying Yellow-Buga. There just needs to be a concerted effort to smash the shit out of Yellow-Buga. It really frustrates me.
Well, that maths hasn't worked in the minds of European major leaders since 2014, really. Unfortunately, instead of spending a little or significantly less, they're now spending significantly more. And after what?
And will do going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will be a bit more optimistic. I'm looking forward to seeing a bunch of Russian families discovering that candles are actually romantic, and seeing a lot more Russian power plants on fire. The one in Klintsy was very good. I approve as a Ukrainian person, and I would like to see much more of that. There is a tiny hope that we will actually conduct a blackout in Moscow or St. Petersburg, because their power system and their energy grid in those specific two cities are very much redundant, and they have a lot of reserves and several grass that help each other and supplant each other, but on a limited scale it's actually possible, and I made a whole 30-minute log video on that today on the UATV. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. I'm sure that we will, life is like we used to say, life is like a zebra. It's white, it's black, and who knows what color is like in reality, but it's just interchanging descents and declines. So I would like to say let's keep our faith, let's be more optimistic. There's time to be sad, there's time to be happy, but there's always time to be motivated and motivate each other. And that lady, by the way, in the car, who said that she doesn't know whom to vote, her biggest problem was basically that she was completely demotivated, and she didn't have any desire to choose the future of her country, because she didn't care. Nobody motivated her. We gotta do that for ourselves. We gotta motivate each other, and we gotta stick together, because good guys gotta stick together these days.
Yeah, we're the good guys. I don't care what other people tell us. We're the good guys. And well, Ukraine are the good guys, and we're backing them, and
we're helping the good guys. Yeah.
And before we go, I just want to emphasize that some people are better good guys than others, and it's just the way it goes. So like, it feels uncomfortable saying this.
Brutal. You're enjoying it, then, yeah.
But I think it has to be said, Jonathan. It's just we shouldn't shy away from truths of reality, and the truth here is that you are only like marginally good, and here over on the left-hand side, just like monumentally good.
Please, someone wipe that smile off his face by chucking 1,000 or something. Just. We'll compare again in the morning. We'll get this leaderboard back up in the morning if we're still online. It's been a pleasure. It's been an immense pleasure, and I'm so glad you rejoined us after a nice dinner out with your missus. That was very kind of you too.
Very nice. I had a vegan lasagna, and it was you got Operator Starsky shoving like raw sausage down his gullet or whatever it is. And I there you go, and I had a vegan lasagna and some Sangiovese wine, and it was very, very delightful. And then we watched I Swear at the cinema. So there you go. I advise everyone to take a break once in a while.
Well, we're going to wrap it up. And Theo, thanks for coming on Opera Starsky. It's an absolute delight to see you here. And well, hopefully this wasn't a total fiasco, and that means we can do it all again. Watching the buff it. But in a good way.
Absolutely.
Guys, I'm going to hit the end button. It has to come to an end. So here we go. 3.
At some point it does. Big love to you all,
1.
and well done
Right.
to the donors. You won for me. Thank you. I mean, we won for Ukraine. Thank you.